The prophecy on the day the Brel twins were born was that a life would soon be born that would be loved by God himself. The youngest daughter, a girl with angelic features, blonde hair and blue eyes, Noxia, became living proof. She grew up to be a girl respected by everyone around her, who captivated everyone with her shiny silver hair and noble smile. While still a small child, Noxia discovered extraordinary abilities in herself. Namely, she learned to freely control water. The entire aristocracy called her the girl beloved by the gods. They loved and respected the lady for her gentle nature and decent behavior. Her twin sister, Tanasia, was the complete opposite. Her hair seemed so black to those around her, as if it had been soaked in dirty water. All the nobles at the balls and even ordinary servants openly discussed her lifeless face, on which no one had ever seen a sincere smile. Rich aristocrats gossiped about how twins could be so different, one so talented and the other completely useless. The dark-haired girl pursed her lips, because she certainly didn't think that she would become the main topic of conversation at the birthday of the crown prince himself. They were practically identical, but it was as if the younger one had been given everything that fate, environment, or God had deprived her of. Usually, Tanasia couldn't stand such open attacks on her and simply hurried away as quickly as possible, and people only laughed louder. Now the girl decided to act completely differently, and therefore attracted attention to herself when she slammed the glass on the floor with all her might. After waiting until the sound of breaking glass made everyone present fall silent and turn around, the dark-haired girl smiled and declared that today everything was different. Pointing to the lady with pink hair, Tanasia extended her hand towards her and asked her to repeat again what exactly she had said about her. When she stammered and asked again what they were talking about, the lady stepped on the glass, breaking glass fragments, and said that she had heard about God's blessing. She came even closer while the lady was trying to cover herself with a fan and asked what her friends were discussing about her fate, or her family. Covering her face with a closed fan, the girl looked away in fear and declared that she was simply impatiently waiting for what Brelov would show in the future. Tanasia sarcastically asked if she had given permission to discuss such a thing, and then asked if they could stop their shameless chatter. When the interlocutor tried to defend herself and object to the lady, the dark-haired one opened her mouth and screamed, calling on everyone to listen to her carefully. The companies of aristocrats and nobles, who had so recently discussed it so openly and with interest, fell silent in fear before such a thing. Smiling brightly, Tanasia declared that if she found out that someone else was talking about her behind her back, she would tear the gossips' mouths out with her own hands. At first, the main character did not know how she ended up in the world of the book, and her last memory from her past life was the moment of dismissal. She hated her job, and then she wanted to go on a trip, but the plane never reached its destination. The girl definitely died in the explosion, because after some time she woke up in another reality, with maids standing over her, begging her to come to her senses. Feeling far from her best, she did not immediately understand what she was seeing, but she was sure that the name by which she was addressed did not belong to her. A little later, the doctor explained that the lady had fallen from a horse at full speed, and it was almost impossible to survive after that, so a miracle had happened. She simply entered someone's body. She became Tanasia, the younger sister of Noxia, one of the representatives of the ladies of the Brelov family. The main character's mind suddenly flashed back to memories of the plot of a very popular novel that she had read shortly before her death. It was a story about two sisters, two complete opposites of each other, the younger of whom, the fair-haired Noxia, was loved by everyone. The eldest, Tanasia, who was always compared to her, did not have outstanding abilities and always felt cut off from society. In the original story, the girl was always jealous that her sister got everything she could never dream of, simply because of the prophecy. The heroine reflected that if she had been born instead of her sister, or had taken her place, she too could have enjoyed life. Looking at her hands, bandaged with white bandages, the girl did not at all want to repeat the unenviable fate of the villain from the novel, who became. Perhaps it all happened because of the constant reading of novels, but the situation was not so strong. The heroine was rather happy. First of all, she was delighted with the fact that she simply became a noblewoman. That is, she occupied a very high position in society. She died in her past life, so she couldn't go back to who she was, but she didn't want to go back to a meaningless existence either. Here the situation was not so bad for her. The heroine just got the perfect body that suited any outfit. Tanasia from the novel constantly compared herself to her younger sister, time after time plunging into hell, but now the dark-haired one considered herself beautiful. She did not envy her relative's appearance, character, or abilities, but preferred to enjoy life. The heroine saw beauty in herself, her clothes, and the gardens of her native estate, which sparkled with an abundance of plants from different countries. The dark-haired girl simply realized that she was a young, rich, and very beautiful girl, and therefore saw no point in repeating the unenviable fate of the villainess. She quickly realized that she could simply indulge in luxury that she had never even seen in her meaningless past life. The cloudless days did not last long. Soon, Tanasia was drinking tea and overheard the maids talking about how much the mistress had changed. Then one asked the other if she knew the news, and when she received a negative answer, she whispered that people continue to disappear. Blue Eyes froze when she heard the words that all this was happening because of experiments in the creation of human weapons. The dark-haired girl suddenly choked on her herbal tea when one of the maids clarified that she was talking about the events taking place in the Kahlua Empire. The girl immediately hurried to approach the lady and ask how she was feeling, and she wiped her lips with a handkerchief and said that everything was fine. Still under the impression of what she had heard, the lady asked him to repeat the words that had been said a moment earlier, clarifying what he was talking about. The maid froze in surprise at first, then hesitated a bit, trying to find the right words, and said that there were some rumors going around. People said that this neighboring empire was secretly conducting experiments to create innovative weapons from real people. According to her, many more people have gone missing this year than last year, and there are rumors that they were kidnapped and taken to that particular country. Wanting to reassure the lady, the young girl immediately folded her hands together and hastened to add that these were just rumors, and the lady did not need to worry at all. Ignoring her chirping, the dark-haired girl rubbed her forehead with her hand and mentally turned to God, only now remembering this part of the plot. The Arwen Empire, where the events of the original novel took place, is soon to enter into a war against the Kahlua Empire. The problem was that after the defeat, Tanasia would be killed, and her story would end as ingloriously as it had begun. The culprit of this quick and inevitable death in the original plot will be none other than the main villain of the novel, who bore the name Askan. He was the only one who survived the experiment to create human weapons, and in general, the strongest being in this world. In addition to his incredible abilities and military successes, the dark-haired youth became famous among his enemies as a real monster. Pressing the handkerchief to her lips, the girl hastened to mentally calm herself because she had enough time to change her fate. According to the plot, Askan escaped from a terrible laboratory where work and monstrous experiments were carried out when he was only 15 years old. But his tattered clothes looked very much like slave clothes, so the young man was quickly caught and sold to the Arwen Empire to the slave market. The girl's blue eyes widened as she remembered that the current her and her future killer were the same age, which meant he should soon escape. Tanasha jumped up and asked where the slave market was, then declared that they were going there right away. While the maids were trying to understand what had caused such a sudden desire to travel, a light appeared in the corridor and footsteps were heard. Blue-eyed, in a panic, declared that she did not even have time to explain, and therefore it was much better for them to immediately prepare the carriage to leave. Suddenly, this confused conversation was interrupted, because there was a knock on the door of the ladies' chambers and a male voice asked the hostess for forgiveness. Still not really understanding all the characters, the dark-haired girl looked around and hummed a little thoughtfully, and then allowed them to enter. A young man with dirty clothes, more like rags, came in and announced that the water for the bath was ready, as he had been ordered. Tanasha was still standing in a belligerent pose, her hands resting on the table, and was now trying to get her eyes to focus in the semi-darkness. The girl froze, carefully scanning her, apparently servant with her gaze, and swallowed quietly when she began to find more and more significant signs. The boy had black, raven-colored hair, and it was disheveled, and her gaze met deep, bright golden eyes. Confirming her suspicions, the lady lowered her gaze and noticed tattoos on his neck, which were words written in an ancient language. Thinking that this absolutely couldn't be, the dark-haired girl pointed her finger at him and quickly asked what the guy's name was. The servant's surprise, although not very bright, was very visible when he opened his eyes slightly and said that his name was Askan. Nervously squeezing the cuffs of her dress with her palms, Tanasia did not understand at all how this man could have ended up in the estate. The original story mentioned the episode with Askan's escape from the ill-fated laboratory, but there was no word about him becoming a slave of the Brelov. Pressing her hand to her lips and slightly squeezing them, the girl silently thought about how she was going to look for the young man, but now she was not happy about where he was. She looked up at the teenager when he called her mistress again, clearly trying to get the mistress's attention to resolve the issue. The dark-haired man asked if there was anything else needed from him, and then, looking away absently, asked if he might be free. Tanazia quickly shook her head in agreement, thinking that her behavior must look strange to outsiders. Holding an oil lamp in his hand, Askan bowed to the lady and then hurried out into the corridor, closing the door behind him. The blue-eyed girl watched the young man go because she did not understand what was causing his behavior until the maid asked if they had simply let him go. Turning around, the lady folded her arms across her chest and asked what that meant, but the maid immediately clapped her hands over her mouth and shook her head. The girl looked away in fear and uncertainly noted that the guy had left a little earlier than usual, which was a bit unexpected. Tanazia clarified that this was what usually happened, because after that incident with the horse, all her memories allegedly got mixed up, and half of them disappeared completely. The maids looked at each other as if trying to gather their strength, but the dark-haired one promised that she would not be angry at these words. The maid gave in to persuasion only when the lady said that it would greatly help her to restore her memory, and there was no point in being angry. She explained briefly and quietly that the lady did not like Askan right away. She often said that she hated his black hair with all her soul. The lady's bath could easily be filled with a regular tap, but she ordered the young man to simply carry it out in buckets every day. The maid exhaled loudly and added hesitantly that when the lady was in a bad mood, she punished the young man with a leather whip. Listening to all this, the new Tanazia covered her face with her palms, as if trying to hide from the shame for those actions that she simply did not commit. She felt as if there was a death flag above her head, which seemed to promise that in time the now young Askan would harbor a grudge and kill her. The girl immediately opened her blue eyes and thought about how he returned to the Kahlua Empire, because she simply would not have sent him there. In the original story, Askan escaped from the lab and ended up in Arwen's empire, but at some point his pursuers found him and brought him back. Biting her thumbnail, the dark-haired girl thought that the reason had been mentioned too briefly, and she didn't remember the details. The maid quietly asked if they would reschedule their visit to the slave market for the following day, and the mistress shook her head. Tanazia said that the trip was cancelled, but she thought that she simply could not lose another life because of who she had suddenly become. That night, the lady had her first dream since arriving in the new world, but it turned out to be a truly terrible nightmare. She had flashbacks of walking through the slave market in a black cloak until she came across a cage with a young man in it. The keen gaze of Blue Eyes noticed a tattoo on the slave's body, which left words from an ancient language on the skin, and it was difficult not to notice them. But this wasn't the only thing that Brailov found interesting. His entire body contained a large number of magical formulas that couldn't be gotten rid of. It was in this way that they tried to turn Askan into a living weapon, and the tattoos were not the only ones, but the most striking traces. Taking off her hood, she then thought that if even an ordinary person could be endowed with magic, then she would be able to obtain the powers of Noxia. The ability to control water has always been her sister's defining characteristic, something she has always dreamed of taking away, and now the time has come. Brailov bought a 15-year-old slave and began to control him like her puppet, while simultaneously studying the body she received after the experiments. Of course, such treatment of people, even slaves, was illegal, and therefore was kept secret while the young man was being tortured. His body was repeatedly hit by his hospitable mistress with a leather whip or lash, which left bright marks on his body. While Askan was kneeling in front of her, his hands covered with shackles, the dark-haired woman pulled away the whip and declared that there was no point in resisting. Looking at his wounds with joy and interest, the girl said that even from the reaction of this body, it was clear that he was an unusual person. Raising her dark, thin eyebrows, Tanazia suggested that the young man pull himself together as quickly as possible and explain to her exactly what powers he possessed. The dark-haired man was silent and only breathed loudly, without letting out a single sigh, but his bright yellow eyes burned with open hatred. But such a display of disobedience only inflamed Brailov's cruel disposition, who only laughed and took a more comfortable grip on the whip. She struck him again on the chest, and the whip whistled with a loud sound until it reached its target in the form of an innocent man. Askan remained silent, not giving in to this torture, and only clenched his hands into fists, while the blue-eyed girl was very interested in how long he would hold out. The young man's entire body was gradually covered with bright red scars, and the respectable lady had no intention of stopping her vile entertainment. Tanazia did not like at all that the slave, whom she bought at the market like an object, refused to accept her will as was proper. Touching his chest with her fingers, clad in black-gloved fabric, the girl hummed thoughtfully and stepped closer. The dark-haired girl almost licked her lips, asking what was going on, because after all these blows, his body seemed to become denser than steel. This was the idea of the doctors and scientists who tried to create a Superman in the form of a weapon because he had to be invincible. Blue-Eyed said that with such strength one could defeat tens, hundreds of people, and even such blows would not leave wounds on his body. Askan, sweat pouring down his face and body, raised his head and looked at her when he heard that the stability of this position needed to be tested. Watching the actions of the original Tanazia, who was a monster, the current heroine silently begged her to just stop. She could no longer watch as a completely different person in her guise tortured a defenseless teenager for his own vile purposes. The girl clearly saw all this, heard the whistle before the blows and the bang after, and then Askana's quiet, deep growl sounded in her ears. When she finally managed to wake herself up and open her eyes, the girl felt heat all over her body, although she was pale and almost blue after such a sight. The dark-haired girl desperately hugged the blanket to herself in an attempt to catch her breath and come to her senses, but the disgusting picture still stood before her eyes. Unable to bear the tension in her body, the blue-eyed girl jumped up, lifting the down blanket, and sat on the bed to help herself calm down. Wiping the icy sweat from her face that was pouring down her neck like hail, Tanazia thought that this was definitely not an ordinary dream or a nightmare. It was more like a memory of the events that the original heroine lived through before another girl entered her body. However, the original character of the elder sister tortured not only Askan, and the experiments did not leave the unfortunate man even after his escape. If this story continues like this, then there is a really high chance that she will simply sell the boy to the Kahlua Empire. And the teenager will become an adult, and then, as in the original plot, he will return to take revenge on her, and he will absolutely succeed. The blue-eyed girl understood perfectly well that she had to smooth over this insult, and so she went straight to his room in the morning in a new red and white dress. The lady looked genuinely inspired when she called him by name, and this could not but surprise the young man, or even more so all the surrounding servants. At the same time, the dark-haired man was wiping his wet face and neck with a towel, looking at the lady with surprise, because she had not gone to the servants. Clenching his hands into fists and mentally preparing himself for more torture, Askan pulled the towel away from his face and squeezed it, asking what she was doing here. Turning pale in advance, the young man raised a tired but at the same time rebellious gaze to the tormentor, clarifying what was needed from him. Not used to such a reaction from people towards herself, Tanazia at first froze in surprise and stared at the teenager after hearing his words. She had only just noticed how tense and cautious he was, even during a normal conversation with her, and it hurt because it wasn't her fault. The previous Brailov had bullied the young man, and therefore the current one fully deserved such treatment and was forced to correct the whole situation. Closing her eyes, the dark-haired girl slowly assured herself that everything would change now and explained to the teenager that it was nothing special. Looking around his modest little room on the lower floors, Tanazia said that he was moving to a clean and bright mansion. Swallowing hard, Askan asked what the hostess meant by moving, since he was unlikely to understand the words he had heard correctly. The lady looked at him reassuringly, exhaled loudly, but then gently noted that he no longer needed to worry about anything at all. The original story was still being created by the author and was not finished, and this fact meant that the floating plot could be changed. Tanazia folded her arms across her chest and addressed the young man by name, then said that from that day on she would appoint him her personal servant. Askan's eyes widened in surprise, and he stared at his mistress because she had never treated him like this. The look and general manner of the young man's movements showed how scared he was and how much distrust he had of those around him. The dark-haired girl turned pale, thinking that the guy was either doing a very bad job of hiding his disgust towards her, or he wasn't even trying. Stroking her chin, the girl thought that he could be understood, because it was difficult to be near the person who had bullied him so much. But the situation was still such that he could not disobey her, and therefore Tanazia ordered him to pack his things and leave immediately. Askan simply nodded and replied that he understood everything since he had no right to resist, and besides, he hardly saw the point in arranging it. The girl mentally asked him to be patient for a little while until everything changed, watching as the guy collected his shabby brown bag. The lady closed her eyes and resolutely clenched her fists, mentally promising him that she would definitely be able to fix everything. Literally a moment later, the guy called her mistress again and declared that he was ready, and she opened her eyes in surprise, asking if it was really that fast. When she pointed to his bag, covered in patches of a different color, and asked if these were all his things, Askan answered in the affirmative. Tanasia, horrified, asked the teenager not to say that he wore the same clothes even in winter, but again received consent. Blue-Eyed felt her predecessor was a real monster when she imagined a frozen guy in rags. Declaring that this would not do, the lady waved her hand and ordered a seamstress to be called to create suitable clothing, and the maid nodded. Swallowing nervously from misunderstanding, Askan hastily declared that he was fine, so as not to receive even more punishment from his mistress. The girl objected, and while shaking her head, she stated that her personal servant, which he now was, should look decent. Putting her hand to her chest, Tanzia asked the guy to stop calling her mistress and to simply address her as a lady, asking if he understood. A little later, the blue-eyed girl introduced the young man to all the maids and declared him her personal servant, explaining that now they would see him more often. The maids were afraid that Askan would be held even closer to be tortured, and the dark-haired girl knew exactly what they were thinking. When a seamstress came to them and asked if they would be taking measurements from a lady, she hastened to answer that today they were dealing with her personal servant. The professional immediately got to work, taking out a special measuring tape from his small bag. She asked Askan for forgiveness for such a blatant invasion of personal space and began to measure the frightened young man. Later, the seamstress showed the lady various sketches, explaining that they were currently in trend, and she carefully chose the best ones. Pointing to the maids, Tanisha asked them if they could take care of the mess on the boy's head, and they agreed. While combing and cutting the boy's hair a little, the maids, smiling, openly chirped about how soft and beautiful his hair was. While waiting for the process to end, the dark-haired girl sat down on the sofa, reading about the latest fashion trends and enjoying sipping hot tea. She looked up with her bright blue eyes when she was called and couldn't help but smile as she looked up and down at what she was after. The maid standing behind the sofa on which the mistress was sitting gasped in admiration, unable to keep silent at the sight of this. Feeling awkward from all the attention, the dark-haired man nervously adjusted his cropped bangs and looked down. He stood before them in a starched shirt and an elegant black vest, the edges of which were decorated with elegant gold embroidery. The seamstress, clearly proud of the results of her work, bowed and asked the lady if she liked what they had come up with. The dark-haired woman smiled and stated that her investment had paid off in full, and then asked for the rest of the clothes to be delivered to his chambers. Pointing to the festively laid table, Tanisha asked the young man if he was hungry, and then called him over. Putting her hands to her chin and looking at Askan, who sat down opposite her, the girl suggested that he not be shy and try everything. Yellow-Eyed awkwardly picked up the cutlery, which he either never knew or had gotten out of the habit of using while he was just a slave. Taking the fork not in the usual way, but with all his fingers and resting his other hand on the knife, the teenager tried tensely to cut the meat. When he let out a quiet but dissatisfied breath, the dark-haired girl noted with surprise that he couldn't cut the cooked steak into pieces. Tanisha called the maid and pointed to her companion's plate, ordering her to cut food for him, and she immediately nodded and went to the other side of the table. Having quickly finished his dish, the maid placed the plate in front of the guy, and the mistress declared that today he would eat what was prepared. The girl advised him to practice with the devices more often to get used to them, and then asked if they would go for a walk, and Askan agreed. The dark-haired girl propped her face up with her fist and thought that things were even worse than she could have imagined, and the young man seemed to only know one word. She wanted to believe that new things, similar to those of the nobility, would endear him to her a little more, but she was clearly mistaken in this decision. Tanasia looked at the young man with undisguised sadness and thought that he seemed to have no feelings left, but she retained hope for a walk. A little later, the lady's neat shoes were already stepping on the grass, which was wet and cool from the dew, to dispel the guy. Holding the white hem with her fingers and lifting it up so as not to trip, the dark-haired one walked ahead and asked if they should go further. Askan looked at his tormentor with suspicion as she looked around, then said that they needed to turn. Coming down and pointing with her hand to the cut stumps of large trees, Tanasia suggested that they sit in this place for a while. Receiving another silent consent when the young man followed her, the dark-haired girl perched herself on one of the stumps. Gracefully straightening her shoulders and adjusting the long hem of her dress, she smiled and called the guy by name, urging him to sit down quickly. Askan nodded several times and obediently sat down on another stump that was opposite, still not understanding the motives of the one who hated him. Folding her hands together nervously and wanting to gain his favor, the girl said that there was a beautiful view of the stars, raising her head. When the lady added enthusiastically that he also needed to see it as soon as possible, the dark-haired man obediently raised his head up. Tanazia didn't want to think about how her previous self had been so tough, so she just wanted to be distracted by the stars. The young man, who was endlessly tortured and constantly experimented on his essence, had already forgotten about beauty. Now his bright yellow eyes looked with interest at the stars that were dying in the atmosphere, but looked like falling diamonds. The dark-haired girl suddenly asked if he liked the sight, and the young man lowered his head, distracted by her soft voice. Tanazia, usually cruel and intolerant, now smiled a soft, gentle smile, covered herself with her cloak, and asked if he liked it. Looking closely at his mistress's face, Askan suddenly asked in an even tone whether she had decided to change her approach. The blue-eyed girl's expression changed abruptly, and she couldn't hide her offended surprise and asked what he meant. The guy reminded the lady that she herself told him that she needed to find a way to take away Noxia's power. Lowering his head, the dark-haired man added that the option of also getting rid of her was considered if that was impossible, but he himself was not capable of such a thing. The girl opened her bright blue eyes, and they seemed to reflect the ocean, which was ready to burst into a real storm and tempest. She pressed her fingers to her chin and thought in horror that she had even asked this unfortunate young man to kill her. Unpleasant, even piercing memories of how the leather whip she had used to beat the guy felt immediately surfaced in her head. Tanazia exhaled, mentally asking herself what she was doing here at all, because instead of showing blind kindness, she should have told everything. Askan's eyes widened, and he even flinched a little in surprise when the tormentor turned to him, asking for forgiveness. Looking down, the dark-haired girl muttered that she had caused him a lot of trouble, and therefore again apologized for all her actions. The guy listened silently to the fact that the lady lost her memory when she fell off her horse, and therefore it was hard for her to understand the hatred towards him and Noxia. It evaporated. Without taking her honest gaze off him, Tanazia said that from now on she was not worried about her sister's abilities, and she promised not to bother him anymore. Askan didn't know if he could believe her words after so much torture, lies, and constant pressure, humiliation that he endured in the cold basement. The dark-haired man clenched his fists and then quietly, hoarsely asked whether the lady really promised not to behave like that again. He covered his face with his hands and said that he would be much calmer if he were beaten and his dignity trampled on as usual. The next day, while trying to immerse herself in her studies, the dark-haired girl thought in endless horror about how deep Askan's wound was. Pressing her palm to her chin, she thought that it would be much easier to let the situation slide and began to consider options for escape. Immediately dismissing these thoughts, Tanazia came to the conclusion that Oland, the head of the Brelov family, would definitely not leave her alone and would constantly search for her. Besides, it must have been very difficult for an ordinary 15-year-old girl, unprepared for such things, to survive alone. Unable to fight the anxiety, the lady closed her eyes as the thought pounded in her temples about whether it was possible to change her own negligent fate. She pulled her hand away from her face and her eyes widened as she heard the teacher call her name several times. Metella, who was a tutor, approached the lady and asked her to try to solve the problem she was explaining on the board. Looking at the numerous signs, numbers, and Latin letters, the dark-haired girl nervously thought that she had not heard a word of the entire explanation. Biting the tip of her fountain pen, the blue-eyed girl tried to strain herself as much as possible and make at least an attempt at a solution. Surprised to think that everything had turned out much simpler than it had seemed at first glance, Tanazia said that the answer was 13. The woman opened her eyes, hidden behind the frame of her round glasses, asking if the lady had really decided this in her mind, and she answered in the affirmative. The girl said the only difference was her solution, and then showed another way, while the tutor looked at her in surprise. Adjusting her glasses, Metella said that she knew about the lady's outstanding abilities, but today's lesson exceeded all her expectations. Tanazia listened with surprise that she was usually stubborn, and it was impossible to convince her of anything, but today one cannot help but note her efforts. Having put a whole stack of books on the table, the teacher suggested looking at these books, asking if there was anything unfamiliar to the lady. Flipping through book after book and turning pages after pages, the dark-haired girl thoughtfully muttered that everything was completely clear to her. Metella said that these were books with advanced magical formulas and that they contained materials that they had not yet studied. Tanazia froze when she heard that she had talent, and therefore the tutor saw no point in wasting time on practical magic or preparation. In her dream, she saw magical formulas and ancient texts that covered Askan's body, and she understood every word very quickly at that time. Only her predecessor did not try to develop her talent because she focused only on what was related to Noxia. Looking up, the blue-eyed girl thought that it would be much more useful for her to find a use for her own abilities. Metella raised her index finger and declared that Lady Tanasia could become the best scientist in the entire empire, even on the entire continent. She folded her hands together and happily added that the head of the family would be happy when he found out about this and would definitely provide serious support. When the girl suddenly stopped resisting and said that she agreed to reveal her secret to others, the woman screamed joyfully. Not wanting to repeat the path of the real Tanasia, the dark-haired one gently asked to tell him about it, because then she would be glad to see him happy. A little later, the girl was already walking through the garden, humming a song and thinking that for the first time she felt hope because of the possibilities. On the other hand, it was clear to her from the very beginning that she could not entrust her fate to Askan's wounded heart, and had to defend herself. The dark-haired girl suddenly heard someone shouting, warning her to be careful, but she didn't have time to dodge and only froze. She found herself completely wet, standing in her heavy dress, holding its hems as water ran down her face, hair, and entire body. Opening her eyes, Tanasia thought that this squeaky, high-pitched voice was very familiar to her and belonged to the youngest daughter of this family. Biting her knuckles, the blonde sighed loudly, calling out to her sister because she clearly didn't want everything to happen exactly like this. Standing before her, looking guilty and blushing with shame, was Noxia, Tanasia's younger sister and the main character of the original novel. Handing the handkerchief to the lady, Askan, also disheveled and wet, asked if she was okay and if she needed any help. Taking the fabric item from his hands, the dark-haired girl thanked the guy for such a gesture, and then sympathetically noted that he was also wet. Clutching her fists to her chest and preparing for a scandal, the younger sister said that these words may sound like an excuse, but it was not intentional. She froze, her bright blue eyes widening when she suddenly heard from her eternally dissatisfied relative that everything was fine. When Noxia asked in confusion what she had been told, the girl wiped her face with a handkerchief and again stated that she was fine. There was a similar scene in the original. The maids wanted to see the mistress's abilities, but she got excited and lost control of her powers. Removing the cloth from her face, the dark-haired woman clarified whether it was true that it was just an accident and then asked not to worry. Noxia seemed to be an absolute delight because she was already beginning to be seriously afraid of her sister, from whom one could expect anything. Not wanting to completely lose face, Tanasia said imperiously that there was no need to practice here from now on, and she nodded. The dark-haired one explained that it was better not to make such mistakes in places where guests of the family might pass, and she muttered that she hadn't thought about it. The frightened and trembling maids hastened to declare that Lady Noxia was not guilty, and it was they who asked her to show strength. Pointing her index finger at the girls, the blue-eyed girl asked if they understood their mistake and immediately heard agreement. She ordered that from now on, no one should ask her younger sister for such things, because she cannot refuse anyone due to her gentle nature. Hearing the inarticulate mumbling of the maids, Tanasia put on an angry look and asked if she needed to repeat it, and they quickly answered that they did not. Listening to all this and watching her behavior, Noxia blushed brightly because for the first time she was protected by someone, and her sister really did not make a scandal. The blonde awkwardly tapped her fingers together, lowering her head and thanking her sister when she asked in surprise why. The girl folded her hands together and seemed to be simply delighted, and then explained that her sister accepted the apology and then stood up for her. Surprising and delighting her relative even more, the dark-haired girl hastened to assure her that there was absolutely no need to thank her for such things. Turning around, Tanasia suddenly noticed Askan's white shirt, which was stuck to his skin and showed everyone the scars on his body. She said that it was time for her to hurry about her business, and then said that she and her sister would see each other a little later, and she didn't even have time to object. Left alone, Noxia immediately worriedly wondered if she had done something wrong, because her sister's face turned gloomy. The dark-haired woman, meanwhile, led the young man into her chambers and addressed him by name while he slowly closed the door behind them. The girl turned around and pointed her finger at him, asking him to take it off for a minute, and the guy was dumbfounded, his bright yellow eyes widening. He thought that now the mistress, who had suddenly changed so dramatically, would again beat him with whips and torture him for experimental purposes. Straining his fingers to keep them from trembling in fear of the anticipated execution, Askan began to unbutton his vest and shirt. Tanasia walked forward and opened her dresser, which had a mirror on the door, and began rummaging through the supplies that were stored there. She thought with regret that these wounds, although not her fault, were the consequences of the actions of the original lady. The dark-haired girl was sure that she had to use the medicine before things got worse and took a white jar out of the dresser. Turning around and closing the door, the girl silently wondered whether this ointment would be enough to treat all his serious wounds. Seeing the young man on his knees, Tanasia asked what he was doing, and the dark-haired man hastened to answer that the lady had ordered him to take off his clothes. Looking at him in surprise, the girl confirmed this, but clarified, asking, even if this was so, why kneel down? Her feverish thoughts began to quickly weave together into the same picture as the lady realized the state to which she had brought the unfortunate man. She immediately remembered how in her dream, in her memories, she had forcefully whipped his body with a leather whip to test all possible abilities. Rubbing her face with her hands, Tanasia realized that Askan assumed that this order was related to torture, and after her words about forgiveness, everything would happen again. Wanting to truly correct all her mistakes, the girl walked around him from behind, while the young man looked down and wondered what he could expect. She quickly unscrewed the lid and tested the consistency of the healing ointment, deciding whether its composition could help heal wounds. The boy's bright yellow eyes widened as he felt a gentle touch and a pleasant coolness on his wounds, and it was definitely unexpected. Jumping back, the dark-haired man asked in fear what the lady was doing with his wounds, because he didn't want him to get even worse. Pointing to the jar of ointment and looking at him a little puzzled, Tanasia explained that she was simply trying to heal his wounds. Sitting down on the floor behind him, the girl asked Askan to try not to move because this medicine prevents infection and therefore stings. She herself thought that after everything had already happened, any kindness could hardly change anything, but it was impossible to ignore the wounds. It would be disingenuous to deny that kindness to the young man could have become a small insurance against an unpredictable future for her. It seemed that helping him was her own way of atoning for other people's sins and mistakes, as well as a personal whim, since no one has cancelled out basic pity. She thought again and again about how she had treated the young man, and whether she could try to prevent the war with her own efforts. If the clash does not occur, the Brelov family will not be exterminated, and the girl will remain protected, and the enemy captain will not kill her. The dark-haired woman also suggested that if she did not allow Askan to be taken to the lab again, the Kahlua Empire's experiment could fail. As she wrote the letters with her fountain pen, Tanasia thought that she needed to find a way to use her abilities and develop them somehow. Much later in the morning, the girl's blue eyes opened wide when she was called, and she realized that she had spent the whole night at her desk. The maid excitedly asked if the lady had slept here and asked if everything was all right, since the mistress preferred the library to the chambers. Feeling not at her best, the dark-haired girl realized that she had been lost in thought and had not noticed how she had fallen asleep, and she just wanted to doze off for a minute. The girl said that Mr. Brelov had suggested that they have dinner together and she would help the lady prepare for this important meeting. Tanasia rubbed her chin with her fingers and silently concluded that the gentleman was the head of the family, her father, named Oland. In the evening, the blue-eyed girl walked down the corridor in a purple dress, thinking about how she would meet him for the first time after getting into this body. Oland Brelov had a clear mind and a wonderful character, and it was thanks to his personal efforts that the family's reputation was so high. Despite his serious business acumen and cool image, the man was extremely gentle and caring towards his daughters, never separating them. Dressed in a dress, the top of which was decorated with an expensive brooch and was made in lilac, and the skirt in dark purple, she was nervous. Before the girl's eyes appeared a rich table, decorated with various kinds of hot dishes, appetizers and side dishes, and everyone was already waiting for her. Oland, who surprisingly seemed young, as if he were the same age as his daughters, looked at the eldest heiress and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Holding the hem of her silky, fluffy skirt, the dark-haired girl couldn't help but express a bright expression of surprise, because she hadn't expected such a sight. Tanasia immediately remembered that in the original story, there were rumors throughout the Empire that her late mother and father had married early. Mentally calling for calm, the girl sat down at the table, greeted her relatives, and asked if her father had any work. Shaking his head, the blonde man said that he had some business to attend to, but he had changed his schedule to give his daughter a present, and a servant approached with a red box. He carefully opened the expensive-looking box, and the sparkle of a gold necklace with rubies was revealed to the eyes of everyone present. The father said that Metella had told him everything about her daughter's outstanding talent in magic formulas, and that this was a congratulatory gift. Tanasia blushed and thanked him when Oland asked her to try to think seriously about her future, and he would provide support. The blonde thanked God that his daughter appreciated such a gift, while she thought that he was very considerate because he could have simply sent the gift to the room. Clapping her hands, Noxia congratulated her sister with a joyful smile and said that the necklace was so beautiful and would definitely suit her. Remembering something, the younger sister added that there would soon be a ball in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday, and she could wear the jewelry. Tanasia froze a little when she heard about this and was surprised to remember that this event also happened in the original story. This event was important because it was where the main characters met, and the main male character was Crown Prince Roel de France Arwen. After their first contact, they immediately began to feel attracted to each other, and then communicated constantly as they grew older. As adults, their affection and infatuation with each other developed into conscious love with expected reciprocity. In the original, Tanasia was, of course, a villain, so she tried with all her might to separate them, building palace intrigues and plots. Only now the dark-haired girl was sure that everything would go differently if she supported the loving relationship of the main characters. Wanting to do everything she could to reduce the chances of death, the girl opened the box again and moved it towards her sister, addressing her. Smiling sincerely at Noxia and pointing her fingers at the box, the blue-eyed girl asked her if she would like to take this necklace for herself. Both the father and the younger sister looked at the dark-haired girl in surprise, and Noxia clarified what she meant by that sentence. The blue-eyed girl immediately shook her head furiously and objected that she had spoken about the beauty of the decoration, but not in order to take it for herself. Tanasia replied that she knew this. She just thought that she would look much better in such a necklace at the upcoming ball on the prince's holiday. The blonde blushed brightly, but clearly felt uncomfortable, and therefore hesitantly stated that she was very grateful, but still. Continuing to convince her younger sister, the girl said that she shouldn't refuse because it would suit her perfectly. The dark-haired girl asked if she could help her choose a dress for the celebration because she decided to fully bring Noxia to the forefront. The younger sister folded her hands together and asked in surprise if she really agreed to help her choose an outfit. After a short and sweet conversation, the sisters agreed with each other that they would both enjoy doing such feminine things. Oland chuckled nervously and carefully noted that he hadn't noticed that his two daughters had such a good relationship with each other. Tanasia looked at her father in surprise when he suddenly said that the eldest of the heirs would no longer have to sacrifice anything. She absolutely did not expect that the fair-haired man would call his servant and calmly order him to prepare another necklace. Noxia, meanwhile, was much more preoccupied with her thoughts about the upcoming trip and asked when they could choose a dress. Holding back the quiet laughter that burst from her chest in response to such a childish reaction, the dark-haired girl nodded and said that any time. When the girls came to a consensus, Oland chuckled and declared that all other issues could be discussed between them over dinner. Askan, who was the mistress's personal servant and therefore accompanied her everywhere to help her when necessary, silently watched this entire conversation. For some reason, it seemed to him that the former tormentor was truly sincere in her attitude towards him and her relatives. As if she felt the attentive gaze of bright yellow eyes, Tanasia turned around and met the gaze of the young man, although she had managed to forget him a little. The dark-haired man tried not to show how much such contact embarrassed him, and therefore simply looked ahead of himself so as not to show it. The once cruel and cold-blooded girl who could torment him for hours suddenly smiled warmly and even nodded slightly. Askan tried very hard to remain calm and could not understand why everything inside him was trembling so much at the very thought of this girl. He even clenched his fists because such an attraction was very dangerous to believe when it came to a girl like this. That same night, the boy was again tormented by vivid nightmares about what had happened earlier, and so he breathed heavily and tossed and turned. In terrible visions and memories, he rushed through the forest so fast that he could not even expect it from himself, but his life depended on it. Cold sweat ran down my face and body, the icy air proudly burned, and my entire skin was already wounded by the endless plants and trees. Tripping over a rock he couldn't see, Askan fell to the muddy ground. His lungs burning and running any further seemed impossible. He rose to all fours with the last of his strength, looking at his pursuers who surrounded him with a furious gaze of yellow eyes. They laughed and called him by name, then asked if the boy really thought he could just run away. One of the men, who had their faces covered and were dressed entirely in black, sprayed an unknown, dark purple gas. Ascan listened in horror to the words of others that before his death, and even after his death, he would never dare to leave them and the Kahlua Empire. Since that very escape from the laboratory, the dark-haired man could not rest normally at all, because he was tormented by such nightmares. These bastards have long allowed and helped doctors and scientists conduct experiments on hundreds and thousands of innocent children. No longer wanting to try to sleep, Ascan rose from his bed and walked over to the tall cabinet that now had a purpose, throwing open its doors. The young man looked at his old, worn brown cloth bag, which had a huge, even bright white patch on it. Taking the little thing, he thought that when the lady's whims in the form of courtesy were finally over, he would have to return to his former place. Ever since his origins were revealed, he had been trying to find a way to leave the Brelov family, but it seemed unlikely. It would be difficult for pursuers from the Kahlua Empire to penetrate the estate of such a high-ranking noble, and it was safer there. The dark-haired man wondered how long he could run away from them once he left, and began to dress, tightening the black tie on his shirt. Looking at himself in the floor mirror, the young man thought that now all he had to do was wait for the right moment to escape. The next morning, he was already walking along the corridors of the part of the estate where the servants and maids lived, and then turned around at someone's call. The workers said that Ascan had become very excited when he got his new job, and now decided not to even greet any of them. The dark-haired man thought that the people he lived with didn't deserve this, and nodded slightly, but they didn't deserve warmer relations. Screaming indignantly after such an act, when the guy was already about to leave, the workers looked at each other angrily. They screamed that he was just an arrogant bastard, and then the young man stopped because he felt a sharp blow to the neck from something very heavy. When a bloody metal key fell to the floor, another worker asked fearfully if he should tell the gentleman about it. The dark-haired man touched the warm wound that had just been inflicted on him and rubbed it slightly with his fingers, listening to their bickering among themselves. The young man saw his own blood, and the workers began to shout that if he complained, they would definitely and certainly smash his skull. Ascan asked them to warn him about such an attack next time, because of this wound, his white shirt was stained with blood. Without hiding his envy and hatred, one of the men asked him if he really thought that these rags made him a nobleman. The dark-haired man listened in silence to the fact that, judging by his shiny face, he hoped that such a life would last a long time, but he would soon be thrown out. He looked at both of them with disdain when the other worker said that it was time to stop, because this boy had always been very strange. Ascan immediately remembered how the doctors said that he was a walking bomb and would devastate everything around him if his emotions broke out. The young man could easily take the life of another person if he used his power, but he could hardly control it. Usually he didn't get angry at such things, or reacted only slightly, but the insults that were said to him this time were much more unpleasant. Tanasia's soft voice suddenly asked melodically, but sarcastically, when she suddenly decided to kick out her personal servant, Ascan. All three froze in different positions and places, but looked with equal surprise at the lady, who had never come here at all. The dark-haired girl folded her arms across her chest and said that she had to look for the young man due to a sudden change in her schedule. Tilting her head slightly and looking at the teenager's offenders, the girl said that she didn't think she would see such an interesting sight. The men began to bow like dummies, vying with each other to beg forgiveness from the lady, who was famous for her cruelty. Nodding towards the young man, Tanasia stated that they should ask Ascan for forgiveness, since the object that was thrown at him left a wound on his neck. Looking at the floor, the worker addressed his apologies to the guy, clasping his hands together and saying that he had simply gotten angry at him and could not control himself. Still rubbing his fingers over the warm blood that had splashed onto the wound, the dark-haired man looked down and muttered that nothing terrible had happened. The lady looked at them sternly and said that she was not going to repeat it again, because she had the best character. Ascan's yellow eyes widened when he heard that if anyone ever touched what belonged to him again, they would greatly regret it. Waving her hand, the girl ordered them to get lost and get to work quickly before she changed her mind, and they thanked the lady. Hearing only the quick steps of the careless workers, the lady, who was very, very angry, and her personal servant were left alone with each other. Turning to the young man, Tanisha asked him how he felt and whether the wound was serious, but he replied that everything was fine. Looking at him in surprise, the girl said, "Didn't he hear what she said?" and then repeated that the guy was her man and belonged to her. The dark-haired man looked at the lady in surprise when she said that she forbade getting injured without her permission, And that was an order. Askan swallowed nervously and said that he understood everything, although he had never experienced such care, especially from his tormentor. When the girl said that they had to go because Noxia was waiting, the servant hurried after the lady and asked where they were going. Turning around on the go, the blue-eyed girl explained that she and her younger sister had agreed several years ago to choose outfits for the ball. The young man suggested that they could leave him here then. He would treat the wound himself and start work a little later. The dark-haired girl looked at him with incomprehension and declared that he should go with them because he also needed an outfit for the upcoming ball. Askan looked at his mistress in surprise because he had not expected at all that he, a servant, would need such an acquisition. After some time, in a store for high-ranking nobles, they were already selecting an outfit for the young man, combining it with interesting jewelry. Noxia told her older sister with admiration that everything looked great on the young man, and she replied that the investment had paid off. Later, when Tanasia helped pick out an elegant but fluffy dress for her younger sister, she thanked her for her good taste. After telling the seamstress that they would take this suit for Askan, the dark-haired girl pointed her finger at him and asked him to change, and he agreed. Looking at the catalogue that lay on her lap, the girl thought that all that was left was to choose an outfit for her. She didn't really like shopping because it takes a lot of time and effort, which is spent on possible choices and constant fittings. Tanasia raised her head in surprise when she heard the noise of wheels, and the seamstress wheeled out a whole hanger with a variety of dresses to the sofa. The woman said with a smile that she had already managed to prepare outfits that matched the ladies' tastes, and they were all colorful and motley. Thinking that the original Tanasia was repeating everything after her younger sister, the dark-haired one stated that her tastes had changed. She turned and pointed to a black dress with delicate lace and thin splashes of red gathered into a large, single pattern. The seamstress said that it was a very unusual choice, but it would look just as beautiful, so she could try it on, but the lady said to pack it up. Noxia cried out in surprise that her sister had spent so much time on their outfit, but she wouldn't even try it on herself, and she replied that she was tired. The blonde immediately tapped her fingers together, thinking that her sister was free to decide for herself, and Tanasia said that they would pay for everything. When the seamstress went away to calculate the cost of the outfits, she offered the guests tea, and the drinks were brought out by a servant. The maid, who was trembling all over, was clearly frightened and tense, brought out a tray and announced that she had brought the ordered iced tea. Thanking the girl as she set out the cups, the dark-haired girl mentally noted with confusion that she looked somehow strange. Reaching for another cup to put it down, the maid suddenly hit the first one with her elbow and it flew off the table with a loud thud. Both girls squealed as the drink, though cool but sweet, spilled, quickly staining the hem of Mrs. Brailov's dress. The seamstress shouted that they needed to bring something to clean the dress faster. Noxia reached out to her sister, but she was simply frightened by all of this. Her dress was not just wet, but also stained with the sweet drink, and even the expensive carpet that lay on the floor was stained. Seeing the top of someone else's head in front of her, the blue-eyed girl looked down in surprise because she did not expect such prompt help with things. Askan knelt down in front of her and gently wiped her dress with his white handkerchief, trying to clean it before the fabric got ruined. Looking anxiously at his mistress with deep, bright yellow eyes, the dark-haired man asked if she was hurt. Still trying to overcome her surprise at the guy's position, Tanasia only muttered something incomprehensible. Unable to hide the bright blush that appeared on her cheeks, the girl replied that she was simply wet, while the young man continued to wipe the fabric. Askan moved away and said that although the stain might not be removed, now the lady would not be uncomfortable with such a wet sensation as before. She continued to look at the young man and thought that for a servant such behavior was quite natural, but she had strange feelings. Until this moment, the lady saw in this guy's behavior only caution and wariness towards her and her decisions. And although he acted as he was supposed to, the dark-haired girl could not calm the feeling of excitement that fluttered in her stomach. Tanasia suddenly unconsciously extended her hand towards him and tenderly stroked his stiff hair falling over his eyes with her thin fingers. Askan's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at the girl when he felt such a gentle touch and could hardly understand her. Immediately pulling her hand away from his head, the dark-haired girl thought that she had done it unconsciously, and then thanked him for his help. She thought about how obedient Askan was, even too cute, and rubbed her chin, wondering if that was really her taste. Watching this scene from the side, the younger sister even smiled a little and thought that some kind of spark had run between them. The seamstress and her servant continued to apologize to the lady with bows, and the woman added that she had simply not trained her staff well. Tanasia asked with displeasure if it would not all end with simple changes, and she nodded, answering that they would compensate for everything at the lady's request. The dark-haired girl suggested that they could pay to have the shoes and dress cleaned, but if the stain didn't come out, they would send the girl a new outfit. The woman exhaled loudly, looked at the Brelovs and asked her if they would be subject to punishment like last time. Sincerely opening her blue eyes in misunderstanding, the dark-haired girl asked what she meant by the usual punishment, since she didn't remember. The seamstress recalled that in the past, the mistress had flogged the culprit, immediately asking with her head down whether they could be forgiven today. Tanasia froze when she heard this and was completely overcome with shame, which had begun to accompany her not very often after the rebirth. Now it became clear to her why the frightened worker was shaking so much. It turned out that she simply knew about those cases and began to get nervous. Closing her eyes, the dark-haired girl thought that her character was also not pleasant, but the original heroine regularly beat up those she didn't like. She opened her eyes slightly, wondering what Askan was thinking now, who until recently had endured similar beatings from her every day. Noxia sat quietly in her place and waited for her older sister's decision, and in front of her she also felt a burning and unpleasant shame. Deep down, the girl wanted to rush at each of them and blurt out that she didn't do it, but she bit her lip hard to keep quiet. The seamstress again said that they had made a mistake and therefore should be punished, but Tanasia objected that this would not happen. When the lady asked whether the workers who had been punished earlier were still there, the woman replied that she had made sure that they were not there. The dark-haired woman said that she didn't need it and that they could return it at will and give the money to the workers as compensation instead of cleaning the dress. Watching their sincere surprise and even shock, the girl thought that she would often encounter such a reaction in the body of the villainess. The younger sister looked at her older sister with admiration again because she suddenly began to do good every time she faced difficulties. Askan also felt out of place, wondering if this behavior would change a little later or if everything would remain fine. After some time, the entire store team saw off the gentleman of the bread family, accompanying this with bows and farewell words. The maid, who had dropped the tea and stained the hem of her mistress's dress, suddenly fell to the floor onto her knees and cried out loudly with tears that she had survived. Askan, who was collecting all the purchases and receipts, heard the pardoned girl asking with surprise why she was forgiven. Her friend asked how they could know the thoughts of the nobles and suggested that something good had simply happened to the lady, receiving agreement with her words. Looking after the lady, the seamstress muttered that she did not know why, but she had changed very much and the rumors could be considered contradictory. After some time, the sisters arrived at the courtyard of their rich estate, and Noxia got out of the carriage, accepting the help of the butler. She asked if her sister would not be coming out, and the dark-haired one answered that not yet, because she needed to collect her thoughts and make another circle. Nodding in understanding, the younger sister walked away and once again, through the window, thanked her for helping her choose an outfit, and she waved her hand. The dark-haired girl frowned and wondered if that money would be enough to compensate, and rumors would quickly spread if she paid them more. Traces of Tanasia's evil deeds remain even where the reincarnated heroine has not been, and she does not even know about many of the victims. The girl interrupted her train of thought and turned around when she felt the intense gaze of deep, bright yellow eyes on her. The girl gasped and asked if he should have left him with Noxia, since she was so lost in thought about her endless difficulties. The expression on the young man's face after these words of the girl became so gloomy, as if a heavy thundercloud had risen above him, generating thunder. Unable to withstand such pressure, the dark-haired girl took her hand away from the cheek she was propping up and asked if he wanted to say something. The young man said that he did not understand her intentions and that it irritated him very much, and therefore asked her to tell him honestly what she really wanted. The blue-eyed girl froze in surprise and even dropped her lower jaw in complete incomprehension because she did not expect such words. When she asked if he was acting like this because she stroked his head and hair at the store, Askan remained silent, looking straight ahead. In the dream, that is, in the memory, Tanasia beat her slave many times. He did not make a sound, and now he was in a panic when he was considered cute. She immediately thought that on that day when they went to look at the starry sky, the young man had reacted in a similar way. At first, the girl thought for a long time that he was unhappy with her sudden change, but as it turned out, this was not the only reason. Blue Eyes gently asked if this was his first time, that is, the first time he was called cute, or the first time he looked at the stars. Lowering his head and almost drilling his eyes into the floor, the dark-haired man asked if it was really that important to her. She realized that she had forgotten one important thing and remembered it only by thinking about Askan's maturity and adequacy, because he became a military leader. Tanazia decided to be a little more patient and pulled her hair back, twirling one lock on her finger, and then objected that it was important. Looking at the young man, the blue-eyed girl promised him that in the future she would try even harder to correct her mistakes someday. The guy froze, as if struck by lightning, because he could hardly have imagined what would await him next after the kind words of the hostess. At the same time, in the mansion, the maids caught up with the young lady and excitedly, one after another, began asking if everything was okay. When the blonde turned to them, the girls began to talk about what they all immediately understood, that Lady Tanazia was just pretending. One of them said that the elder lady must have recommended something very ugly, but Noxia objected and asked them not to say that. She said that her sister chose a dress that she liked. There were many beautiful options, so her help was important. The maid said that the mistress had better be prepared for her tricks, because they said that she was planning to ruin her sister's ball gown. Having heard such evil rumors, the blue-eyed girl quietly asked what they were talking about, because she did not want to believe such far-fetched abominations. The maids could be telling the truth, because earlier, before what happened with the horse, the older sister really did constantly try to harm her. Thinking about all the previous cases, the blonde shook her head after a long silence and stated that something was different. She reminded everyone of Tanazia's reaction when she poured water all over her from head to toe, but she only advised against training in such crowded places. Noxia said that not only did she thank her father for the gift, but she also shared her own piece of jewelry with her. And she really did choose the dress for her younger sister carefully, discussing possible options with the seamstress and the sellers. The blonde said she had never felt such kindness since her abilities first manifested in her early childhood. As she said this, the young lady thanked the maids for their concern, but asked them not to say such things about her relatives in the future. Looking forward, the girl said she just wanted to believe that her older sister really wanted to change and was taking action to achieve that. The maids nodded, obeying their mistress, and then hurried to bow and turn around, the three of them declaring in unison that it was time for them to go. Left alone, the lady immediately remembered how she had observed her sister's unexpected tenderness towards an ordinary servant. Suddenly, raising her hand, Noxia patted her head and thought that Tanazia should pat her head in the same way, because it was a nice gesture. In one of the new nightmares, the dark-haired girl heard about herself, that her appearance and abilities did not stand out against the background of her younger sister. The ladies present around her openly discussed whether all the good genes had gone only to the talented Noxia, but not to her sister. Not wanting to listen to such insolent words about her person any longer, the blue-eyed girl walked forward and bumped her shoulder into the maid. The maid, who held the tray tightly in her hands and asked her mistress for forgiveness, looked at Lady Brelov with fear and uncertainty. Raising her with a devastating gaze of blue eyes, Tanazia asked if this girl really wanted to laugh at her too. When the maid hesitated, hesitant and frightened, the dark-haired woman grabbed her wrist and declared that an apology was not enough. Having dragged the unfortunate woman into the far room, the blue-eyed woman swung at the maid and with a mad look declared that she would be very sorry if she screamed. After that, she woke up in her bed, feeling the icy cold dripping down her forehead, and she stroked her forehead with her palms, trying to bring her breathing back to normal. The personal maid parted the curtains slightly and stepped into her mistress's chambers, whispering to her if she was awake, and she nodded, sitting up. The girl, whose name was Jeren, asked excitedly why the lady had such a look, and then asked if she was having a nightmare. Tanazia folded her hands together and sleepily muttered something like that, and the maid asked her mistress to forget about everything bad. The maid also reminded that there would be a ball at the Imperial Palace that evening, and many good things would definitely happen. Rubbing her eyes after sleeping, the dark-haired girl thought that it was true, because today Noxia and Crown Prince Roll, the two main characters, would meet. The girl looked around her and thought that at the ball it would be enough for her to simply behave quietly and not attract unnecessary attention. The preparations for the ball took several endless hours, and all of it included fitting the magnificent black dress, makeup, and hair. As she walked down the stairs and held the hem of her festive dress, the dark-haired girl noticed her personal servant, who was also dressed up. Askan stood in front of her looking like a prince, standing in a black tailcoat with bright red hemlines, as well as a shining golden brooch. Shaking his head, the young man calmly said that he had just arrived, and Tanazia asked if it was true that he hadn't waited long for her, since he looked amazing. He bowed and said that he simply wore what the lady had chosen for him, and the girl said that fashionable clothes complemented one's appearance. The dark-haired man looked down when she stated that thanks to such an outfit, his already handsome face shined even brighter than before. Stepping forward, the blue-eyed girl asked him why he was reacting like that and asked him not to pretend that the guy had not previously known about his beauty. Tanasia stopped when he called her name and muttered something unintelligible, then turned around and asked what he meant. Asken couldn't help the bright blush that appeared on his cheeks, and with a downward glance, he muttered that she was being too straightforward. Laughing quietly at how hard it was for him to say such words, the girl turned to him as she walked and gently asked if it was a compliment. They had to break off such a delicate conversation because Noxia, dressed in her best clothes, looked out of the carriage window and called her sister. Tanasia noticed with a smile that the girl was already here, and she nodded several times, asking if they would all ride in the same carriage together. When the dark-haired girl asked why her sister was asking, she explained that they usually traveled separately, and she was glad that this time everything was different. Smiling softly at how happy her relative seemed, the blue-eyed one said that there was no point in them separating because they were sisters. After some time, the sun sank below the horizon. The imperial palace was burning with bright lights, and music could be heard from there. All the people began to whisper about the Breloff twins, and everyone discussed what they had heard. That the younger one was the light, and the older one her shadow. Hearing this, the dark-haired girl thought that everything was happening like in the dream she had seen in the morning. And now she understood a little about the behavior of her old self. Tanasia thought that everyone seemed to be whispering on purpose just when she was passing by, and it was all terribly annoying. Deciding to let Noxia go so that her meeting with the prince would go more peacefully and smoothly, the elder one declared that she would walk with her servant. She left her relative in the company of young aristocrats who chattered endlessly about outfits, eligible bachelors, and the rest. Deciding that she needed to drink something to relax, Breloff asked Askana to leave her alone, and the young man replied that he understood. The dark-haired girl turned on her heels and walked quickly in the opposite direction, leaving him in proud solitude. The guy's yellow eyes were caught by how graceful and thick the girl's curls looked. They seemed to remind him of the blackness of the night sky. Asken suddenly heard from the gossiping aristocrats that her hair was so dirty, as if it had been specially rolled in mud. He looked at the ladies with surprise when they continued to openly, without hiding or concealing themselves, discussed the fact that Tanasia's face was very sad. She had already picked up a glass of champagne when she heard that there were constant rumors that all the magical abilities were given only to her sister. The girls were discussing the fact that she was wearing the same necklace as Lady Noxia, which meant that she was once again ineptly imitating her younger sister. Asken listened to the strangers talk about why his mistress would copy even such insignificant things, and he clearly didn't like that. He immediately remembered those moments when the orphans discussed how the captured children were useless orphans and no one would know if they died. Hearing a loud ringing and smashing of glass, the dark-haired man was immediately distracted from his thoughts and turned to the side to understand the source of the noise. The young man listened with excitement and realized that his mistress at that very moment was talking with a noblewoman unknown to him on a clearly very unkind topic. His yellow eyes flashed with excitement as he hurried towards the two ladies and heard the cold, metallic voice of the lady commanding him to listen. Tanasia said with confidence that if she found out that someone dared to discuss her behind her back, no matter who it was, she would tear his mouth apart. Asken's jaw dropped in surprise because he could have guessed that the previous cruel version of his mistress was definitely capable of this. Staying behind his mistress, the dark-haired man noticed that there was spilled champagne and shards of glass on the floor between the girls. The girl called her servant, then turned around and, surprised to find him so close, said that it was time for them to go outside. Already in the fresh air, Tanasia thought that she needed to cool down, otherwise she wouldn't be much different from a real heroine in the eyes of others. Asken interrupted her reverie and called the lady, and when she turned to him, he carefully asked if she was going to rip mouths apart. The blue-eyed girl choked in surprise and declared that she would not do such a thing, and the guy asked if this was a lie. Looking away, the girl muttered that it wasn't even a lie but just a warning, because some people only understand crude threats. The lady asked incredulously if the young man really thought she was capable of such a thing, and Asken only coldly replied that it was indeed so. Deciding to change the subject, the dark-haired girl asked how he had been up to that point, but the guy replied that he hadn't seen anything special. After checking to see if this was true, Tanasia turned around and muttered that she thought he would at least like the event and the place a little. The young man did not answer and only looked down, thinking about everything that had happened throughout the evening and what would happen next. He thought that Tanasia was constantly causing serious problems for the Brel family, but was a target for other nobles. In the highest aristocratic society, only the strong are easily flattered, but the weak are quickly and jointly trampled, and his mistress was such a person. That is why, when she suddenly gave them a rebuff, and such a harsh and sharp one, everyone was so dumbfounded and surprised no one could object. Askan had the feeling that these words of hers also concerned his pursuers, and he felt a very bright and unusual sense of satisfaction. And even though this place, filled to the brim with hypocrisy and deceit, was extremely unpleasant for him, this situation suited him just fine. The dark-haired man thought about what the hostess was trying to show him, and then, without noticing, he began to follow her with his eyes. Already in the imperial garden, the young man heard men's voices and thought that they, without wanting to, could overhear someone's conversation. He lowered his head and turned to face his mistress when she called him, but the girl suddenly grabbed the lapels of his jacket with her thin fingers. Tanasia pulled the boy down and found herself sitting on him as they collapsed under a huge, trimmed bush to avoid being caught. Pressing her finger to her lips, the dark-haired girl quietly whispered and quickly asked the guy to be quiet and to endure this situation for just a little while. Before such a fall, she managed to see the red head, and now she heard fragments of phrases about the Brelov family, worries about some things and problems. Blue-Eyed wanted to raise her head to confirm her guess about who was negotiating in the garden, but she didn't dare. The young man's interlocutor replied that friendship with Lady Brelov would certainly be useful in the future, addressing His Highness the Prince. Continuing to remain silent and sit next to Askan, the girl confirmed for herself the idea of who the backs she saw belonged to. That same bright red-haired head was the main character of the original story, the Crown Prince of the Empire, whose name was Roll. It turned out then that next to him was one of the most loyal subjects of the imperial house, the young but quite skilled vassal Regald. Roll stated that he did not come to play games, but that his desire was to make Arwen's empire even stronger when he became ruler. The vassal said that it was worth enlisting support, and the other that it was his birthday ceremony, and he was being forced to communicate with an uninteresting lady. The dark-haired girl's eyes widened not just in surprise, but in shock when she heard these words, because this was not mentioned in the book. Thinking that if they were discovered, the relationship would deteriorate, Tanasia leaned over and whispered to Askan that he was uncomfortable and that they needed to leave. Realizing that eavesdropping on the conversation of such high-ranking ladies was also bad, the young man agreed and nodded, whispering that he understood. Suddenly, Noxia appeared in front of them in her dazzling white dress, asking very loudly what her sister was doing here. Hissing the name of her younger sister, the blue-eyed one wanted to ask how the blonde got here, but she barely had time. Hearing strange voices and a loud noise from the bushes behind them, the prince and his advisor turned in the same direction. The red-haired man asked who was there, and then took a few quick steps forward and saw in front of him the very lady he was supposed to talk to. The prince muttered mockingly that he didn't think anyone else would stray so far from the banquet hall during their celebration. Bowing before them, the blonde said without much joy that she greeted His Highness the Crown Prince of the Empire. The girl introduced herself as Noxia, the youngest daughter of the distinguished Brelov family, and next to her was her older sister Tanaja, whom she was looking for. The green-eyed heir to the throne asked whether they were the daughters of this family, since he had just seen the lady whose support he needed. The young man said that the ladies might have overheard a private conversation and misinterpreted it, but Noxia said that she did not want an explanation. Smiling affably, the blonde said that she had already passed the age when young ladies actually enjoyed playing games. Pulling his coat back from the desire to exhale, the red-haired man muttered that the girls heard all those words that they shouldn't have. Blue-eyed asked if she was referring to when the prince mentioned that he didn't want to hang around her, and then confirmed that she had heard it. The dark-haired girl would like to stop this quiet quarrel and not let their relationship deteriorate even more by calling her sister. Squeezing her older sister's hand, the girl proudly declared that if His Majesty did not object, it was time for them to return inside. Before her bold and rather abrupt departure, Noxia congratulated the Crown Prince of the Empire on his birthday. But there was no joy in her voice. Barely keeping up with her sister, Tanasia thought that this was a complete disaster because she had planned to bring them together and quietly root for them from the sidelines. Only now her entire plan, her intentions that would have allowed her to avoid death in the future, collapsed so quickly that she could hardly have expected. Soon, the two sisters and the elder one's personal servant found themselves in a covered corridor, hurrying to return inside after a skirmish. Sighing angrily, the blonde immediately stated that she would never have thought that the crown prince would be capable of saying such things. Turning to Tanasia, the girl immediately asked excitedly if she was okay, but she was thinking too slowly. Noxia lowered her worried gaze and said that earlier in the hall, some people came up to say nasty things about her sister. When the blonde added that she understood why she had broken the glass and said such words, her sister asked if that was why she had followed her. Now she understood why her younger sister had reacted so sharply to Roll's words, but in reality she was more frightened than offended. Knowing that she couldn't ruin their relationship, the girl hurried to tell Noxia that they had misunderstood everything, and she asked again, confused. Tanasia said that the heir could be understood because harmony must be maintained between his family and the nobles, but even so it was impossible to please everyone. When the blonde objected that he looked at them unfavorably, her sister said that one should not judge by small details. She added that, in fact, His Highness was a man with very big ambitions and had been fencing since he was 5 years old. Continuing to praise Roll, the blue-eyed girl continued to say that he was also a very good strategist and his eyes were perfect. Rumor has it that one careless glance from a young man at a lady from high society was enough for everyone to immediately fall in love with him. Askan listened without much enthusiasm as his mistress spoke many flattering words about the unknown young man and, what's more, about a prince. Listening attentively to how such a delightful person could hardly have been born without ambition, Noxia hesitantly called out to her sister. She asked if she really liked His Majesty the Prince that much, but the dark-haired girl screamed that this would never happen. Tanasha said that her sister could have simply not avoided him because of a misunderstanding, because first she needed to listen to what he wanted to say. In response to her sister's clarifying question, the girl stated that it would indeed be better this way, and therefore they had better hurry. It was during this awkward conversation that someone else from high society called out to the two sisters, saying that he had finally found Lady Brailoff. Turning around, Noxia asked what brought Lady Tiara here, and she replied that the girl herself had promised to show her power to control water. Listening to their polite conversation, the dark-haired girl remembered what events with this promise were connected with the original story. Nokia and Roll's attachment didn't just happen, it was all the fault of a minor villain named Leanna Krisha. She wanted to humiliate the younger Brailoff, and so she ordered someone else to fire a loud firecracker during her performance. Noxia, as expected, was very frightened by the sudden and sharp sound, and because of this, she splashed all the water in different directions. The love story of the two main characters began with Roll rushing to her aid and preventing her from ruining her appearance with her body. Until this moment came, the dark-haired girl had planned to simply watch this romantic scene from afar and accompany their relationship. Tanasia suggested that her sister first talk to the prince and only then go to the banquet hall, but her sister said that people were waiting. Hearing the girls talking about His Majesty, the lady who approached said that he would still return to the hall and they could meet there. Ignoring her older sister's pleas, the blonde asked her not to worry, as she would talk to the heir in the hall. When no words worked, the dark-haired girl agreed and said that in that case, they would see each other a little later, and Noxia left. Turning to the servant, the girl addressed him by name and asked him to quickly find Lady Krisha, and also to convey that the lady wanted to see her. This could have worked, because in the original story, he and Leanna were united by their hatred of Noxia, and they quickly became friends. She was probably already preparing to use that very firecracker out of envy towards the young lady, waiting for the moment to give the signal. Tanasia reminded that this young girl had visited the Brailov estate some time ago, and that she needed to be detained in one place. Askan didn't even intend to ask questions or clarify why this was necessary. He simply turned in the opposite direction in agreement. The lady suddenly took a few steps forward, grabbed the young man by the sleeve of his black jacket and called him by name, attracting his attention. Looking at him with hope, the blue-eyed girl asked him to try hard, because this moment was really very, very important. Listening to his mistress, the yellow-eyed one was surprised but hid it, and then nodded several times and said that he would do everything in his power. Hoping that this problem was solved, Tanasia lowered her head and thought that now she would find Roll and make him talk to his sister. She hoped that at least now everything would go according to plan, but reality did not want to give in to the heroine's machinations so quickly and easily. Looking at the whole picture, the dark-haired girl thought that now she would not be able to improve the relationship between these two at all. The girl watched as the heir to the throne's expensive, custom-made clothes grew heavy from the water, and at her sister, who was frightened. A moment ago, the dark-haired girl was already walking around the hall and trying to figure out where Roel had gone, since Noxia from the novel was showing her power somewhere nearby. Hearing loud laughter, the blue-eyed girl turned around and froze in a stupor, not understanding why the young man was suddenly standing there and talking to the aristocrats. Frowning, Brelov drew her eyebrows together and concluded that the plot had indeed begun to change and differ from the original. When she walked up to him, the red-haired man remembered that they had already seen each other in the garden, and the girl bowed, introducing herself to His Highness. When asked if something urgent had happened, the dark-haired woman replied that there had been a misunderstanding between them and it needed to be discussed. Roel hummed understandingly and said that he hadn't even hoped that he would have a chance to explain himself, and then declared that it was a great success. Turning around, Tanasia addressed His Highness and said that she was there with her younger sister, and therefore it would be better for the three of them to talk. The redhead replied that he agreed, and Noxia's performance had already begun by that time, and she was skillfully waving her hands in the air. Looking at the huge crowd ahead, the blue-eyed girl mentally thanked all the gods for the fact that they were late and did not have time to come closer. Looking at the air, the girl hoped that the prince's admiration for his sister's abilities would smooth over the incident in the garden. She suddenly noticed the very servant who had committed the villainy in the original story. And then she caught that very firecracker. But Leanna was definitely not nearby. The lady was not even present in the hall, and therefore it was very strange that the young man took out firecrackers. Tanasia said that her sister was doing this because she promised to show her abilities, and he replied that he also found it interesting. Looking around, the girl invited him to come closer because she still had a bad feeling about not having control over the situation. Blue-Eyed realized in horror that the servant was still planning to fire the firecracker, despite the fact that the mistress had not given any sign. Since Roel was too far from Noxia anyway, Brelov offered to let His Majesty stand before her, and he agreed. According to the plan, they were supposed to stand as close to her sister as possible so that the young man could shield her from the flow of water during a romantic moment. Literally a few moments later, the firecracker exploded near the blonde, and she screamed in fear, losing concentration over her strength. Her elder sister, in despair, thought that if nothing was done, everything would be in vain, and so she hastily pushed the prince in the back. Roel only had time to freeze in surprise and give in to this push, taking a few steps forward until the water was already above him. Now things got even worse, and it looked like good old villain Tanasia had conspired with her sister to ruin the prince's day. The dark-haired girl raised her hands up and broke out in a cold sweat, whispering an appeal to His Majesty to explain herself. Turning his displeased green eyes to her, the heir asked whether the lady would claim that all this had happened by accident. Dropping her hands immediately, the blue-eyed girl tried to say that she was simply scared by the loud sound and therefore reflexively pushed him forward. Handing him her white handkerchief, the girl sympathetically said that even 10 mouths would not be enough to offer him a sufficient apology. Tearing the fabric out of her hands, the red-haired man asked with displeasure if she really thought he would believe such words. Stepping towards them, Noxia said, offended, that His Majesty was saying this as if he thought that everything had been deliberately set up by the two sisters. Rubbing his hands, because it was already useless to save the clothes, Roel asked whether the Brelovs wished to deny such an obvious fact. The push in the back and the throw of water, according to the heir to the throne, looked like a very well thought out and even successfully executed plan. The prince said the twins' work together was simply impressive, and Noxia said the words without evidence were simply slander. When the two got into a heated argument about the existence of evidence, Tanasia tried to wedge herself between them and argued that they might have misunderstood. The young men turned around and in one voice angrily demanded that they not interfere and not get into their conversation, and the dark-haired girl bit her tongue. She froze in surprise and was a little frozen with fear when she thought about the consequences that would occur if she was accused. Blue Eyes failed in her plan to make the first meeting successful and then wondered where Ascan and Leanna were now. Turning to one of the waiters and patting him on the shoulder, the girl asked if he had seen her servant and Lady Leanna. Having received a negative answer to both parts of the question, Tanasia thought about how she should proceed further. She asked if there had been any incidents near the banquet hall, and the young man thoughtfully replied that he had heard some strange commotion. The dark-haired guy stood in the corridor at the same time, where there were no candles burning and no other sources of light, pressing his back against some door. The girl, who was rushing to find him after the impromptu interrogation of the waiter, saw a familiar silhouette and called him by name. When the blue-eyed girl asked what he was doing there, Liana screamed from behind the door, asking why he wasn't opening it and adding that she wouldn't let someone like that go. Switching to a barely audible whisper and covering her mouth with her hand, the dark-haired girl asked if Lady Krisha was really there and received consent. Leaning towards his mistress, Askan also covered his face with his hand and whispered that his mistress had given him the task of detaining her at any cost. Agreeing with these words, Brelov even smiled slightly, feeling his pleasant scent, and then asked how he managed to lure her. The young man explained that he had told the lady that Mrs. Tanasia was waiting for her there and agreed with the assumption that he had been standing there all this time. Standing unacceptably close, the girl asked him why he had been standing there all this time, and he replied that the order did not specify the time of execution. While Liana was screaming loudly about possible threats to his life, Askan whispered that he would hardly be able to cope with the consequences, so he waited for the lady. Looking down and thinking that his faithful execution of the order would only cause problems, the dark-haired man asked if he had made a mistake. Stroking her chin with her black-gloved fingers, the girl declared that he had done everything absolutely correctly. She even turned a little pink when she said with a smile that she didn't even expect that someone would carry out such an order of hers so clearly. Awkwardly stroking his neck with his palm, Askan awkwardly whispered that he had no idea what to do, since it was the first time he had been asked to do something like this. Their conversation was interrupted by a crash, after which both fell silent, and the blue-eyed girl concluded that Liana had started throwing things, but it was impossible to put them aside. Clenching her hands into fists, Tanasia stepped towards the door and called out to her friend, declaring that it was her, and then called the aristocrat by name again. Catching her breath after a long period of screaming and trying to get out of the strange room, the red-haired girl recognized her friend's voice. When Askan moved away from the door and grabbed the handle, the girl warned the villain that he was coming in, so she needed to calm down and not rush. The lady and her personal servant entered the chambers, and their clothes matched each other so amazingly that an uninitiated person might have mistaken them for a couple. Liana was breathing heavily, her shoulders shaking with anger as the table was littered with shards and the redhead held a heavy candlestick in her hands. Having looked the young man over from head to toe, the lady seemed as furious as a fury, asking how he dared to lock her up here and not let her out. Tanasia asked not to blame the servant because he was simply following her orders, and Krish asked with bewilderment why she did this. The dark-haired girl tried to get out of this situation and explained that she wanted to surprise her a little, but had to stay late in the banquet hall. Not wanting to give in so easily and calm her anger, Liana screamed even louder than before and asked him not to talk such nonsense, because she would not believe it. The redhead reminded that Brelov knew perfectly well about today's plans for her younger sister, and therefore such stupid excuses would not work. The blue-eyed girl looked very innocent as she shrugged and apologized, saying that there was no need to worry because the fireworks were a success. Noting that she, however, also had a question, Tanasia asked why the firecracker was released, even without the signal from the instigator of the plan. Krish replied that, just for such a case, she had ordered the firecracker to be launched at the right time, even if the servant did not receive the signal. Humbled by the attentive gaze of her blue eyes, the girl tried to portray admiration for such resourcefulness, even though she did not feel it. The dark-haired woman changed the subject and suggested returning to the hall for the celebration, but Liana objected, adding that she would fix her dress for now. Turning away, the blue-eyed girl calmly said that in that case, they would just see each other a little later and would definitely discuss everything. After waiting for Brelov and his servant to leave, the red-haired woman stretched out her hand and called upon the power of the wind, which finally manifested. The girl did not wield her magic as skillfully and brightly as Noxia, and therefore, like other children, she remained in her shadow for a long time in the eyes of adults. Even the Krish clan itself was not interested in the abilities of their illegitimate child, because they compared the baby to Noxia. As the heavy candlestick swung in the air with her magic, the lady reflected that if it weren't for her, even her family would have acknowledged her. The redhead assumed that only Tanasia hated her younger sister even more, most likely due to the close blood ties. Suddenly feeling a rage clicking in her head, Liana waved her arms, and gusts of wind, sharp as daggers, cut the metal in half. The candlestick, divided into 3 parts, fell onto the richly embroidered carpet, and this knock pleasantly echoed in the girl's soul, causing pride. Gently twirling the air currents with her fingers, the red-haired woman whispered the name of the eldest daughter of the Brylov family, who would pay for her deception. A few days later, Tanasia was again sitting in the library and increasing her knowledge, but was constantly distracted by extraneous thoughts and decisions. Because she acted differently than in the original story, Noxia followed her outside, and the relationship between her and the prince changed. Propping her face up with her fist, the dark-haired girl thought about Liana, who clearly didn't believe her words and actions, but noted that this was expected. There were indeed so many variables around her that made it difficult for her to trust the people around her and those close to her so easily. Her thoughts were dispelled by her personal maid, who looked into the room and said that the tutor had already arrived to see the lady. In fact, today Tanasia really wanted to rest after such an event, but she allowed him to enter. She barely suppressed a cry of surprise when the woman wheeled several dozen heavy books into the office on a special cart. Answering the lady's question about what it was, the teacher replied that these were materials that would help decide on a profession. The tutor explained that she had developed the entire system at the request of the main Mr. Brylov, who had provided funding for this purpose. The dark-haired girl tried to share the same enthusiasm, but her fatigue hardly allowed her to be so happy about such facts and situations. The woman happily declared that if they didn't manage to finish today, they would definitely continue in the next lesson, and Tanasha sighed in horror. In fact, an interesting lesson helped the girl to distract herself from the thoughts constantly flying in her head, which did not allow her to breathe calmly. Closing the book, the teacher asked the girl if she had been interested in anything before discussing this issue. The dark-haired woman muttered that almost nothing attracted her, and the woman sighed, saying that she showed almost all the materials she had brought. Catching sight of one book, Tanasia asked what was in it, and the tutor replied that it was a theoretical book about magical engineering. Opening that very book, the blue-eyed girl began to quickly read the lines of interest, clarifying what kind of subject this magical engineering was. The woman muttered that she didn't think it would suit her student, so she decided to exclude it from her recommendations. Magical engineering includes developing weapons, preparing for wars, enhancing military power, and much more. The dark-haired girl hummed thoughtfully, because this area not only seemed interesting to her, but also important for her future. Putting the book down and looking at her tutor, Tanasia confidently declared that from now on, she would study magical engineering for her profession. As long as Askan is in the Breel family, the Kahlua Empire's experiments in creating weapons from humans are unlikely to succeed. And yet, it cannot be ruled out that he will somehow get there, and then the war will begin, for which the girl wanted to create a weapon for protection. The teacher said that magical engineering is a rather unpopular field, and she cannot recommend it. Interrupting the woman, the blue-eyed woman said that everything was fine and that she sincerely wanted to study this area, even if it was unpopular. When asked whether they would start training today, the tutor replied that they first needed to find and invite a specialist. Clutching the spines of the book, Tanasia said that she understood everything, and therefore the woman should invite the best teacher for her. Askan again and again recalled those moments when he found himself in slavery, when time after time he tried to escape and was returned back again. One day they caught him, but they squeezed his hair, looked at his face, and said that this boy seemed to be not at all the one they were looking for. Taking his black-gloved hand away from the trembling teenager's head, one of the men concluded that there was no missing person in the area. Tendai and Andro were mercenaries of the Emperor of the state of Kahlua, who were involved in all the dark deeds of the experiments. One of them said that it was clear from the moment of the escape that the 13th was unusual, but now there was no trace of him. Andro remembered with a gloomy expression that when that youth ran away, he killed dozens of their mutual comrades with the magic he had received. Kicking the rock, he angrily declared that he would kick his ass, but Tendai exhaled and asked him to keep all his emotions to himself. From what was said from above, the abilities that the 13th displayed this time were astonishing, and he became a successful experiment. Andro questioned what difference it made how strong the boy's abilities were, stating that they had the means to fight. He showed flasks with the most popular tranquilizer, which prevented even the test subjects from using their magical powers. Tendai replied that they only needed to keep him alive in any case. Even if he was missing an arm and a leg, it wouldn't interfere with the experiments. Looking at his watch, Andro thoughtfully said that he could do whatever he wanted, but he had to get ready because they would soon be given a signal. Literally a few seconds later, they heard a bang, and then a splash of white light was heard in the sky. The comrades communicated in a secret language. Tendai muttered that it seemed they hadn't found the guy either, and his companion expressed the hope that they wouldn't have to go to the capital, where it would be more difficult to search. The man said that it didn't matter where exactly he was, because even if it took a little longer, he would be found eventually. Another mercenary suddenly asked if he knew the reason for the 13th's escape, since it could be used as a guide in this search. Tendai stepped forward and replied that they were not given the opportunity to know what these test subjects were thinking. Apparently, he simply did not like this kind of treatment. At present, the young man was busy working in the garden, sweeping up fallen leaves and other debris with a long broom to make the garden look tidy. Suddenly, the lady's personal maid asked him to look after the child because she had a lot to do, and the baby, without asking, ran after her. The child, who was as fair-haired as his mother, hid behind the hem of her skirt, his light green eyes shining with excitement and concern. The dark-haired man froze with the broom in his hands, looking at the strange baby with apprehension and even fear, because he remembered his disgusting past. In his head, a noisy swarm of children's voices immediately sounded, calling for their little brother, addressing him specifically and not letting him go. When Askan was in the labs, he spent a long time in solitary confinement, where he was transferred after successful results. After several years of living in isolation, the young man began sharing a room with children who showed similar experimental results. At first, he didn't care who he lived with, but one of the kids called him brother and introduced himself as number 1890. The dark-haired man was silent, only looking at them and listening to the little one's questions about how he ended up here or how long he had been in these laboratories. The red-haired girl said that the 13th was here before her, and the boy said that in that case he had been here for a very long time. The kids started discussing things right in front of the guy that they had never even heard his voice, while Askan sat silently and barely tried to grasp the essence. After a while, the kids decided that braiding his dark, coarse hair into ponytails would be a very fun and funny idea. The girls were excitedly discussing among themselves how each of them was braiding the boy's various bones, and the boy suggested that they fight. Despite the indifference, the children, who for the first time in a long time saw an adult as not a threat, treated him with curiosity. Also, for the first time in endless years of hopeless nightmare, Askan experienced forgotten warmth from their relationship and began to open up. It was as if the doctors and observers deliberately allowed them to become a real family, allowing them to spend a sufficient amount of time together. The little child asked his brother to tell him how he had refused to be here, but the dark-haired one replied that he was too small for memories. The blue-eyed boy said that he didn't remember it either, and the other girl replied that she came because they said that they were providing food and shelter here. 1743, lying on the floor, answered that she said that his mother brought him here, who said that she would return. Listening to all this, the dark-haired man realized with annoyance that the woman most likely simply sold her baby to get rid of her problems. This was the case with most of the children in the lab. They were either sold by their own parents or they were orphans. The children had little understanding of their real situation, and Askan involuntarily recalled his childhood when he listened to their carefree conversations. When the kids asked if their brother had a name and were told no, they immediately suggested coming up with a new one, like 1691. The dark-haired man wanted to protect these unfortunate children who were doomed, but he could hardly do anything against the experiments. The little girl with red hair and bright green eyes once again began to cry in fear as she began to cough up blood. Due to the side experiments of abuse on weakened bodies, the young man had no choice but to watch. Holding the little girl close to him and kneeling on the cold floor, Askan promised the girl that everything would be fine, although this, of course, was not the case at all. When the doctors wanted to take 1691, his yellow eyes flashed with confidence. He said that now it was his turn. The scientist stopped, confused, and asked what the 13th was thinking of doing, and then let help into the chamber to sort things out. The girl, who screamed and tearfully declared that she would not go anywhere, was literally torn from the weakened palms of the young man. 1691 screamed and asked her brother for help, but he could only watch as she was carried away for more torment. Squeezing her wrist in a desperate attempt to do at least something, the guy shouted that the girl did not want to go anymore. She said so. Swinging at Askan, the doctor asked if this impudent fellow was really talking about friendship, but turned around when the girl started coughing. Looking at the girl, who was shaking all over and trying to stop the blood with her palms, the scientist muttered that she was useless in such a state. The young man froze when the doctor said that if the red-haired girl was so dear to him, then they would conduct experiments on him and let the girl go. Still holding 1691 by the collar of his shirt, the doctor said the same thing would happen to the other subjects. Askan agreed without hesitation and underwent dozens of experiments in a row, and because of this, his body began to change very rapidly. However, at the same time, overexertion arose, and having once lost consciousness, the dark-haired man could not recover for several days. Upon returning to the cell, he found only a small bloody bundle in it, and the rest of the children were not visible or heard as before. When the doctor nudged him and ordered him to move a little faster, closing the bars, Askan turned around and asked what was wrong with the children. The man chuckled and then pretended that he had forgotten to inform him, but then he remembered and said that they had also been experimented on. Grabbing the metal bars, the young man shouted that he had been promised that the children would be released, and that he would get through all this on his own. The scientist replied that it was when he was fine, but then he lay unconscious, and then added that who knows if they are fine. The man stated that if Askana was interested in this information, he could contact the only test subject left. Having reached 1,890 in a few steps, the dark-haired man fearfully picked up the bloody baby in his arms. When the baby whispered shiveringly that he was very cold, Askan wondered how much blood he had already lost to turn so pale. The child's blue eyes filled with tears as he spoke helplessly about seeing bad people taking them away, taking the rest of the children away. When the boy whispered that they were taken away on a cart, the guy thought that probably no one except the baby remained alive. Without holding back his tears, the little boy whispered that he too would follow them, his entire emaciated, fragile body continuing to tremble. Askan watched helplessly as life left the one who had only recently been born, and his eyes burned with terrible sadness. Left alone, the dark-haired man screamed in despair and asked someone to bring him a painkiller, or at least a sedative. The kid who wore number 1,890 turned ice-cold in his arms, leaving only traces of dried blood in his hands. Even after the children were gone, the laboratory did not allow him to live, but only continued to subject him to horrible experiments again. He had nothing left to lose, so he ran away. And the irony was that it was turning his body into a weapon that gave him the opportunity to do so. But even after his escape, he did not gain freedom because the man who became his master intended to continue the same experiments. And now Askan was once again left alone with the baby, who called him brother and pointed to a ripe apple hanging on the tree. The young man easily lifted the child, who laughed happily, off the ground to allow him to get the desired sweetness. And he couldn't get out of his head how beautiful, gentle, and completely different from herself the hostess appeared to him that very night. He couldn't stop wondering what had changed in the lady, and whether it had really happened after the fall from the horse that had injured her. The girl, meanwhile, was again sitting at the books that had opened up to her after learning about the existence of mechanical discipline. Having slammed the last book shut, Tanasia concluded that she had read the entire series of magical engineering written by Varnon. Left at her desk in an endless number of similar books, the dark-haired girl wondered if there were more similar books on sale. In this world where magic existed, there were many more types of weapons than in the modern world where she lived before. After all, in addition to the usual mechanical types of weapons, there were also other magical and unusual ones which were much stronger. Interesting but rather powerless against magic were conventional weapons created using standard engineering technologies. But weapons made with the help of magical engineering could and would become a serious obstacle in the path of any enemy mage. Magic weapons gain their unique power depending on the choice of magic stone used in their creation. The power of the weapon varied greatly depending on the magic stone, and even though they had a limited idea, they had the ability to destroy. Since the presence or absence of magical power originally determined the difference in power, national strength depended on magicians. Tanasia knew that the problem was that the Arwen Empire currently had neither the mages nor the magical weapons that could lead to victory. Askan gained the magical power of fire artificially through experiments conducted in the Kahlua Empire. The youth also possessed the ability to control unquenchable fire, making his power ideal for combat. If Askan really returns to his home empire, then no one in the Arwen Empire will be able to stop him and his devastating magic. Of course, if she stays with him, such a future will not happen. But who knows how long the dark-haired one will be next to her, not daring to leave. Returning her thoughts to the magical weapon again, the blue-eyed girl picked up the papers that contained information about the stones and their images. Magic engineering requires magic stones. but their price is too high to supply all the Empire's soldiers with them. The Kahlua state decided to create weapons from humans precisely because, despite the power of weapons, they cannot be used everywhere. She would like to create a weapon as powerful as a nuclear bomb or a universal weapon for soldiers, but it was difficult. Hearing the cough, the dark-haired girl greeted Teacher Metella, who asked what the lady was so lost in thought about that she didn't notice her. Tapping her fingers on the black and gold box, the woman announced that she had brought what she had been asked for last time, and Tanasia was delighted. The teacher opened the lid, and an elegant decoration, a bracelet made of a magic stone, began to shine on the red velvet cushion. When Breloff asked what power it possessed, the woman said with a smile that it would be better to ask the creator about it. Fumbling with her fingers over the new and unusual decoration, the dark-haired girl looked up and asked, a little surprised, what they were talking about. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, as if answering the question posed by the young lady, but the person entering was clearly not an inhabitant of this estate. Blue Eyes wondered who had decided to visit them, and Miss Metella turned around, asking the teacher to come in quickly. The tutor stated that, as promised, she had brought a teacher of magical engineering, who was a very famous person in certain circles. Tanasia's eyes widened in admiration, and her mouth dropped open when she heard that the man who had become the Brelovs' guest was named Varnon ad Tainando. She couldn't help but scream, asking if the man was really the author of the series of books on magical engineering, that same Varnon. A grey-haired man with aristocratic pale skin and deep-set blue eyes said that this was absolutely true. Unable to control her emotions, the dark-haired girl screamed that it was a great honor for her, because she had recently read all of his books. She immediately remembered, because she had forgotten to introduce herself, but the grey-haired man said that he knew the Marquis's eldest daughter, Tanasia Brelov. The engineering specialist himself silently thought that if the Marquis had not trembled in the past, he would definitely not be here now. The man said that he had heard about her talents, but studying was just a hobby for noble ladies, and he did not intend to participate in the games. The grey-haired man said that he came to tell her about it personally, but Metella said that the teacher had already agreed to teach and could not say that. Picking up the book that was lying on top of the others, the dark-haired girl interrupted the adults and asked them for 1 minute to speak. As she turned the pages, she said that someday, if she were to meet the teacher again, she would have many questions to ask. Handing the man his own work, the dark-haired woman showed him a certain point and said that she did not understand why he explained it that way. Seeing the question and the various marks, Varnon explained that this was an advanced piece of magical engineering that was very difficult to understand. The grey-haired man asked her in bewilderment why she needed this, because he didn't think that a noble lady really needed to understand such things. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked how the discipline she had chosen could be connected with her social status. Varnon listened silently as the blue-eyed young lie explained that her origins and her study of magical engineering were two different things. Tanasia stated that she is serious enough about studying this knowledge to really understand all these subtleties. Looking at the woman, the grey-haired man assumed that she really wasn't lying when she said that the lady wanted to study magical engineering. In response to the tutor's question about why she would lie, the man said that he thought he would be fooled, but would explain once. Metella was delighted that the lady would get what she wanted, and the young girl herself screamed with delight, clutching the book with her fingers. After some time, the mistress's personal servant dropped in to visit, asking for forgiveness, but said that Lady Krisha had visited them. Frowning, the dark-haired girl asked why all of a sudden, and received the answer that today, it seemed, was their monthly meeting day. Blue-Eyed thought hard about how this had apparently been a regular occurrence before, and in public they seemed like friends, and she fell silent. Having made her decision, the dark-haired girl looked at her maid and asked her to tell Liana to wait a little for the meeting in her room. Having heard the words conveyed that Mrs. Brelov's classes were not yet over, the red-haired woman was clearly not delighted and even asked again. The maid apologized, adding that the lady had suddenly started classes, and Krisha ordered her to go to the kitchen and make tea. Left alone, the girl clenched her teeth in irritation, thinking that she had believed that it was more advantageous to stay close to her. Only now Liana wondered whether Brelov would demonstratively ignore her, simply because she was the daughter of a servant. She heard a knock on the door and was distracted, and then a familiar male voice informed the lady about who had arrived and was waiting to meet her in the corridor. The girl immediately understood whose voice it was, and in a few steps reached the door of her friend's chambers, seeing Askan enter. Stretching her lips into a predatory smile, The red-haired girl greeted the young man and declared that they had unexpectedly met again. The lady suddenly grabbed him by the chest and pulled him towards herself, immediately appearing before him with her extremely sadistic expression. The dark-haired man froze, already suspecting what might follow, when Liana suggested that, judging by his appearance, he was also glad to see her again. Her bright red eyes glowed as Krish said that she remembered that the last time Tanasia beat up one of her maids. Smiling, the redhead said that it would be great to establish justice and bring tears to the face of such a sweet boy. The young man's face darkened and his muscles ached with a premonition of pain when Liana asked with a grin how she could beat this servant. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed girl continued to study and thought that now, after his explanation, everything had become much easier and clearer. The grey-haired man stated that he would like paper for his next explanation, and then asked if he could write something on the piece of paper. Varnon took a notebook from the table to begin a new section of the lecture, and suddenly a sheet of paper fell out of it, which was already covered with some kind of drawing. The man looked at the drawing with interest and muttered aloud a question about what it was, and Tanasia mentally gasped because she hadn't put the sketch away. He asked if the young lady had drawn it, and she nodded, explaining that she had done it just to pass the time. The grey-haired man was silent, and the girl awkwardly continued to think about what it would be like to have such a weapon. Having placed the clear and neat drawing back on the table and moved it towards the girl, Varnon offered to explain what she had imagined. The dark-haired girl looked at him and hesitantly began that when you pull the trigger here, a magic ball shoots out. In response to questions, Brelov picked up a pen and explained that the small magic balls spin, amplifying their own power. Also taking a fountain pen and hearing that the main thing is the result, that is, the big explosion, the man drew a ball and asked if it was like this. Taking the piece of paper in her hands, Tanasia looked at it and stated that she hadn't even thought about it, but he really is an amazing specialist in this field. The grey-haired man froze and asked whether the one who had thought up such a complex design on her own could really call it amazing. When the girl muttered that she didn't think about such details, Warren said that this could be learned and there was no need to jump too far ahead. The man folded his arms across his chest and said that it would take decades to fully study this science. Patience was needed. Tanasia froze and felt her whole being fill with joy when the grey-haired man announced that he was taking her as his student. The girl, beaming at how unexpected this decision was, asked if it was true, and Varnon admitted that he was interested. The blue-eyed woman said that she did not expect any interest in herself, but the man objected, saying that only the drawing attracted his attention. The lady's enthusiasm immediately died down, but the grey-haired man suggested that they finish everything and obtain a weapon of truly terrifying power. Tanasia agreed, and the teacher turned to Metella, asking if she had bought the magical engineering bracelet he had created, and she agreed. The man said that he could not help but know that someone had bought such an expensive item and ordered it to be given to him, and the woman tried to object. When the tutor objected that the decoration was intended for a lady, Warren explained that he knew, but he had an assignment for his student. When Tanasia denied the question of whether she knew what power this bracelet had, the girl heard that it was a disgrace to his name. By the next lesson, he said to figure out the magical powers and how to use this decoration on my own. Walking down the hallway later and looking at the bracelet on her hand, the dark-haired girl thought that, of course, she had agreed, but she had no idea how to do it. She noticed her personal maid standing in the middle of the corridor in an extremely upset state and hurried towards her, calling out. Blue-eyed only had time to ask Jerin what was going on when she suddenly heard a loud knock and an unpleasant noise behind the doors of her chambers. Ignoring the girl's call, the dark-haired girl opened the doors and walked into her room, immediately freezing and looking at the spectacle. Askan lay on the floor, his perfectly white starched shirt stained with his own blood, like the rest of his clothes. Holding a stick in her hands, which was also covered in scarlet blood, Liana turned around and, breathing heavily, asked if Tanasia had returned. The redhead claimed that she had accidentally used the gift she had brought for her friend, even though it had been custom-made for torture. Looking at the result of her actions, that is, a beaten teenager who was quietly wheezing, she added that it was funny how pleasant the sound was. Stepping forward again and swinging her stick hard, Krish asked if her friend would like to hear that knock in person too. She struck the young man on the back again, but the stick suddenly trembled, as if encountering some incomprehensible resistance, and bounced off his body. Liana froze in surprise, because she was ready to swear that the servant's body in this place seemed to become metallic and repulsed the blow. The redhead whispered and asked what just happened, but Tanasha had already decisively stepped forward and raised her hand to strike. The blue-eyed woman hit the lady hard on the cheek, leaving a bright mark on the aristocratically pale skin from her palm, which had grazed her. Askan, exhausted enough by the unexpected tormentor, looked at his mistress in surprise, because he could not have expected this. From such a strong blow, Liana involuntarily dropped the bloody instrument of torture from her hands and fell to her knees in front of the Marquise of Brelov. Clutching her cheek and still in shock, the redhead looked at her former friend with wide eyes in surprise. The dark-haired girl suddenly picked up a stick from the floor and walked straight towards her guest, swinging it at her with serious anger and force. Tanasia stopped right in front of Krish's face, which she covered with her hands, trembling with fear because she didn't want to become like that. Throwing down the torture device, the blue-eyed girl growled that she should have thought of presenting something like that as a gift to someone. Looking at her face as if she had seen something absolutely disgusting, Brelov declared that Liana was even more base than she seemed. The redhead screamed, asking if she had already forgotten how she had been the first to attack a maid out of nowhere at Krish's estate, where she was visiting. Tanasia said coldly that it didn't matter what had happened in the past, because she wasn't going to do it again. The dark-haired woman said that she was warning that if Liana touched any of her people again, she would not be able to get off so easily. Laughing nervously in a hysterical state, the girl asked what the Marquise would do. Would she really try to destroy her in high circles? Blue-Eyed said that she was capable of more than just this, because she was the eldest daughter of the family and would crush her by any means available. Krish screamed that even though she was the daughter of a servant, she could not be treated like that, asking in an offended tone whether she was lower than this slave. Barely paying attention to her emotional monologue, the dark-haired woman declared that Lady Krisha was free to do whatever she wanted. The girl jumped up from the floor, holding her dress, and turning to her rival, declared that she would very bitterly regret today. Tanisha folded her arms across her chest and, coldly drawn out, muttered that she was already expecting and could not even wait for such an outcome of events. When the door slammed behind the unwanted guest, the girl fell to her knees in front of the young man and called him by name, examining the wounds. Turning around and almost trembling with excitement, the lady turned to Jareen and ordered her to call the doctor as soon as possible, receiving consent. Carefully holding Askan's shoulders, the dark-haired girl whispered to him and asked if he could stand up carefully while holding on to her. The blue-eyed girl froze and quietly asked what he meant when the guy asked in a hoarse whisper why she did this now. Looking at her with a tormented gaze of deep, bright yellow eyes, he again asked the question of why the lady had done this because of him. Tanasia was very surprised that in this state he was really so worried about the motives of his mistress's actions, and this was very unusual. Without waiting for an answer, the dark-haired man fell, unable to bear the pain any longer, and the girl screamed, calling the young man and gently touching him. While Askan was unconscious, he again had the same nightmare as he ran through the dark forest to escape pursuit. Two mercenaries in black cloaks followed him closely, trying to corner him and return him to the doctor's lair for further experiments. He could no longer run, but he heard their breathing behind him and tried to run as fast as he could for the sake of his life and freedom. Finally, having pulled away, the dark-haired man stopped because his lungs were burned by the icy air and his torn shirt did not warm him. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed him by the fabric of his sweater and pulled him to the side, into the dark bushes, and judging by the silence, these were not his pursuers. Tanisha was on top of him, pulling him to the ground, and then pressed a finger to her lips and immediately ordered him to remain silent, hissing softly. The dark-haired girl whispered to him to freeze, while it seemed to him that the entire beautiful, shining, starry sky was reflected in her face. After some time, the young man woke up in his bed, feeling a cool, soft cloth on his face while his cheeks were burning like fire. Askan lifted the white towel from his forehead and looked at it in surprise, because he had never been looked after like this before. Brelov, who was sitting next to him, slammed the book she was reading shut and turned her attention to the dark-haired man, asking if he had finally woken up. Looking anxiously at the young man's face, the blue-eyed girl asked how he was feeling, and the guy could only blush with concern. When he whispered to her what had happened, the girl said that after the beating, he had lost consciousness and had really scared her. The dark-haired man immediately remembered how Lady Krisha had beaten him, angrily wanting to take revenge for the way he had treated her at the ball. Rubbing his shoulder, Askan remembered that in the end he couldn't hold back and reflexively tensed his body, involuntarily giving away his strength to the stranger. Clutching his now clean shirt in his fingers, the young man thought in horror that he would probably have to leave this place earlier than planned. He thought that if others found out about this incident, the pursuers would find him, but the girl suddenly touched his forehead with her palm. The young man stuttered and asked the lady what she was doing, and she hissed, replying that she was checking for a temperature and that he should lie still. Touching her fingers to her forehead at the same time, the blue-eyed girl declared that the fever had subsided and thanked all the gods for his well-being. Askan, who was blushing, asked her to remove her hand in that case, because at that moment he really felt very uncomfortable. Frozen by such words, Tanazia looked at him, and her eyes seemed to turn into two large balls from surprise. The dark-haired girl was surprised to note that in such a situation she even wanted to joke, and then asked the guy to wait. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he blushed even more than before when the girl said that she couldn't leave him sweating with his shirt unbuttoned. It seemed to Askan that his whole body was burning even more than before, and the main reason for this was the mistress, but not the possible temperature. Grabbing the girl by the wrists, the yellow-eyed man desperately asked her to stop and assured her that he would deal with it himself after she left. Tanasha froze, feeling his touch, and asked in surprise what was the matter, since he had not undressed in front of her many times. When the guy whispered that it wasn't the same at all, the dark-haired girl asked what he was talking about, and what could possibly be different. Turning a little pink from the gaiety and his feelings, the blue-eyed girl asked herself with a smile whether he was really embarrassed. The young man, his complexion the color of a ripe tomato, hesitated, and then, hearing laughter, asked why she was laughing now. Brailoff apologized and said that she was just making fun of his bright reaction, but she had no intention of undressing him, and there was no need to misunderstand this. Askan couldn't take his eyes off the lady and thought about how she had acted to save him and drive Lady Krisha away. Then Tanasya said that she no longer does what she did in the past, and then warned that it was very dangerous to touch her people. Squeezing her thin wrist with his fingers, the young man could not resist asking why the lady had done this and not backed down from him. Looking at him in surprise after such an action, the girl asked if he was really angry about that joke. The dark-haired man whispered that he hadn't meant that, explaining that he simply couldn't understand why she had done that to Lady Krisha. When Tanasya whispered to him why he didn't fight back or try to escape, Askan replied as if he thought she was getting into trouble because of it. Listening to his words, the blue-eyed girl took a breath and confidently stated that in any case, she would immediately stand up for him. The Marquise whispered that she had already told the young man that he was her support, her man, and therefore she would not tolerate anyone hurting him. The dark-haired man froze in surprise, because he never expected such amazing sincerity and tenderness in words and actions from her. Smiling, Askan whispered that he was very pleased to be his mistress's man and suddenly felt truly happy. At first unable to hide her surprise, the girl immediately smiled and softly wondered if he had only just realized this. Remembering how close they still were, Tanasya asked if he would let go of her hand, and the young man immediately did so. He suddenly noticed a bracelet made of a magic stone on the Marquise's fragile wrist, and then asked why the lady was wearing this jewelry. Immediately distracted from the previous topic, the blue-eyed girl looked at the guy with interest and asked if he knew anything about this bracelet. Askan mentioned the danger of such complex things, but the girl immediately explained that this was a task from the teacher for studying magical engineering. Looking at the lady with excitement, the young man asked if she was really wearing this thing that had power, without knowing anything about it. Holding up her book, Brailoff shook her head and objected that this was not at all the case, since she was very strong in the theory that she studied all the time. Judging by the color of the magic stone, most likely the bracelet has the attribute of light. In addition, silver, not the most expensive material, was not chosen by chance. The young man asked her if she knew that magical engineers installed so-called locks to prevent theft of magical items. Tanasya nodded and responded in agreement, adding that if the lock was handled incorrectly, the item could simply explode. In answer to the next question, the Marquise said that everything was fine, even though the teacher seemed like an eccentric to her, but he had a reason for giving this task. Exhaling, Askan, whose cheeks were still burning with a bright flame, agreed and asked her to do as she knew and wanted. The girl gently asked if the young man was worried about her, and he turned around, asking again about her words with irritation and embarrassment. Unable to contain herself, the dark-haired girl blushed and laughed quietly, covering her mouth with her hand because his behavior was touching. Turning away, the guy muttered that the lady could think whatever she wanted, and the blue-eyed girl called him a sly one, with a grin. Already at the door, the girl said caringly and softly that it was time for her to go. but Askan could call her if he suddenly felt worse. Lying on his side, the dark-haired man couldn't get the words out of his head that the lady would never tolerate anyone hurting him. He himself could not fully believe that these words had given him such relaxation and calm, as if he really were under protection. Now the guy was already thinking with regret that he would have to leave anyway, and he would no longer be able to see Lady Tanaja, although he now wanted to. While Askan was recovering, the girl concentrated on her homework and sat down with endless books, notes, and thoughts. Looking at the decoration on her wrist, the dark-haired girl wondered if it belonged to someone or if she was the first to place a seal on it. For the first seal, it was enough to drop blood on this magical stone, but if it has an owner, the lock will work and an explosion will occur. No matter how eccentric the teacher was, he would not have given homework on which the life of the Marquise depended, and the point was not improbability. Tanasia wondered what he wanted then, because only by starting from this question could she understand what she needed to do about it. She couldn't just assume that it was light magic, because Varnon would demand confirmation of these words, and he would be absolutely fair. It is dangerous to try to engrave a seal on a bracelet that may already belong to someone else, as it is dangerous. Taking the feather, the blue-eyed girl thought that she needed to disassemble the bracelet and check if it had an owner, and if not, then activate it herself. Finally deciding to take on the work according to this plan, Tanasia declared with a smile that this is exactly what she would do. She spent long hours in the library and archives, carefully studying the smallest details of the jewelry that was entrusted to her. By that time, Askan had already managed to recover and was fine, but now the sick woman looked dark-haired and terribly sleep-deprived. When the maids and servants asked about food, the Marquise invariably replied that she would take care of all this later and that they should not worry about it. Deciding to sort this out, Jerin wanted to discuss the situation with the mistress's personal servant and saw him in the spacious corridor. They began talking about the lady's health, and the girl excitedly reported that the Marchioness had not even left her chambers once today. Askan listened to the lady only ordering food to be left at the door and not eating, and then promised to try to sort everything out. He knocked on the door and asked if the lady had left her room, immediately reminding her that she could not continue to skip meals. Sitting in a special monocle that allowed her visibility to be increased many times over, the dark-haired girl asked for food to be placed by the door. The young man paused thoughtfully and then thought that his lady's well-being was indeed very important to him and the other servants. Askan said that all the food left at the door was untouched, and if the Marquise did not eat this time, he would report everything to Mr. Breloff. The girl looked up when he asked what the lady would do in such a case and puffed with displeasure from the constant work. The dark-haired girl immediately imagined the stern figure of her young father, who would scold her for skipping meals like a child. Taking off her monocle, the blue-eyed girl rubbed her pale skin and thought that she simply wanted to get the task done as quickly as possible. She got up from the table, walked a few steps to the door and opened it, declaring that such brazen and blatant blackmail had worked. Looking at the girl who stood before them in a nightdress and the bruises under whose eyes made her look like a dead person, Askan called her to eat. Seeing the state of her mistress, the personal maid darted inside and declared that at this rate the lady would indeed faint. Hastily trying with both hands to tidy up the Marquise's appearance and set the table, the maid lamented that something bad might happen. Wanting to cool her ardor a little, Tanasia called out to Jerin by name, who stopped with a teapot in her hands, asking what the lady wanted. Still feeling weak, the dark-haired girl politely asked her to leave, as the constant chatter would give her indigestion. The girl immediately bashfully covered herself with a huge tray, asked for forgiveness, and said that she would wait outside if necessary. Blue-eyed mentally noted that she had begun to eat with Askan so often that the cook simply began to prepare dishes for both of them. And now the young man sat in front of her and, more skillfully than the first times, dealt with the fish, cutting it into pieces. When the lady noticed that they had not dined together for a long time and asked how he was doing, the dark-haired man replied that everything was going as usual. After some dialogue, during which the guy only answered with the word yes, Tanasia thought that she had heard this somewhere before. The blue-eyed girl thought about what was wrong with him. It was clear that the young man had never been particularly talkative and active in terms of communication, but not like this. The girl said that she had things to do and she might skip meals again, but she would ask her to cook dinner for him personally. Putting her fork on the table, the Marchioness said that she would convey her wishes to the chef later and then asked not to forget to eat properly. Lowering his yellow eyes so that no one could read the obvious excitement in them, the young man sighed, but agreed with all this. A little later, he had already cleared the plates from the table and placed all the dishes on a tray to take them to Jerin. But he stopped and could not remain silent. The almost exhausted girl looked up and tore herself away from reading more papers when she heard Askan address her. The dark-haired man said that even if she was here alone, she still shouldn't forget to take care of her nutrition. For some reason, these words echoed with alarm in the Marquise's heart, and the same feeling was immediately reflected in her blue eyes, dull from fatigue. Realizing that she had been silent for several endlessly long moments, the girl quickly nodded, and this satisfied the guy. Looking after him, the blue-eyed girl thought that she would talk to him when she finished the task, although she herself seemed to have already seen that very bag in his hands. In the evening, when it got dark, the girl went out into the forest because she was convinced that the bracelet had no owner, and therefore all that was left was to launch it. Tanasia knew that if she used magic anywhere, she could accidentally wake people up, and decided to finish the task in a deserted place. But she could hardly imagine that she was not alone when someone suddenly asked in a menacing but quiet voice who was there. A dark-haired man in a black tailcoat and a green cloak asked what the lady was doing here at such a late hour all alone. Looking at his face, the blue-eyed girl realized that in front of her stood Jen, who was the night bodyguard of her father, Marquis of Brelov. Although not widely known, Jen was one of the most skilled swordsmen in the Empire, as well as one of the minor characters. The girl desperately and feverishly thought about the fact that she needed to explain herself before the young man could misunderstand something. In the bushes on the other side, there was suddenly a rustling sound, and Tanasia turned around, noticing Askana in front of her, who clearly had not come out for a walk. The young man did not notice any of them. He seemed thoughtful and even sad when he stopped literally a few steps to the side of the lady. The blue-eyed girl was suddenly dumbfounded when she realized that she saw the night bodyguard, but he did not see her, and that the appeal was addressed specifically to the young man. Jen gripped the hilt of the sword with his fingers and again asked the stranger who he was, warning that he would be forced to strike. Standing far out of sight of both of them, the dark-haired girl noticed a bag in Askan's hands and slowly realized that he wanted to escape. Her blue eyes immediately flashed with fear and excitement because she thought that all her sincere concern would not want to return to her homeland. Tanasia immediately remembered his strange words and behavior today, and then took out the needle because she had to act quickly. She planned to stop Jen, but it seemed like now was not the right time, and the girl pierced her finger with a sharp needle. The Marquise knew that if the servant's desire to escape was discovered, he would be punished, and so she did not have time to think for long. Taking a few steps forward, the girl dripped her own blood onto the bracelet, and a sharp bang was heard between the two men. When the entire space was suddenly flooded with bright light, Jen growled in surprise and covered his face with his fist so as not to be blinded by the rays. Askan also covered his eyes with his hand in surprise because he was ready to admit his escape or try to run away from the night. He flinched and his eyes widened in surprise when he felt thin, very tenacious fingers close around his wrist. Tanasia called his name and in an excited whisper declared that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible and faster. After a while, they were already walking along the empty, spacious corridors of the castle, and the Marquise continued to squeeze the hand of her servant. Askan thought that whoever blocked her path had no weaknesses, and if they had fought, he would have certainly lost. Clutching the strap of his bag, the young man wondered why on such a day he had encountered such a person who had interfered with him. Only Tanasia herself gave him another chance when she activated the magic crystal, and he would have made a choice in favor of escape. But despite all the things this girl did, the dark-haired man simply couldn't imagine that he could actually escape from her hand. Just at that moment, the blue-eyed girl turned around and called his name, attracting the attention of the nervous young man. The boy's yellow eyes flashed with excitement and even fear when the Marquise gently asked him to first hide in her private chambers. After a while, Tanasia closed the tall doors behind her and let out a relaxed breath when she felt that they were safe. Turning around, the dark-haired woman slowly walked away from the door and asked if he really wanted to run away from this family's house and from her. Askan responded with consent, then closed his eyes and assumed that the lady would probably begin to blame and shame him for such an attitude. She could accuse him of ingratitude, since she had been kind all this time, and perhaps decide to subject him to experiments. While rummaging around in the box, Tanasia asked if he had really managed to develop such a serious plan and really hide it from everyone. As she raked the jewelry onto the table, The blue-eyed girl muttered that no matter how much he trusted her, it still felt a little offensive. The young man looked at the marquise in surprise and even stuttered, swallowing the question when she asked to give him his bag, with which he left. After rummaging through it, the girl asked if he really thought he could hide for long with such money, hiding his identity and not getting caught. She added that if she were in his place, she would have ransacked the entire room, not paying attention to the young man's surprise, since he was going to run away anyway. While putting her jewelry in his bag, the dark-haired girl asked if he knew that if a slave was caught escaping, his ankles were cut off. Handing him the much heavier bag, Tanasia said that adding the theft to it would not change anything. Askan hesitantly asked what the lady had just done, and she replied that she had simply decided to finance his escape with her own efforts to help. Opening his eyes much wider than before, the young man still asked with confusion why the lady needed all this. Without losing her previous sincerity, Brailoff exhaled and calmly stated that she simply wanted to help him arrange his life further. Without calming down, the dark-haired man asked why the marquise needed this and why she was doing this for him instead of her usual indifference. Asken remembered that she had previously been interested in his body and abilities, and he was not aware of everything, but he could tell the lady. The blue-eyed girl reminded the young man with a sigh that all this no longer interested her, and the guy asked what the reason for this kindness was. When Brailoff repeated again that she simply wanted to help him escape, the yellow-eyed man asked if he was really being asked to believe that. Tanasia sighed and realized that she did not want to leave the man who had become very important to her in such cruel ignorance, and nodded. Closing her eyes, the dark-haired girl said that at first she really tried to win his trust and help him forget everything she had done. The girl muttered that it was not to find out information about his body, but simply to establish a good relationship. She added that the more she treated him well and with kind care, the more and more confused and frightened the young man looked. Gently squeezing his hands to hand him the bag, Tanasia said that in those moments she sincerely felt like he was an ordinary guy. The dark-haired woman explained that therefore the reason to treat him kindly was gone, and that was the whole story he wanted to know. Clutching the strap of his heavy bag as she walked away, Askan listened to the lady and whispered back to her if that was really the whole point. Shrugging her shoulders, the blue-eyed girl stated that she had said absolutely everything, and if the guy asked her about something else, she simply would have nothing to say. The dark-haired man's hand trembled, and he felt a surge of sadness, despite the fact that the bag now contained his salvation, allowing him to escape. There was a sudden knock at the door, and the lady assumed that someone seemed to have woken up, and then she began to think quickly. She took the boy's hand again and pulled him along with her until he could hardly understand where in her, so cruel before, such zeal for help came from now. The girl quietly said that it would not be possible to escape today, so she would wait for a convenient opportunity and take him out of this estate herself. Pulling him somewhere to the side, the dark-haired woman advised him to take more food with him just in case, and especially his clothes. Taking something out of the closet, Tanasia said that first they needed to take care of his outerwear so that he wouldn't freeze just like that. Handing him the little thing and examining it, the blue-eyed girl assumed that for his size, all this should fit quite well. She threw a warm, black-lined cloak over his shoulders as Askan doubted his desire to leave the lady more and more. The girl said that if he was caught with the luggage, they would be suspicious, so it would be better to put this on for now and calmly return to his room. The dark-haired man blushed brightly and looked down, and his cheeks involuntarily became covered with a bright blush from the burning feeling of shame and uncertainty. While tying his cloak, Brailoff asked him to be careful so that others would not notice him, and if this happened, then let him say that he had a message from the lady. As if wanting to get further confirmation, the young man asked sheepishly if the lady was really going to help him escape. Fumbling with the ties and long laces, the dark-haired girl answered a little tiredly with consent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. Having finished with the bow, the girl exhaled and barely audibly, softly whispered that, despite everything, all this upset her a little. Tanasia said that she sincerely thought that they were mending their relationship, and then there was silence. Blue-eyed whispered that if it could be otherwise, she would want to stay and protect him, but she had no right to interfere with his wishes. Lightly hitting him on the chest with her fist, she ordered him to walk down the center of the corridor and then exit through the back door at the end, and he agreed. Letting him out into the empty, windy hall, the dark-haired woman said that they would meet tomorrow then, and then closed the door behind her. Askan walked quietly, like a shadow, down the corridor and thought about what had happened, unable to even come close to believing everything that was happening. The young man kept recalling the beautiful face of the marquise and her rosy cheeks, and it seemed as if she was not at all the same person who had once bought him. She sincerely spoke kind words to him, defended him, and now she even handed him a whole bunch of her jewelry to help him in this escape. Tanasia's words about how upset she was about their separation beat in his temples again and again and didn't even allow him to breathe calmly. The guy stopped right in the middle of the corridor because he couldn't even with serious efforts cope with his emotions. The dark-haired man covered his face with his hands, as if trying to calm the heat that was burning inside him so strongly that it seemed like it could fill everything around him. He looked at the same hot palms and realized that his whole body was simply burning from the feelings that his former tormentor evoked in him. Askan mentally called out to God, although secretly, deep in his soul, he thought that it was he who had put the seed of such drastic changes into the soul of the marquise. The next morning the house was so quiet that it was hard to believe that any complex events had taken place there during the night. She also skillfully pretended that she knew absolutely nothing, although in her head everything was, of course, completely different because the bracelet was activated. On the other hand, Tanasia hardly had the moral and physical strength left to worry endlessly about everything at once. There was a brief but confident knock on the door, and then from the corridor came the announcement that the lady was being summoned by the head of the family, her highly respected father. The dark-haired girl definitely didn't want to go anywhere and hide what had really happened, but she hardly had any other choice. She stood up and in a few steps reached the door, opening it and noticing with surprise that the person who had come with the news was already familiar to her. In front of her stood that same Jen, who calmly declared that he would take my lady to the office of the gentleman, the head of the Brylov family. From the novel, the girl knew that Jen was a man of few words, but she never imagined that he would be so silent and seemingly mute. Blue-Eyed thought that no matter how you look at it, this man looks like Askan, and by that time they had already reached the right place, knocking on the door. The father, who was busy sorting through papers and endless documents, became distracted and announced that his daughter could enter the office. Jen turned around, and with an extremely gloomy and unfriendly expression on his face, said that the lady could now go to the master's chambers. The dark-haired girl squeezed the hem of her light purple dress with her fingers and thanked him, but she thought that he was scarier than Askan. Appearing on the threshold of a spacious and bright room, the girl called her father, and he looked up from his papers, asking her to come in and make herself comfortable. The fair-haired man asked his eldest daughter to sit a little further away, promising to come over when he had sorted things out, and was definitely finished with all the work. Blue-Eyed asked him not to hurry, and she herself mentally noted that Mr. Brylov looked much more tired than before. Father reported on Jen's story, who said that he saw a suspicious man the previous night, but missed him due to someone's magic. As he shuffled the papers into a folded pile, the man asked if his daughter had anything to say about the matter. Looking down, Tanasia thought that he still knew who exactly used magic, and now he just gave her a chance to justify herself a little. Turning away, the girl exhaled and quietly said that last night outside the mansion was the first time she had used light magic. After her father's questions, the dark-haired girl clarified that Teacher Varnon had given her homework, so yesterday she had to check the bracelet's operation. When the man noted that it had only been a short time since she had begun studying magical engineering, Brylov replied that she had immersed herself in it. Hearing his daughter say that she really liked this area, the blonde man expressed his joy at such an interest. The girl smiled at first and then asked again if a suspicious person had really sneaked into the mansion last night. Shaking his head, the gentleman replied that it seemed not, since no signs of intrusion or escape had been found on the estate. Blue-Eyed found a convenient moment to suggest that someone from their mansion could simply be mistaken for a stranger. The man suddenly stopped writing and muttered her words in a whisper, echoing them, looking straight ahead as if he had made such a guess for the first time. Tanasia explained that in the evening, when she went out to try magic on the street, she called her servant with her, but they never had time to meet. Looking softly at her father, the girl asked whether it could all be about this young man, her personal butler, who was also on the street. Jen had seen Askan's silhouette last night and must have realized that it was not an adult man, but a young man, and his father knew it for sure. She wanted to hide not the guy's identity, but the fact that he was trying to escape, and so she told the truth in fragmentary parts and episodes. The man stood up, leaned his hands on the table, and muttered that his eldest daughter's words did indeed make sense, and that it might turn out to be true. Shaking his head, he said that this was, in any case, not just a mansion, but the place where his 2 daughters lived, herself and the youngest Noxia. The gentleman folded his hands together and stated that safety was his first priority, and even if it was her servant, he needed to be checked after suspicions. Tanasia's blue eyes widened in excitement as she listened to her father and tried to frantically think of something else to help. Noticing the young lady's reaction, the gray-haired man rubbed his palms with his fingers and said that since his daughter said so, he would leave this matter for now. The Marquise even turned pink and couldn't help but sigh in relief after such an answer, but her father declared that there would be no such thing a second time. She nodded, listening that if this happened again, the young man would not only be thoroughly checked, but also expelled from the palace even without any fault. Relaxing a little, the dark-haired girl suddenly announced that she had a small request for her father, and he agreed and asked his daughter to speak. Looking up at the head of the family with hope, the girl asked him to allocate a laboratory for work on magical engineering. The fair-haired man looked at his eldest heiress in surprise, asking again what exactly she needed and what the laboratory was for. Tanasia stated that she wanted to take up this discipline seriously, but it was inconvenient at home, and it was necessary not to repeat the events of the previous night. Mr. Brailov could hardly believe what was being said by the daughter who, until recently, had openly avoided and refused to study. Nodding, the head of the family said that he would build a special laboratory for her, and the blue-eyed girl asked again if he would really do that. The fair-haired man said that if his heiress wanted to take her studies seriously, then constructing one building would not be a problem. Tanasia blushed with happiness when she heard that he would give her details about the laboratory through the specialists he would call. The girl soon left her father's chambers, while Jen silently watched her leave before going to his master. The knight said that the lady had told her father the truth, but he was convinced that despite this, the lady was definitely hiding something from everyone in the estate. Brailov replied that he had warned the heiress and would forgive her for this moment for her diligent study of magical engineering and her persistence. The bodyguard seriously considered objecting, but remained silent during the gentleman's monologue about the importance of education and training. Suddenly interrupting himself, the fair-haired man asked with a smile if it seemed to Jen that Tanasia was very similar to her father. Answering a clarifying question, the blonde man said that he thought she would be scared after telling him, but she suddenly asked for the lab. Brailov continued, saying that he sensed that she had a business acumen and liked to give one thing and receive two, so it would be worth teaching her business. Their so-called conversation was interrupted when there was a knock at the door, and the maid informed the gentleman that she had prepared tea for him. The man's blue eyes widened in surprise when the woman explained that Lady Tanasia had asked for tea to be brought to him for fatigue. Feeling a sudden surge of tenderness, the fair-haired man turned away in an attempt to hide his blush from the gloomy bodyguard and ordered them to serve. Meanwhile, Jerin asked the lady to call her immediately if she needed anything during lunch and received gratitude in response. The dark-haired girl sighed and silently wondered if she could relax since her father had promised that he would leave yesterday's incident in the past. Oland was famous for his consistency in actions and words. He firmly adhered to his chosen position and valued trust. In other words, if such a suspicious act were to be repeated again, Askan would simply not be able to escape his punishment. Blue-eyed thought about how she should save the boy and help him, and then there was a knock on the door and she was distracted, ordering him to come in. Askan appeared on the threshold of the chambers, with dark bruises under his eyes, but he looked as usual, spick and span, very neat. Looking gloomily at his tired face and sunken cheeks, Tanasia wondered if he hadn't slept because of what had happened. As she cut the food, she asked if anything special had happened today and if anyone had come to watch it. The young man remained silent when asked whether he had hidden the jewels securely, since they should be carefully hidden so that no one would see them. After waiting a few moments and still listening to the silence, the Marquise called out to her servant, and he seemed to wake up, raising his head. He sat down at the table and said that the jewels were hidden and there were no incidents, and Tanasia asked not to worry about other things, because everything was settled. When Askan said that the one they encountered last night was quite skilled, the girl assured him that everything ended well. Not seeing a joyful greeting in his eyes, she wondered why the young man kept looking away and seemed to be eating very poorly. Pursing her lips, the blue-eyed woman, her mood clearly spoiled, came to the conclusion that he might still not trust her. Jerin said that she had prepared some snacks for the lady, and if she needed anything else, she could call her personal maid right away. The dark-haired girl barely had time to wait until the girl went out the door and left her and the young man alone to discuss everything again. The Marquise suddenly stood up and rested her black-gloved palms on the table, calling the boy by name and declaring that she wanted to show him something. Having spread out a detailed map right on the table in front of him, Tanisha asked if he had already decided where he could go after escaping. Yellow eyes widened in surprise when the boy heard that it was a map of Arwen's empire and she was looking for a place where he could live. Leaning over the table, the dark-haired girl asked him how he liked this place, placing her index finger on the spot on the map. Feeling the girl's silky hair on his cheek, the guy froze, continuing to listen that this place seemed truly ideal for hiding. The Marquise said that the southern region has a very warm and pleasant climate for living, and that far from the capital in the countryside, people are simpler. Noticing the expression on Askan's face, Tanasia tucked her hair behind her ear and said that sometimes visitors settled there. Hardly remembering all the information at once, the dark-haired man turned to the lady and she mumbled questioningly, lowering her gaze downwards. The boy blushed brightly, looked down and, barely containing his embarrassment, whispered that the lady was too close. The blue-eyed girl looked at him with surprise, because she hadn't even thought about the fact that he could be worried about such trifles. The girl quickly turned away and took a couple of steps back, asking for forgiveness when the dark-haired man muttered that nothing terrible had happened. Looking at the guy's flushed face, Tanisha wondered if he had a fever again, wondering if he was sick again. Shaking his head vigorously in different directions, Askan declared that he and his health were fine, but he became even more flushed and embarrassed. Reaching for his forehead again, the Marquise said that they needed to check, because the boy's temperature could have risen again after that evening. She froze and even winced when Askan suddenly grabbed her wrist with tenacious fingers, not allowing her to touch him. The blue-eyed girl looked at the guy's face in surprise, unable to understand the reason for such strange behavior, and then asked what was going on. Still blushing, the young man looked at her in confusion and wondered if she did the same to all other people. When the Marquise asked him again what he meant, the dark-haired man clarified the question, asking if she really measured others' temperatures this way too. Blue-eyed asked why she should care about someone else's well-being and explained that she was worried because it was him. Tanisha asked him if he really didn't like this way of measuring temperature, wondering if he felt any disgust. Squeezing his fingers and lightly stroking the back of his hand, the Marquise noticed that, in addition, even his hands were burning, and this was clearly bad. Askan, still red and now looking more like a crayfish or a tomato, pulled his hand back and staggered in his chair from his sudden movement. Immediately looking at the confused lady, he asked her for forgiveness, and the girl muttered that he really did have a serious fever. Turning away and helplessly covering his face with his hand from his own awkwardness, the dark-haired man muttered that he was simply confused. Rising, he promised to look at the place the lady had indicated, and then said that he had finished eating and asked if he could leave. The girl, stuttering, responded with consent, and Askan literally jumped up from his seat, reaching the door in a few quick steps and leaving his mistress. Already in the corridor, the young man, who had barely broken into a run, almost knocked Jeren off her feet, and she stood there, as if dumbfounded in surprise. When the maid asked if something was wrong and was refused, she added that she had never seen the guy's face so red. Looking at the agitated expression on her maid's face, the Marquise asked what that look was, and she hastened to answer that it was nothing. The dark-haired woman asked, offended, if she really thought that the mistress was offending the young man, but the maid said that she treated him well. Already in his room, Askan felt how his ears were burning and thought about how the lady could approach him so casually. In fact, he lied about hiding the jewelry and spent the whole night looking at the ones given to him, because otherwise everything that happened seemed like just a dream. The young man fell asleep only after sunrise, and for the first time he was not tormented by the usual terrible nightmares, but dreamed of a smiling lady. But what he felt during their last conversation, how close he heard her voice and smelled the floral scent, was unimaginable. All this was so vivid and unusual for him that he could hardly fully comprehend that this was actually happening to him. In his sleep, he had memories of how beautiful Brailoff looked, sitting on a cut tree stump and showing him the starry sky. At moments at the ball, the girl was worried that the young man did not like the event organized in honor of His Majesty's birthday. Tanasia's blue eyes seemed to him like a bright, starry sky, which seemed to look at him during their shared conversations. He also thought about the words that the lady had spoken to him after she had supported his escape, hoping to stay with him and protect him. Covering his face with his palms and rubbing his eyes with his hands, the dark-haired man thought that the lady was so beautiful that she even irritated him. Meanwhile, a specialist named Robin greeted the lady and said that it was a pleasure to meet her, while the second one introduced himself as Tyler. Robin said that the master had ordered them to discuss the details of building the laboratory with the girl, and she nodded and invited everyone to sit down. The dark-haired girl remembered that these were the same specialists that her father had told her about, which meant that they could all really be trusted. The girl asked if they had decided on a place, and the man in glasses began to sort through the documents, saying that they had selected suitable places. He said they avoided locations close to the city center and also ruled out areas that were too remote as it would be difficult for her to get to. Tanazia said that in her opinion, the area on the outskirts of the capital has the largest land area, and she likes this place the most. When Robin asked whether the lady would get tired of constantly traveling such distances, the lady shook her head and said that it was just right. A little later, the dark-haired girl was already examining a sample drawing of the external and internal appearance of the building that they had prepared. The blue-eyed girl sighed and softly said that it was too easy, and the interlocutor asked if she had any other wishes. The girl said that she would like an internal, underground bunker and as many secret passages as possible so that she could leave unnoticed. The experts listened to what else she would like: a warehouse for storing food products and for the building's outer walls to withstand any attack. Tyler hesitantly said that it would be more like a military fortress, asking if that was really what she needed. Tanasia rubbed her chin with her fingers and replied that this was absolutely true, because she had thought everything through in advance down to the smallest detail. The blue-eyed girl raised her index finger and declared that this was exactly what she really wanted, already having plans for the lab. The young men said that in that case, they would need to get consent from the emperor, because by law, means for attacking the palace could not be built just like that. The marquise replied that she agreed and knew all these subtleties, but she just wanted strong outer walls and several secret tunnels. She asked if building a shelter was such a big deal, and the man quickly replied that it was not. Robin said they could arrange it, and Tyler muttered that it could become a big problem if anyone found out. Both specialists froze when the lady suddenly said quite sternly that she understood what the gentlemen were leading this whole general conversation to. The girl said that she was not interested in the appearance of the building and asked to build it so that it would look as simple as possible. The dark-haired girl folded her hands together and expressed her hope with a soft smile that she really hoped that they would be able to carry out the necessary interior without being noticed. Later, Tanasia was already walking around the garden and humming some melody, happy after the successful end of the conversation with the specialists. Robin said that the Marquis had ordered them to obey the heiress, and therefore they would complete all the necessary drawings by next time. Smiling as she looked at the men, the blue-eyed woman then told them that she would look forward to the next meeting to continue the work. She walked down the covered but open, spacious hall and thought about how the number of ways for her to die was slowly decreasing. Looking confidently into the future with her deep blue eyes, the girl mentally reassured herself that everything was just fine. The marquise was suddenly distracted from her thoughts when she heard a slightly incomprehensible sound nearby and turned around, looking for its source. Stepping a little to the side, the dark-haired girl realized that it was water, and her younger sister was probably training her powers in the garden again. Noxia was indeed standing on a small platform and silently playing with the streams of water and containers hanging in the air. Looking out from behind the column, the elder Lady Brelov wondered whether it was necessary to distract her relative while she was maximally concentrated. She didn't understand how the original heroine could envy her sister to the point of acute hatred because she was a gentle and naive child. The blonde focused on her movements as much as possible, and she managed to force a steady stream of water into a large vase. As Noxia let out a tired breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead, her older sister thought she looked like she was about to faint. Even though the younger sister was born with a huge amount of magic in her blood, she still couldn't use her abilities without rest. Feeling the stone tremble, the dark-haired girl thought that it was for such cases that the method of using the magic stone was invented. She thought that in any case it would only distract her if he interrupted, and decided to quietly go back, but she heard her sister gasp. Tanasia turned around and looked at her relative with excitement for signs of possible damage on her relative's body. The blonde suddenly grabbed her hand with her fingers and quietly squealed, bending over and trembling with her whole body, and therefore it was impossible to stay away. Noxia asked her sister what she was doing there, and she replied that she was just passing by when she heard a loud scream and went towards it. The younger sister explained that she was trying to fill a glass with water, but it suddenly moved, causing a cut to appear on her hand. Seeing the serious cut, the blue-eyed one excitedly said that the bleeding needed to be stopped first, asking if she had a handkerchief. When Noxia sobbed and replied that she had forgotten it today, Tanasia decided she had no choice and clutched the hem of her yellow dress. The girl asked her sister to wait while she ran for the maid to bring the court physician as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the sky burst into thunder, and the rain began to rapidly reach the ground, and the dark-haired girl exhaled noisily, cursing mentally. When asked if her sister could stop the rain, the blonde said that she could create an umbrella, but she was too tired right now. After listening to her sister's quick muttering, Tanasia muttered that then there was only one thing left to do and grabbed the fabric of her dress with her fingers. She applied serious force and, gritting her teeth with force, tore it into pieces, tearing off a long strip to use as a bandage. The blonde cried out her sister's name in surprise, from whom she never expected such care, especially to her own detriment. After carefully bandaging her wrist, the blue-eyed girl asked her younger sister to make sure that the rain did not get on her wound. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that she would run to the estate and get someone to help her while she had to wait here. Noxia opened her bright blue eyes and asked if her older sister would really run right through such a terrible pouring rain. Tanasia said that she would return very soon with help and, running away, asked the blonde to wait for her under a wide tree. The girl didn't even have time to object, remaining alone, and was clearly stunned by the help and selflessness. The maids who met the marquise already inside the estate gasped with excitement, asking if the mistress had really run in the rain. Drying herself with a towel, the dark-haired girl said that nothing terrible had happened to her and that she had just gotten a little wet in the rain. Only after her answer did Tanasia realize that the maids were not addressing her, but her sister, promising that they would run her a bath immediately after the treatment. Blue-Eyed thought with a sigh that she had been there by a lucky chance, and that the wound, although not life-threatening, had become a difficult event for Noxia. Looking at herself, the marquise noticed blood on her ruined dress, and then thought that she first needed to wash her hands and then change her clothes. Already in the bathroom, the girl was tidying herself up, splashing water from her hands and exhaling loudly because she really had enough adventures. She suddenly heard the maid spreading rumors that Lady Tanasia had pushed her younger sister, and she had simply fallen and injured herself. The girls discussed how she had been suspiciously quiet the day before, which meant she had definitely pushed her sister during her training. She had often had the constant feeling that Noxia's maids were constantly talking about her behind their back and saying nasty things. The girl took a few steps forward, then took hold of the door handle and thought that they should have a few words with the impudent fellows about everything. She froze when she thought that they weren't wrong in principle, given Tanasia's constant and unchanging behavior in the original. Lowering her hand, the dark-haired girl decided that it was better not to wake up trouble, because after the appeal, she understood that she had a terrible reputation as a villain. Suddenly, Noxia's voice was heard calling out to her maids and asking what nonsense they had just been discussing among themselves. She stated that the older sister was in a hurry to get help and ran in the rain to get a doctor as quickly as possible, and the rest was a lie. The maids began to stutter hesitantly and try to explain themselves to their mistress, but she seemed very determined. Looking at her younger sister with surprise, the marquise wondered what Noxia, who was supposed to be just taking a shower, was doing here. One of the girls said that the lady really had problems because of Tanasia, and besides, she hit the lady again for no reason. The usually calm and gentle Noxia suddenly exploded and screamed that it was time for them to stop, and then added that they didn't understand. The blonde said she let them talk like that because she thought they were showing concern for her, but they had finally crossed the line. The marquise said that she would punish them for slandering the eldest lady and spreading rumors after discussing it with the head butler. The girl stubbornly hoped to convince the soft and gentle mistress, but she was adamant and announced that they were fired. The blonde's blue eyes flashed with fury as she declared that she now wished to be left alone without their annoying company. Standing behind the closed door, Tanasia folded her arms across her chest and thought that she might leave after she waited a couple of minutes and everyone left. She opened her blue eyes and froze in surprise when Noxia suddenly called her and asked if she was still there. The blonde apologized for the maid's behavior, noting that she had acted both mature and stupid, and that they had only wanted to take care of her. Listening attentively to her words, the girl froze and looked straight ahead, and then opened the doors so that there were no obstacles between them. Tanasia quietly said that the maids were not completely wrong, and therefore she should not ask for forgiveness for their words on her own. When she added that their words did not affect her and should not touch her sister, Noxia replied that she could listen if such accusations affected her. Unable to withstand such, even slightly pushy care, the dark-haired woman blushed slightly and assured her relative that she was fine. Afterwards, the older one asked why she was training alone, and the blonde explained that she didn't want to tire them out with her training again. Hearing about the long hours of training, Tanasia asked in surprise if her sister really worked that hard, and she replied that the festival was coming soon. The elder lady's blue eyes widened when she heard this and recalled the original events of this story. People with special talents gathered every few years to showcase their skills and achievements. This was not just a small party in the Arwen Empire, but a gathering moment for countless people from nearby countries. Noxia was always rewarded as a person with high potential, and her talent was considered to be constantly improving in a short period of time. Thinking that her sister was training so hard because of the festival, Tanasha guessed that she must really be very tired. When the blonde looked at her sister with confusion, the girl explained that she always tries to protect her reputation and status. Looking at her relative, the blue-eyed girl gently assured her that she felt fine and in any case acted as usual. Unable to contain her genuine outburst of affection for the little girl, the elder Brylov stepped forward and stroked her head, ruffling her hair slightly. Noxia blushed brightly and asked hesitantly, quietly, if her sister was really stroking her head right now. The dark-haired girl nodded and said that she was proud of how well she was doing, and then thanked her for her kind words. The young lady had never heard such words from her elder, and therefore admiration and joy from what she heard sparkled brightly in her blue eyes. She stepped forward a little, then stroked her sister's hand and closed her eyes, declaring that in that case she was very happy. Tanasia thought that it was not her plan to deepen her relationship with her relative, but she could hardly resist. From that moment on, thoughts about the future festival at the academy were added to the girl's list of constant thoughts. According to the original plot, Noxia and Roel, who first met in the Imperial Palace, are supposed to meet there again. This is also the event where a second male character will appear, who will soon also fall in love with the main character, that is Noxia. Blue-Eyed wondered if she should leave things as they were, since now her younger sister and the prince saw each other only as enemies. She remembered with annoyance that she herself had ruined everything when she interfered with their acquaintance, and therefore now it would be much better to stay away. The teacher, who had been standing in the office and had remained unnoticed for several minutes, cleared his throat in order to attract the girl's attention. When he asked with displeasure whether the lady had already changed her mind about learning magic from him, the dark-haired girl quickly answered with a denial. Tanasia tried to justify herself by saying that she was simply lost in thought, but the grey-haired man shouted that whatever it was, now was not the best time. Varnin stated that she couldn't disgrace his name at the Academy Festival, and the dark-haired girl asked in surprise why he suddenly remembered that. The man folded his arms and asked if Metella hadn't told her anything and said he was going to take part in it as a judge. The blue-eyed woman reminded that the teacher asked not to tarnish his name and asked whether she would really accompany him. Looking at the confusion in the girl's eyes, the teacher was surprised, asking if she really considered herself ordinary, and then called the lady a genius. Tanasia's eyes widened when she heard from the author of many scientific papers that she had great potential in magical engineering. The grey-haired man said that he had to spend 10 years analyzing and studying magic stones, but she got it all just by reading. She involuntarily remembered how long she had sat over the books, but with their help she had managed to solve all the questions related to her bracelet. The Marquise's self-esteem grew exponentially as she heard that she had more than reached the level required to participate. When the dark-haired girl cried out in surprise, wondering if she would have to demonstrate her abilities, the teacher calmly responded with agreement. The man pulled out a drawing of the pistol that he had taken from the Marquise a little earlier, and this was a clear call to begin a possible action. He added that the weapon does not even need to be completed, because the very fact of inventing such a miracle will make everyone faint with admiration. Tanasia was clearly surprised by this outcome of events, because she thought that in order to impress everyone, she would have to try even harder. The girl suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked if Varnin had anticipated this moment when he accepted her as his student after seeing the drawing. Blue-Eyed thought with joy that in this case she would be able not only to take part in the festival, but also to watch everything that was happening. Placing her hands on the table, the Marquise said that everything was fine, she would participate, but first it was necessary to improve the weapon she had invented. Although the young lady said these words with confidence, the weapon with magic stones could not be used indefinitely. Even her bracelet with light magic could only be used 3 times because its power was not very high, below average. The same could be said about magic pistols, which after 3 shots became simply useless weapons. Tanazia understood perfectly well that if she wanted to win, she had to find a way to make the firepower more than the usual 3 bullets. The dark-haired girl searched for an answer day and night, not stopping reading even in the bathroom, so that the presentation of her idea at the festival would not become meaningless. Not paying attention to anything else, the Marquise was busy all day long and thought only about how to increase the damned power. The blue-eyed girl sighed in fear and froze when a familiar male voice suddenly sounded in her ear, calling for Milady. When the girl turned around, Askan asked what she was thinking about so deeply, since she might crash into something if she continued flying in the clouds. Turning forward, the dark-haired girl noticed a column in front of her and gasped, muttering that he was indeed right about that. The young man asked if the Marquise was going to meet the teacher, and she replied that with each day that the festival approached, she had more and more thoughts. Immediately catching herself, Tanasia told her personal servant that he also needed to prepare because they would be leaving together, and he was surprised. Blue-eyed repeated her words again and asked whether Askan had ever seen in his life a thread that did not follow the needle. The dark-haired man nodded several times and muttered that he understood everything, and the lady said with a smile that he had stopped resisting her orders. The young man replied without much enthusiasm that he was in no position to resist, and the girl agreed that he was right about that. Tanazia said that in any case, she was going to go to the teacher's lab, and the guy asked whether she would return early. Turning around in surprise after his words, the blue-eyed girl looked at her servant in confusion and asked why she had to do this. The Marquise froze when she heard from the dark-haired man that today was the anniversary of Madame's death, and guessed who that very woman was. Even though she wasn't her mother in the literal sense of the word, the memories of the events of the original novella left her with pain. This lady was her father's one and only beloved Olanda Brelov, the woman of his life, and their mother with Noxia, Charlene Lee Rosina. The dark-haired girl frowned and darkened like a thundercloud when she thought that in that case, her father had probably already started drinking. Anyone who has ever read the original story knew exactly what caused the woman's death. Clinging to Askan, the blue-eyed girl asked him where Mr. Brelov was now and then received a disappointing answer. Unhappy Oland again sat around drinking hard alcohol to try to forget and not torment himself with memories of his beloved. He took the silver medallion from his neck and turned it over in his hands, then opened the lid and saw an image of his beloved. The man remembered their first meeting as clearly and vividly as he had a decade ago, picturing a little girl with rosy cheeks before his eyes. Then she shyly greeted the little boy, dressed in a blue and white suit, and asked what his name was. Charlene was the daughter of his nanny, who, in fright, immediately pulled the little girl up and asked her to address the young master as was proper. Only then Oland suddenly pulled off his expensive blue hat with an elegant white ribbon and put it on the girl's head, who lowered her embarrassed gaze. At the time of their meeting, the boy was only 8 years old, and Charlene was even younger. The little girl from the family of an ordinary nanny was barely 5. They used formal address only when adults were around, but when alone they addressed each other by their first names. They were together before they even started growing up, and so the girl was present in many of his memories. Charlene was sweet as a child, then a little crazy in her later teenage years, constantly playing pranks. After a few years that flew by unnoticed, she became a beautiful lady, and Oland was a grateful spectator and observed all these changes. There was no one who understood the young man better than Charlene, and no one could entertain him as this girl did. Even after much time had passed, the fair-haired youth still could not understand his feelings for her and only wondered what would happen. One sunny day, she sat on the soft grass and was silent for a long time, and then suddenly announced that she thought she would soon be married. When the young man was surprised, the girl explained that she had already reached the required age, and her mother continued to tell her to get married quickly. Looking down, Charlene said that she had recently gone on a real date with the son of the owner of that store on the main street. Brelov could hardly listen any longer. His blue eyes widened in horror and jealousy, and his whole being roared at the wrongness of what was happening. He could not think that she would marry another man, share her life with him, give birth to, and raise his child, and perhaps they would even be happy. Then Oland, obsessed with his fears, began secretly visiting Charlene's potential partners and threatening them that he would use his power. Looking at all the cowards who easily refused the girl and in fear began to bargain with him, As if at the market, the fair-haired man thought that she didn't need such people. Finally, one day, Charlene stopped all of the young master's actions, declaring that she had simply had enough. When Oland asked what she was talking about, the dark-haired woman replied that she knew about his meetings with men she had been with before. He tried to object, but the girl said that if the young man was doing this out of pure concern for her, then he should simply stop. Sighing, Charlene hung her head and thanked him for his concern, then added that it was her life and she would make her own decisions. The girl folded her arms across her chest and added that she refused any of his attempts to interfere in her life, personal and ordinary. Despite her position in society, the dark-haired girl was not the kind of person who would simply obey the words of others. It was then that Oland realized that he was in love with her, and realized that all his childish actions in his adult body and business he had committed only because of his own feelings. Trying to justify himself, the young man desperately whispered that he did such things simply because he was trying to protect her from bad things. When Charlene looked at her old friend in surprise, he hesitated a little and said that he simply could not and did not want to live without her. Clenching his hands into fists, the blonde man told the girl that the thought that fate had decreed that she should be given to another man was causing him pain. Taking a few steps back, the dark-haired girl whispered and asked why he had suddenly decided to bring this up so suddenly. Not wanting to keep any more secrets and misunderstandings between them, the young man lowered his head and let himself go, confessing his feelings. Having first said that he liked the girl, the fair-haired man immediately corrected himself and, blushing brightly, said that he truly loved her. Charlene blushed brightly, pressed her hands to her chest and asked him to stop talking about it, and it wasn't funny at all. Punching himself in the chest, Oland also began shouting, declaring that it was not a joke and that he would never play on such a thing. The girl again cried out that she had had enough and declared that she was leaving, but the young gentleman asked her to wait and tried to take her hand. She tried several times to beg him to stop, and then, as if spitting out his title of young master, said she had had enough. The blonde man froze, and despite the fact that his cheeks were burning with a bright fire, his whole body was covered in a sticky, cold sweat from excitement. Charlene asked him if he really thought they could be together, and then reminded him that they were no longer children as of late. The girl was right, because now they were united not just by childish affection, but by something more, but they were separated by unpleasant conventions. As they grew up, they realized that the differences in status were obvious to themselves and to everyone around them, even too obvious. Now Oland thought that he had been too obsessed with the idea of ending all relations with Charlene to pay attention to such nonsense. He asked Charlene to wait for him and promised that he would become so powerful that no one would be able to say a word against their marriage. The girl tried to object, but the blonde man pressed his hand to his chest and said that he would make sure that the whole world knew about them and their love. Putting his hand to his chest, the young man looked at her with all the bright and pure love that burned in his chest, and then promised that he would do it. After he inherited all the property of the Brailoff family, he began to develop his capabilities through business and connections. Oland did serious work, and as a result, he multiplied many times the power, wealth, and influence of the family of which he was the heir. After all this, Charlene said that she knows how many fans he has and understands that if he has not changed his mind about marrying her, he will regret it one day. Stepping closer to the girl and pressing his chest against her back, the blonde-haired man leaned forward and softly whispered that she was very much mistaken. Inhaling the delicate scent of her silky, dark hair, Oland declared that he would never regret choosing her in his life. The man placed his palms on her slender fingers, stroking them tenderly, and he himself could not back down now that he had turned the whole world upside down for her sake. He still remembered their first kiss and gentle embrace, when he was so afraid of simply breaking her tender and small figure in his arms. Charlene looked stunning in her white wedding dress, and Oland felt like the happiest man alive, with the world in his hands. When the man held the newborn Tanasia and Noxia in his arms a little later, there was nothing else in the world he could desire so much. After such a development of events, after they managed to get married in spite of everyone and have children, the man was sure that they would grow old together. But fate, of course, decreed otherwise. And one dark night, Oland sat on the floor and hugged his trembling and bloody wife. Charlie was paler than ever. Her face had taken on an unhealthy dark hue, and she was all covered in her own blood. The man's wide-open blue eyes burned with horror as he asked his beloved to wait a little longer because the doctor would arrive very soon. While he was away from home on a business trip, the killer entered the house and attacked Charlene, who now held out her palms to him and asked him to promise. pressing his bloody and weak hand to his cheek, asking him to say that he would raise Tanasia and Noxia in love, while Oland wept bitterly but silently. Trembling over his one and only beloved with his whole body, the blonde tried to hold back the flow of tears, asking what she was talking about. He immediately, in despair, objected to his own words and asked her to remain silent because when she spoke, the wound in her body only bled more. The woman again asked her beloved to promise that even without her, he would raise their little princesses in love and peace. Unable to hide his panic, Oland shouted that he would not promise anything because she would be with them and would not die, and there was no need to say such things. Immediately replacing anger with grief, the man embraced his wife with his arms, as if trying to hold on to life in her, and swore to do what she asked for. Drinking another glass, Brelov thought that if it weren't for the oath he gave to his beloved before his death, he would have died right there next to her. More than 10 years had passed since Charlene's tragic and unexpected death, but Oland still clearly remembered her last breath. If he and his men had managed to find the killer and take revenge on him for the crime he had committed, he might not be drinking now. Since that day, he has been investigating, but has never found a single trace, and the fact that the killer is still hiding speaks of his high status. Looking into space, Brelov wondered who he was if he could manage to slip right out of his hands so easily again and again. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the corridor, and then Knight Jen entered the master's chambers, and the high door creaked slightly, attracting attention. The man looked away and muttered that he had not given permission to enter, but the young man holding the tray in his hand noticed that he had drunk too much. The dark-haired man added that the gentleman was not strong in the consumption of alcoholic beverages, and he, stuttering, replied that this did not justify his coming. When the knight placed a heavy metal tray in front of him, Oland looked at the lid and asked what it was and where it came from. After removing the lid, Jen said that the maid from the kitchen had prepared snacks to cure the master's hangover, but was hesitating whether to come in or not. The blonde looked at the food, muttering that he was grateful, but he definitely didn't order anyone to cook something like that for himself. The man literally blossomed and even seemed to sober up when he heard that, according to the maid, this was an order from Lady Tanasia. In response to a clarifying question, Jen said that the girl was apparently ready to tell him a few words about how he was ruining his health with drinking. Oland will involuntarily remember how, not long ago, tea was brought to him when he was very busy with his own affairs, not having time for lunch. Then the servants also responded to the master's surprise by saying that his eldest heir, Lady Tanasia, had ordered them to act this way. Every day on Earth after Charlene's death felt like hell to him, but at the same time, he didn't even notice how much his daughter had grown up. Shaking his head sadly, the man looked at the food he had brought and muttered that he seemed to have only disturbed his daughter. Oland often left the castle on business, and his eldest daughter preferred to sleep longer. But after the anniversary of her mother's death, they gathered to have breakfast together. All three exchanged almost identical greetings and took turns noting that today they had all managed to gather at the same table. The dark-haired girl looked up as her father thanked her for the snacks she brought, smiling as he said that they were very tasty. Tanasia expressed her joy that he liked it, as she had sent them in the hope that he would try something other than alcohol, and the man nodded. Blue Eyes looked at her father and suddenly suggested that she and her father could spend time together and have a drink next time. Looking at his daughter, who was older but still relatively small and young, with surprise, Oland asked again what she was talking about. The girl replied that she could take something non-alcoholic and then later as an adult switch to it, because it's better in company than alone. Noxia asked if alcohol was harmful to health and said that it would be better if neither dad nor older sister simply did not drink. Tanasia muttered without a second thought that there were days in life when only getting drunk would help, and she would understand when she grew up. Oland turned to his eldest daughter and said that she had told him about it so confidently, as if she had already drunk something similar before, and the girl gasped. She immediately stopped worrying when the blonde agreed with her assumption and said that it would be better this way. Brelov Sr. said with a grin that he never imagined that he would drink with his own daughter, but it doesn't sound so bad. Tanasia's blue eyes sparkled softly as her dad said with a smile that they really should try drinking together later. Noxia waved and asked if they would take her with them, as a company of 3 would be much better than a company of just 2. Nodding in response to the words of the youngest heiress, the man stated that if she wished, they would, of course, invite her with them and go there all together. The dark-haired girl thought that it was precisely a friendly and happy family of this kind that was what she had so lacked in her previous life. She couldn't remember everything, but sometimes memories from the past of the previous, original Tanasia from her childhood would pop into her head. At that time, he and Noxia were inseparable and equally loved by their young parents, who were happy with each other. Because she had no family in her past life, the girl treated memories of this kind as a special treasure. From the moment she woke up in this unusual and fantastic world, the blue-eyed girl pursued only the goal of survival. But today, a strong desire suddenly arose in Tanasia's heart and soul to finally find the one who dared to kill her mother, Charlene. The original story remained unfinished, and therefore the girl simply could not know who the secret killer was. Looking at her drawing, the blue-eyed girl tried to concentrate and thought that she needed to survive and find her mother's killer, but first she needed to finish. Askan carefully placed a cup of hot herbal tea in front of her, and Tanasia, without being distracted from looking at the papers, thanked him. Rubbing her chin with her fingers, she suddenly asked if the young man could look at it, and he waited to be shown what exactly he was supposed to look at. Seeing the drawing, the young man asked if this was the magical weapon that the lady had recently invented, and she asked how he liked it. The dark-haired man said that it looked unusual and convenient due to its small size, but he had some doubts about its power. Tanasia said that he was absolutely right, and their current task was to increase the power, and Askan clarified what attributes this weapon had. Blue Eyes replied that the attribute of fire and the principle of its operation is rotation, which increases its power and makes a big explosion. The young man was clearly thinking, and although he was not a specialist in this field, he had encountered the knowledge of doctors in laboratories. He asked a question about how the lady came up with the idea of adding an attribute more powerful than fire, and the girl looked at him in surprise, asking again. Askan's yellow eyes flashed with interest, and he suggested that it might be possible to use the wind attribute in the form of a magic stone. The dark-haired girl hummed thoughtfully, and then asked if he was going to suggest adding another magic stone to the weapon. Due to the size of the gun, it could only hold one stone, and there was a limit to how much power stones of that size could produce. But if you fill half of the magic stone with the fire attribute and the other half with the wind attribute, the power can increase due to their synergy. She thought that she had been so preoccupied with the appearance of the gun that she had simply begun to miss the main thing, and then she exclaimed the name of her servant. The young man only had time to look at her in surprise and did not even flinch when the fragile palms reached for his neck, and he was simply dumbfounded. Shifting from foot to foot and rising on the toes of her shoes, Tanasia wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and hugged him, pressing herself against him. Nuzzling into the young man's shoulder, she excitedly thanked Askan for this idea, once again feeling truly happy and calm. The boy's yellow eyes widened in surprise when he heard that Milady considered him a real genius and continued to hug him. Without even trying to fight his embarrassment, the dark-haired man asked if Milady had found an answer to her question after his words and assumptions. Tanasia happily agreed and said she thought she had figured out how to add power and could finally finish the job. Not daring to place his hands on the girl's thin waist, the guy simply muttered, glad for the fact that he had apparently managed to help his lady. When Askan almost managed to control himself, Brelov quickly stepped away from him and apologized for the way she suddenly hugged him. Pushing his dark hair behind his reddened, burning ears, the young man muttered that everything was fine and there was nothing terrible in this act. When he asked if she would visit her teacher less often, the girl said she would share news about the material supply and stop visiting. Yellow Eyes muttered that it was wonderful, and Tanasia smiled, but looked at him with a little surprise, trying to understand what he was happy about. A little later, she was running quickly down the street, and the guy who was holding the bags asked my lady to be slower because she might fall. Already inside the long familiar building, the dark-haired girl joyfully called out to the teacher and adjusted the small dark handbag on her shoulder. When Varnon asked why she had come today, the girl said with a smile that it seemed she had finally found a solution to this problem. The grey-haired man hesitantly asked what they were talking about, and Tanasia began rummaging through her bag, saying that she had found a way to increase the power of the pistol. Unfolding the new blueprint, the blue-eyed woman said that if they installed improved fire and windstones on it, the cannons would become stronger. Askan watched silently as the two scientists in the field of magical engineering began to discuss a possible enhancement formula. He looked at his mistress's teacher in surprise when he sincerely stated that it was indeed worth a try and that it was simply fantastic. Smiling happily, Varnon said with admiration and already in a state of victory that Brelov truly deserved to be his true student. The grey-haired man wanted to stroke the girl's head, but suddenly another person appeared between them and the teacher's hand landed on the top of his head. The man froze in surprise when he noticed that the young man, unknown to him, had bent over and hunched his shoulders, but did not allow him to touch his mistress. He recoiled, asking in surprise who it could be, and Tanasia explained that it was her servant who had helped her bring the equipment with her. Still holding the bags, Askan asked where he needed to take the books, and the dark-haired girl said that he could put them in the empty closet. The teacher folded his arms and said that it was high time to do so, and the Marquise replied that that was precisely why she had rushed here. While the young man was laying out the books, she said that there was a metal that she was considering using and would like to know his opinion. Deciding to begin work immediately, the teacher and his student began to discuss possible options for implementing the plan. Yellow Eyes heard all their remarks, but he hardly listened, because he could only pay attention to his mistress and how she looked. Her large eyes were burning with interest, while her lips barely had time to quickly pronounce all the words that she wanted to convey to her teacher. Tanasia seemed to him like an angel who brought only light and goodness with her, and all this could hardly be explained and did not fit with the past. Varnon, in turn, tried to listen to the girl and not lose the thread of the story, but he could not ignore the attentive gaze of the servant. Covering his mouth with his hand, the grey-haired man interrupted the Marquise's monologue about details and addressed her by name in order to get rid of the awkwardness that had arisen. The man whispered and shouted that the servant was staring at him so intently and intently, as if he wanted to just eat him alive. When the teacher asked if the young man was being starved, Tanasia quickly replied that they were well fed and turned to Askana. The dark-haired man immediately turned around, but he clearly looked like a thundercloud, and the girl mentally assumed that he was simply uncomfortable. A little later, they were already riding back in a carriage that belonged to the Brel family and was drawn by the best horses. The Marquise asked him if he liked the teacher's laboratory, but he replied that he was not sure it was a suitable place. It was cramped and dirty. The dark-haired girl asked not to pay attention to this and added that such an environment allows her to feel at ease. When the young man replied that it was quite practical, the blue-eyed girl said that it seemed to her that he really didn't like it there. She explained that Askan looked unhappy and might not go there next time, since today she just needed help with her carry. The guy suddenly asked whether Milady would have remained alone with the teacher if he had not gone with her, and the girl answered in the affirmative, moaning. Lowering his head, the dark-haired man seemed to turn black, like the sky before rain, and asked what kind of person he was, this man. Tanasia froze with a surprised expression on her face when she heard him ask her if she had any special feelings for that man. She asked in confusion what kind of nonsense the young man was talking about, and he replied that it seemed to him that he and this man were quite close. Askan remembered that Varnon decided to stroke the lady's head without any excitement, as if it was the most ordinary thing for him. The boy's voice seemed rough but sad as he continued to speak, the teacher standing very close to the Marquise as they began to whisper. Jealousy was already ringing openly in him, and the dark-haired man added that her eyes simply shone with joy when she communicated with the man. Blue-Eyed asked with disgust if the servant knew how old the teacher was, and he replied that he seemed to be about 50. She nodded and immediately asked if he knew how old she was, and the young man answered in the affirmative, replying that the lady was the same age as he was. Tanasia waved her hands, asking if he was still asking if she could have any special feelings in that case. Placing her palm on her chest, the girl said that for her, age is not just a number, and she simply respects her teacher as a professional. Blue-Eyed asked what made him think that, because the teacher would have just burst out laughing, but Askan said that they were standing close and they liked it. The boy clenched his hands and fell silent when the Marquise asked with confusion how this had influenced the fact that he didn't like the laboratory. Tanasia looked at him and listened to him say that when a young man's emotions become stronger and brighter, it is much more difficult for him to control his powers. Holding out his hand, the dark-haired man said that it wasn't that he didn't like the lab, it was just that when he saw it with others, everything came out like that. The girl's blue eyes widened when she saw that one of his fingers seemed to be starting to become covered in metal and was already touching the base of the next one. Askan said he felt a surge of uncontrollable power and then saw it, and it didn't stop while they were in the lab. The Marquise froze, trying to believe that he was so upset to see her next to the master that he even began to turn into real steel. She had always known that he was devoted to his duties, but she had never imagined that the young man would be subject to such a degree of guardianship over her. Moreover, in his case, losing control of his power was a very serious sign that he was a threat not only to himself, but also to others. Sighing and shaking her head, the Marquise said that she would try not to be so close to other people. It was not that difficult. Raising his head in surprise and looking at the lady, the dark-haired man asked whether she would really act in this way. Tanasia explained that she simply did not want such misunderstandings in the future, but in exchange, he must find a way to control his powers. Asken bashfully said that it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, and the girl replied that she knew and would help him. The young man involuntarily remembered that pleasant warmth when Milady pressed herself tightly against him and hugged him around the neck, not wanting to let go and thanking him. Tilting his head, the dark-haired man spoke hesitantly and asked if he could ask her for an interesting favor. He received consent from his mistress, and then said that if he learned to take control of his powers, he asked for a reward from her. Tanasia looked at him with wide-open blue eyes and asked with interest what he meant by receiving a reward. The young man explained that even if it was for his own good, he would still like to receive a reward from her if he succeeded, and the girl asked what he wanted. While Askan remained silent, the Marquise wondered what he might wish for, since from what she had seen, he did not seem to be the type to wish for anything grand. After examining him, Brelov said that he had time to think, and when he learned to control his powers, he would be able to ask for whatever he wanted. The dark-haired girl looked at him in surprise when she heard what would happen if he suddenly asked the elder lady for something special. Tanasia mentally hoped that his wish would not be for her or her life, and said that she would try to fulfill it in any case. Asken looked down and remained silent, wondering if his wish would truly be fulfilled properly. A little later, specialists reported that they had changed the design of her personal laboratory based on previous edits, and secretly ordered secret passages. Robin assured the lady that as soon as the laboratory was built, they would immediately destroy the building plan, and no one would know about it. The dark-haired girl thought that she trusted not the workers at all, but her father, who brought them and said that she liked everything, and they could act according to this plan. The second man said that the building material for the outer wall would be bricks, but the interior would be made using plutonium. Later, he clarified that this is a special material for the construction of military fortresses, practically indestructible for an underground shelter. The lady listened to everything and then said that she would give them as much time as they needed, but asked them to make sure that everything would be just perfect. The experts unanimously declared that they would not betray the lady's trust, and they themselves mentally rejoiced that all the rumors about her turned out to be lies. Later, she revised the gun's design over and over again, trying to improve the magic stones, and while her research continued, the festival was approaching. Soon, Tanasia learned that all the remaining parts that she had previously requested for work had arrived at the teacher's laboratory. As she excitedly opened the lid of the box, the grey-haired man said that it was high time to put it all together, and the Marquise agreed. The dark-haired girl exhaled loudly and got down to work, trying to concentrate, and felt how excitement covered her from head to toe. Askan was distracted from watching the lady when the non-teacher suddenly asked if he understood correctly that they had already met before. The young man of troubles replied with no particular enthusiasm that this was true, and the man folded his arms across his chest, reflecting on how completely devoid of charm he was. By that time, Tanasia had already finished working on the pistol and was looking at the fruits of her own labors, which she had dreamed of for so long. The weapon was elegant and looked very impressive even in her fragile hands, but it promised to have a truly destructive effect. The blue-eyed girl even turned pink from the excitement that was pounding throughout her body, and declared that she had everything ready, calling her teacher and Asken. The grey-haired man stepped towards his student and looked at her and the pistol in her hands with trepidation, and then congratulated her on her first weapon. When Brelov thanked him and said that she was able to complete it only thanks to him, the man asked her to drop the pleasantries. Already on the street, Varnon reported that he was convinced that no one would be able to pass by this target and the place as a whole, and therefore there was no need to waste time. The three of them stood 10 paces away from the target as Tanasia examined the weapon that could bring her victory in the upcoming festival. She was very worried before this test because the gun could simply not fire and remain useless. Seeing Milady hesitate, Asken turned to her and suggested that he might try shooting first. Explaining his wish, the dark-haired man said that this was the first test, during which there could be unforeseen dangers. The blue-eyed girl hesitantly tried to object to him, but fell silent when the young man took a few steps in her direction. Asken whispered that his body was special, and he would be able to protect me in case of unforeseen dangers, so that I would definitely remain unharmed. Tanasia agreed and said that he needed to first apply a few drops of his blood to these magical stones to activate them. The dark-haired man replied that he understood everything, and then cut his finger with his sharp teeth, a pack of magic crystals with his own bright blood. While showing how to hold the weapon, the Marquise continued to explain how to turn the cylinder to prepare it for firing. She lifted his palms herself and told him that when shooting, it would be better for him to extend his arms forward and place the target above the front sight. The girl explained that he needed to keep his eyes open while shooting to confirm his aim and gently guided his hands. The young man replied that he understood everything and then asked the lady to step back, and she obediently took a few steps back without objecting. Askan followed every word of the Marquise exactly and carefully aimed for several endlessly long seconds, calming his breathing. Standing next to her teacher, the dark-haired girl crossed her fingers and tried to be as calm as possible while her entire body was burning with excitement. Finally, a loud shot, more like an explosion, cut through the air, and the magic stones immediately began to interact with each other. Soon, the volley of magical energy reached the target, and it exploded, unable to withstand the global power that the shot contained. The three of them watched as not only the target exploded, but also the stand for it, as well as the ground in a small radius around it. Varnan looked in disbelief at the destruction caused by this miracle of engineering, while Tanasha's blue eyes were wide with admiration. Laughing, the teacher said that he knew it, and added that anyone who saw such a sight would fall down in surprise while the Marquise called for Askan. She asked if everything was okay, and the young man nodded several times, answering that even after such a shot the pistol remained intact. Suddenly grabbing him by the shoulder with tenacious fingers, the dark-haired girl screamed that she had just asked not about the gun at all, but about him. The servant replied that he was perfectly fine, but had been taken by surprise by the incredibly strong recoil, and the Marquise asked if he was telling the truth. Breaking them out of their conversation, Varnan shouted that she was indeed his student, who had simply done a brilliant job and ran forward. Opening his arms, obviously for a hug, the grey-haired man rushed straight at the girl and declared that he was proud of her, and Tanasia froze in front of him, a little confused. The dark-haired girl came to her senses in time and darted straight down, not allowing the man to close his arms around her body and hug her. Turning around immediately, the Marquise told Askan that it was time for them to go, and then followed him, leaving the teacher alone. When he cried out that she was really just going to leave him right after the experiment, the girl asked how old he was and whether he was really hoping for a joyful embrace. A little later, the young man sighed and asked his lady why she had suddenly started doing this, and the girl asked how exactly. The dark-haired man said that it was as if she was deliberately avoiding the teacher, and Tanasia said that she simply did not get close to other people because he did not like it. Askan tried to contain his surprise and lowered his eyes, while he himself was surprised at why she remembered his words so well. When the Marquise asked about the condition of his wrists and fingers, the young man replied that they were all in excellent condition and that he had not turned them into steel. Explaining his expression, the dark-haired man explained that he was simply a little stunned by the weapon she had made. Brailov's eyes widened at this unexpected statement, and she asked what was so surprising about it. Askan said that he didn't expect such amazing power from a small pistol, so his mistress is truly an amazing person. The girl's cheeks were covered with a deep blush as she listened to such obvious and pleasant praise from her servant, looking at his face. The young man recalled that she had not slept all night and had skipped meals just to create such an outstanding invention. Unable to hide his attitude towards such actions and the lady's work, the dark-haired man declared that he was simply delighted with the results of her work. Looking at Askan as elatedly as she could after such words, the blue-eyed girl asked if he really thought so. When he said yes, the girl thought that this guy was not the type to suck up to others, so it was nice to hear. The Marquise suggested that they eat something tasty upon their return, because she was so hungry that even the tension eased, and he agreed. Later, at a festively decorated table, the fair-haired younger sister excitedly congratulated Tanasia on her success. Noxia asked if she would participate in the festival, and the blue-eyed girl agreed, but added that they had different classifications. While the younger sister would participate in the part of demonstrating her own magic, the older one would represent the field of magical engineering. Mr. Brelov said the fact that both his daughters were taking part in such a competition made him happy, adding that he was very proud of the results of their work. Tanasia asked her father not to worry and not to think about winning, because she herself was already happy that she was simply able to take part in it. She looked away, silently thinking that her true goal was not to get a prestigious position anyway. In fact, the girl was trying to understand in what direction the story would flow, which was not finished before her rebirth. The man said that he heard from Matella about his daughter's new invention, adding that he was even going to be there to see it in person. The daughters asked in surprise how he could do this, and Oland casually told them that the Brelov family was sponsoring the festival. Noxia asked why he hadn't come before when he could always exercise his right to be a spectator because of the sponsorship fees. The man explained that although he had such a right, it was indeed difficult to use, but he would not miss such an opportunity. Listening to their dialogue, the dark-haired girl involuntarily plunged into the events of the original novel, which she had managed to forget. Noxia might not know it, but in the original, Oland was not only a father and businessman, he was also obsessed with finding Charlene's killer. He was never heartless or cruel, but Tanasia still really enjoyed watching how his attitude towards his daughters changed. In her past life, she didn't understand what it was like to feel needed, to know that her parents were interested in her success. Having thanked her father, the eldest sister said that now, after the news of his visit to the festival, even the spirit of competition had awakened in her. Noxia also said to give it their all, but Oland asked them not to overdo it and just enjoy the competition. The dark-haired girl thanked her father again, and even blushed a little from how close the relationship between them now felt. Very soon the day of the festival from the academy arrived, and 2 carriages of different kinds, but equally expensive and drawn by horses, stood in the courtyard. When her younger sister asked if they would travel separately, Tanasia explained that she had accumulated a lot of luggage, and it would not all fit in one. Immediately calming down, the blonde agreed with these words and waved her hand to her sister, saying that they would see each other at the festival. Already sitting in the carriage, the girl folded her arms across her chest and thoughtfully said that she was very interested in the fact who else would visit this festival. Leaving aside Roel, Noxia, and the future minor male character, she had no memory of the rest of the original festival participants. Hesitantly calling her lady, the personal maid informed her mistress that, as far as she knew, Lady Krisha would also be attending. Blue Eyes certainly didn't expect to hear that name, but it made sense that Liana would attend the festival, considering that she knew how to control her powers. Their last clash ended there, with Askan lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood, only able to wheeze quietly in pain. Jareen noticed how both the mistress's servant and she herself were affected by this unpleasant news, since she herself had witnessed that horror. Tanasia noticed the reaction of both her employees to her thoughtful silence and asked them what was wrong and what happened. She asked if they were afraid and worried that the lady would quarrel with Liana again, as she had several times before the current events. Jaren shook her hands and said that the lady would definitely not do something like that again, and Askan said that he was worried. Both girls looked at the young man, who was even going to hide his concern about the very angry Lady Krisha. The dark-haired man added that the two broke up without even making up, and it was a fight that shouldn't have happened in the first place. The young man's brows furrowed as the Marquise assured him that she did not regret the fight that day and asked him not to even worry. Propping her cheek with her hand, the blue-eyed woman said that even if Lady Krisha started a fight with her, it didn't matter, and she even hoped for it. Tanasia smiled slyly and declared that as soon as this happened, she would immediately show Liana who was really in charge here. Already at the festival, the courtiers were whispering about who this girl was, and others answered that she was Noxia Brelov's twin sister. The dark-haired girl looked down when she heard people discussing how she was the one without a gift and didn't understand what she was doing here. While the blue-eyed girl walked next to Askan, people continued to openly discuss that the father might have simply gotten an invitation for the poor daughter. Exhaling patiently and calmly, Tanasia mentally called all the people present idiots because she heard every word they said. She wanted to say something to her servant, but noticed that he looked gloomy like a thundercloud and was not satisfied with what was happening. Calling him by name, the dark-haired girl asked him not to take into account what others said, and she had long since stopped caring what others thought. Yellow Eyes shook his head and looked clearly concerned about everything that was happening when he said that he certainly did care. Brelov clearly didn't like the young man's condition because she began to worry about how events would turn out if he used his powers now. Suddenly squeezing his wrist with tenacious fingers, the dark-haired girl declared that he must forget about everyone else. That was an order. A little further away from everyone, the Marquise stopped and asked him if it was true that here they would not hear anyone and no one would disturb them. Looking at his hand, the skin on which was still trembling from the girl's touch, he blushed brightly and muttered that this was a real scam. Smiling nervously, Tanasha said that they came here to avoid listening to gossip and asked what was her cheating here. Asken shook his head and stated that this was not the case at all, and that he did not mean that the two of them had gone into this garden away from everyone else. Clenching his hand into a fist and unclenching it, the dark-haired man thought about how playfully and deftly, with one movement, she switched his attention. Lowering his hand, the young man shook his head and said that it didn't matter, and the Marchioness took a couple of steps towards him and asked what this boring reaction was. Tanasha folded her arms across her chest and said that, in any case, there was no need to take everything so seriously and burden yourself with other people's words. He nodded when he heard the Marquise's words that her value would not be determined by others and strangers, but only by herself. The dark-haired girl said that she deserved to be there and take part in the festival, and therefore she would not allow herself to be belittled and asked him to act confidently. Nodding in response to these wonderful words and unable to tear himself away from admiring the girl, Asken said that this sounded like his lady. Before the start of the competition, the magical power of each potential participant was measured in a special device of enormous size, which was installed in the hall. Both last year and this year, a system was created to compare and analyze the abilities of each of the festival participants. Noxia walked through a special portal, closing her eyes and feeling only a slight tingling throughout her body and a bright glow above her. All the stones that read the magical energy of the participants glowed after she passed through the arch, and all the people were waiting for the verdict. After the results were announced, the young nobles discussed how he was the tallest, and that the younger Lady Brailoff was truly incredible. Tanazia, who was standing in line for the same test, smiled and thought that her little sister had always been one of those who showed the highest potential. Looking at the blonde, who was clearly embarrassed by everyone's attention, she looked a little confused, while the elder Brailoff was proud of her. Next to be tested for magical abilities was Leanna, who seemed calm and quite confident. As in the original story, her magical abilities were around the average level and had nothing special about them. Pressing her palm to her chest, in which her heart was beating with force and speed, like a hare's, the dark-haired girl thought that her turn would come very soon. When her name was announced, the Marquise stepped towards the arch, keeping her back straight and proud, but ready to simply faint at any moment. She turned around right in front of the portal when she suddenly heard laughter and a familiar, ringing female voice speaking about everything with mockery. Krisha said that she did not know how Lady Tanazia got to the festival, immediately asking if the result of the system was not obvious. Laughing among themselves, the nobles began to discuss that the girl had no magical powers at all, and there was simply no point in testing her. Noxia stepped towards them and asked why they were saying that, confirming that the older sister really did not participate due to the lack of magical power. She added that this was not the first time that a genius from another field who did not possess magic took part in the festival, and they could not say that. Hearing every word of her sweet protector, the older sister turned around and said that she was fine and there was no need to worry. Fighting her own fears, Tanazia turned around and stepped forward, allowing the portal to scan her entire body. Looking at the extinguished stones, Liana said that her lack of magical power was not surprising, and it was obvious from the very beginning. Only the elder Brailoff looked at her and suddenly grinned as if she had already won some kind of victory, and this clearly seemed unusual. After they even had a fight over some servant, the red-haired girl had no idea what she could expect from this lady. Without holding back her mockery, Tanasha thought that the lady should seize the moment, because after she saw something special, she would no longer be able to laugh like that. After some time, all participants were gradually moved to the Ability Testing Center for the next stage. It was important to present your abilities and prove how much they had improved since the last conference. Deftly handling the graceful streams of water and trying not to lose a drop, Noxia simultaneously immersed them in vessels with different necks. The girl exhaled and relaxed a little when everything went smoothly, and then rubbed her forehead with her palm, wanting no one to see the cold sweat. Gathering her strength, she waved her arms and summoned streams of water from the huge installations to show the rest of the program. She created a huge dome of water around herself, perfectly round, and not a single drop rolled further than its intended place. The people who watched this performance screamed with delight, because Noxia had been a crowd favorite almost since birth. Leanna was the next to go on the mission, with a rectangle of hard material hanging in front of her target, swinging from side to side. The girl looked at her own hands and called for streams of air to her palms, concentrating her attention on a certain point. She fired a twisted stream of air towards the target, trying to aim it as carefully as possible beforehand. The heavy metal block swayed from side to side, and the redhead barely had time to breathe to align it in the right direction. When the rectangle hit the target, Krisha smiled and clenched her fists, rejoicing at her success because she had trained for this. The audience greeted her as enthusiastically as they had greeted Noxia before. All the spectators clapped and called Leanna by name, waving their hands at her. Tanasia crossed her arms over her chest and exhaled loudly as the announcer announced her as the next participant in this round. People were surprised to hear that Lady Brelov was attending the conference because she was recognized as a genius in the field of magical engineering. Ignoring the whispering and endless grumbling behind her, the dark-haired girl pulled her pistol out of its holster. The announcer asked the audience to pay attention to the weapon that the Marquise had developed herself. It was number 01. The girl raised the pistol, holding it with one hand and holding it from below with the other, and removed the weapon from the safety catch, pulling her fingers towards the trigger. One of the spectators noted that the weapon was very small, and another said that it was said that 2 magic stones were used at once with the orc. Oland remained silent when he heard that these people could not even imagine the effectiveness of such a weapon and wondered whether she was competent. It seemed that the young nobles remembered the blonde man's presence only when he sighed and drummed his fingers on the chair. The Marquis stated that he was going to watch the weapons presentation that his daughter had made, but for some reason he suddenly began to hear extra noise here. Brelov called Jen to him and ordered him to make a list of everyone who had spread false information so that they could then be dealt with according to the law. Immediately turning his keen green eyes away, the dark-haired man said that he understood his master's order and would carry it out exactly as required. The two, who had been discussing the girl's possible failure and incompetence before she had time to show everything, immediately fell silent in a nervous tremor. At the same time, Tanasia looked at her teacher, who was leaning against the fence and even put on his best glasses. He was clearly inspired. The young man accompanying the participants turned to the lady and pointed to the target, saying that the lady could already shoot in that position. Having looked in the exact direction in which she was asked to shoot, the blue-eyed girl chuckled with some kind of incomprehensible expression on her face. She turned around and asked if they were planning to test the firepower of her pistol with an ordinary wooden target. When the young man, surprised, tried to clarify what Milady meant, she turned away from him and said that the target was too small. Suddenly taking a few steps forward, Tanosha stopped at the projectile used by Krisha and said that this would be enough. Already sitting in her place, Liana was clearly trying to appear calm and unhurried, but she could not sit still due to excitement. The dark-haired girl had already raised her weapon at the same time and thought that she had been working towards this for several months and therefore simply could not miss. She took hold of the pistol handle more confidently, spread her shoulders, and aimed the front sight above the center of the target in order to hit it. After a series of endlessly long moments, Tanasia finally took aim and pulled the trigger, firing straight into the center of the target. A fiery whirlwind rushed across the platform with force in front of her, scorching the air and everything in its path, and then there was a devastating explosion. The dark-haired girl looked with a sense of accomplishment as there was no target or projectile left in the swamp, and even the floor cracked at the sight of the explosion. Oland looked at the unfolding picture in amazement because he could not even imagine that his daughter's studies could lead to this. Everyone present arrived in shock, and the teacher tried not to show how happy and proud she was that she had succeeded. Noxia put her palms together and screamed with delight because she was truly proud of her sister, who tried so hard. The redhead didn't want to laugh anymore. She sat in her place but felt such a terrible panic, as if the barrel of a gun was pointed at her. Finally feeling her legs, which had already felt like cotton wool, the dark-haired girl gracefully blew out the smoke that was still coming from the barrel. Holding such a powerful weapon in her fragile hands, the blue-eyed girl declared that it was she who developed this pistol and proudly said its name. A little later, the younger sister still couldn't get over what she had seen and shouted with delight that her sister had done an amazing job. The blonde added that the development of such a weapon was akin to a miracle, but Tanasia embarrassedly objected, unable to hear so much praise. Even more enthusiastic was Varnon, who tirelessly ran from company to company and inquired whether everyone had seen his student. He enthusiastically told nobles of all ages that a weapon of such a small size could carry devastating power. Blue-Eyed was thinking that he must be very surprised when suddenly she heard a male voice that caught her attention. The girl greeted Jen, and he said that he had come for the lady because the chief wanted to meet her in the next room. When the younger sister wanted to follow them, the knight turned around and bowed politely to his lady, explaining that she would have to wait a little. Watching this picture, Tanasia, with an involuntary excitement awakening in her chest, thought that there was something unusual in this atmosphere. Already in the office, the man asked whether it was true that she had actually developed this pistol herself, and the girl agreed. The blonde man said that he heard from Metella about the development of weapons, but it turned out to be even more powerful than he imagined. Oland said he was worried because the end goal of using such a weapon was often war, and someone might want to take advantage of its talent. Looking at his tense face, the Marquise immediately understood what her father, who seemed genuinely excited, was getting at. Her development of such weapons meant strengthening the national power of the Arwen Empire, but could be seen as a threat to other countries. The conference was attended not only by local residents of Arwen, but also by representatives from different countries, where her pistol could be perceived differently. But she, of course, had thought through this difficult moment in advance, and therefore assured her father that he did not have to worry about such things. The girl said she had installed the blocking device to prevent the weapon from being used for improper purposes, and had also consulted with her teacher. Tanasia added that if she suddenly starts receiving offers from different countries, she will definitely consult with her father, because with power comes responsibility. When the dark-haired woman said softly but confidently that he could be sure of this, the man himself did not realize how he relaxed and exhaled. Her father thanked her for it, and the blue-eyed girl said that she understood how worried he was about the power of the weapon, asking if he was even a little happy. Shaking his head, Olin muttered that because of his anxiety, he had even forgotten to say all the words he wanted to say to his daughter. Gently patting her on the head, the man said that he was very proud of his eldest daughter after such a masterpiece of a performance. Now, when she walked past other people, they discussed not her powerlessness, but the fact that she was the lady who had invented a powerful weapon. Walking through the crowd, the Marquise heard surprised sighs, numerous whispers and questions about her first invention from everywhere. Having moved a little further away, the dark-haired woman wondered whether they were really unable to understand that she could hear everything as she walked past. She literally felt with her whole body how the looks filled with fear and contempt were replaced by much more interested and gentle ones. Now the nobles did not seek to insult Tanasia, rather they spoke of her with feelings of awe and admiration, which did not calm down. The girl's reverie was interrupted when a pebble, thrown by someone, suddenly rolled towards her shoe and slid forward across the grass. Raising her gaze, Brayloff looked around in surprise because she wanted to be alone with herself and certainly didn't think that someone would play with her. She walked forward a little when she noticed the silhouette of a man not far from her, whom she did not know in this life, but saw in the previous one. His fair hair, much longer than the prince's or Askan's, fell to his neck, and the neckline of his white shirt was tied with yellow ribbons. The fair-haired, pale-skinned youth was wearing a mask. He stood in front of the Marquise completely relaxed and even leaned against a tree as if he were sleeping. The girl's blue eyes widened and sparkled with slight disbelief when the guy asked if she really was that same Tanasia Brylova. Looking at her with his deep red eyes, the stranger said with a sly smile that it was she who demonstrated the weapon. Decane Sid Ichthion was the second main character in the original story, who, according to the cliched plot, would also fall in love with Noxia. Nervously adjusting her dress, the dark-haired girl thought that she hadn't expected to meet him in such a place. And in theory, he should have spoken to her younger sister. In the novel, Decane and Noxia's first meeting occurred when he stopped the girl from walking by kicking a rock towards her, not hard but noticeably. In fact, the situation now was almost 100% identical to the book, with the exception that Tanasia took her sister's place. The girl thought with annoyance that the original plot of the story was changing again, and it seemed that she was about to get a new headache. Blue Eyes remembered that the boy had originally approached her sister because he had longed for Noxia's ability to skillfully control water. Decane was very ambitious. He was the illegitimate son of Emperor Lagant and wanted to become the next ruler, even though he lived as Ecthion's adopted son. Suddenly leaning over her, the masked youth gently asked what the lady was thinking about, without taking his soft gaze off her. The Lagant Empire had a terrible relationship with the Kalua Empire, and during the war, the Arwen Empire suffered only because it was between them. Its goal was to prevent war, which meant that at some point in the future, there was a high probability of seeking cooperation with the Lagant Empire. Not wanting to give up on her goals, the dark-haired girl extended her hand to him and said with quiet admiration that his mask was very unusual. The young man explained that Igtion's traders cooperate with many countries and have to wear masks to hide their identities. When the girl asked if she could show him her face, the blonde man said that she couldn't until he was able to defend himself. Tanasia froze when Daikane extended his hand to her and said that he had the right to show his face only to his beloved girl. Having removed the leaf that had gotten tangled in his dark hair, the guy explained that he would still build a family with his beloved and that there were no secrets from her. The Emperor's bastard watched the Marquise of Brelov, hoping that she would become embarrassed or blush and hurry away, but no. Suddenly, starting to wind a dark lock of hair around her finger, the blue-eyed girl with a delicate blush on her cheeks looked at him and said that it sounded romantic. From that moment on, the fair-haired man was confident that he had every chance of receiving the cherished mutual sympathy, and therefore threw away the piece of paper. When he said that Lady Tenasia's smile was much more beautiful than he imagined, the Marquise froze and mentally felt very awkward. She made an excuse that it was new to her to hear something nice about herself, but the young man objected, saying that he thought she had often heard such things. Daikane mumbled as if he had understood something new, or, after several dozen explanations in class, had finally understood what they wanted to convey to him. The Marquise waited patiently while he formulated his thoughts, looking at him with a slight incomprehension of the whole situation. He assumed that the girl was one of those who are usually called not cute, but a lady because of their status, position, or how they positioned themselves in society. Their awkward but rather close conversation was interrupted by Askan, who stood between them in surprise and asked if the lady had really been there. Both young men turned around, and the blue-eyed woman hastened to call out her servant's name, since she had promised him not to get close to anyone. When she asked how the young man knew where the lady was, the dark-haired man replied that the lady had not returned for a long time, and he went to look for her. Tanasia gently asked if he was worried, but the young man ignored her and looked at his lady's interlocutor, assessing him. Without taking his icy but at the same time scorching gaze from his bright yellow eyes on the fair-haired youth, he replied that he was worried. Turning to the Marquise, Askan informed her that Lady Noxia was waiting for her to speak in her chambers, as if nothing else concerned him. After a short farewell, Daikane smiled and asked if he could just call her Tanasia the next time they met. The girl, who was already in a hurry to take her servant away, casually said that he could do as he wanted and did not stop. The dark-haired man was walking forward calmly when suddenly he froze, as if rooted to the spot, because he heard how the man who was flirting with the lady continued to talk about her. Noticing that the guy stopped and turned in the opposite direction, Brelov asked what had happened and why he had stopped. The young man almost sparkled with his own energy, which he restrained only at the cost of enormous efforts so as not to harm anyone. The stranger's words about Tanasia definitely not being sweet, but rather someone to be conquered, a mistress, were still ringing in his ears. A little later, Jerin was surprised when she heard about Lady Noxia's visit and said that she couldn't even see her today, and she didn't come. Blue-eyed turned to Askan and asked what the matter was, and the young man hesitated and then replied that it seemed he had simply made a mistake. Sitting on the bed, the dark-haired woman asked if the sun would rise from the west tomorrow, because if he said he had mixed something up, he had problems. The young man asked for forgiveness, and the Marquise replied that there was nothing terrible in this act, since she was already on her way to him anyway. She herself thought that having met Daikane, she immediately understood that it would not be easy to deal with him, because he was a sly and cunning man. Tanasia looked up when she heard her maid's stomach growling, and she quickly apologized, explaining that she hadn't had time to eat. The girl looked at her mistress in surprise when she asked if it was true that there was a restaurant somewhere nearby in this area. A little later, Jerin was already satisfying her hunger in the company of the Marquise and her personal servant, who were also hungry after a long day. The maid said with delight that it was the first time she was trying all this, and Tanasia asked her to eat as much as she could, because she had done a lot of hard work today. The blue-eyed girl looked up from her drink when an unfamiliar lady with pink hair appeared in front of her, asking if she was the Marchioness. Having answered in agreement, the dark-haired woman clarified who was in front of her, and the lady bowed, introducing herself as Lady Selinger from the Largent Empire. When she heard from the girl that she was shocked by the presentation of the weapon and would like to become friends, she suggested that they take a walk in the garden together. Getting up from her seat, Tanasia told her people that she would soon return after the conversation, and they asked her to quickly return to their company. Walking after her new acquaintances, the dark-haired girl saw that Liana was sitting at a table nearby, also spending time at dinner. She seemed overly cheerful, especially after she had been so scared for so long after the presentation of the Brailov weapons. The blue-eyed girl didn't even know the names of the young noblewomen with whom Krisha spent her time, and besides, it wasn't like it was valuable information. As she walked past, Tanaja remembered that they were the ones who had gathered together and laughed at her during the conference and the testing of the magical energy level. She smirked at her thoughts when she noticed that the overly long skirt of one of the girl's dresses was lying almost in the aisle. The dark-haired girl deliberately stepped on the dark purple fabric with her heel, threatening to not only stain it, but also leave a few holes. Turning around at the feeling of heaviness, the red-haired girl screamed in surprise, seeing the Marquise of Brailov in front of her. Pulling down her skirt, the girl asked Lady Brailova to watch where she was going, because she could seriously ruin other people's dresses without thinking. She was covered in bright spots of shame when the blue-eyed girl calmly said that because of the rough and cheap material she mistook the dress for a carpet. Pressing her palm to her chest, the dark-haired woman asked if, on top of everything else, they didn't seem to be being very intrusive in her way. The girl immediately became confused, and her lower lip began to tremble. But Liana was not so simple. She slammed the glass down on the table and called the Marquise. The dark-haired girl froze when she said that it was time for her to stop, because everyone understood that this action was done intentionally. Lifting the glass filled with champagne by the stand and pushing it forward slightly, Tanasia spilled the entire drink on Krisha's red dress. When she started screaming like that, asking what the girl was doing, the blue-eyed girl replied that she did it by accident, because they spoke to her so suddenly. The redhead screamed that if Lady Brailova continued in the same spirit, she would be ill, but before she could finish, the other leaned over and clarified. Without taking her angry, bright gaze off her, the Marquise asked whether, compared to how they had humiliated her, her behavior was not merciful. Liana's eyes widened when Tanasia added that she should be grateful that she would now have to change out of that mediocre dress. Turning around with an innocent look, as if she hadn't said anything bad, the Marquise smiled and wished all the girls a bon appétit. When they left, the group of ladies who had so openly and mockingly humiliated her felt truly insulted. The redhead, trembling with shame, asked if this wasn't too much even for someone who represented the Brailov family, and the other girl supported her. Krisha remained silent, even when her own henchman asked her if the lady was really going to put up with all this so easily. Looking into space with eyes furious with anger, Liana thought only about the fact that Tanasia had once again called her mediocre and looked down on her. She turned to look at the Brailov servants as Jeren, the senior Marquise's personal maid, discussed with Askan the carriage they were riding in. The redhead looked at the young man and involuntarily remembered that wonderful moment when she knocked the nonsense out of him. She muttered that she had an idea, and one of the girls asked if the idea had anything to do with teaching that nasty girl a lesson. Krisha said that the last time she visited the Brailov family, it seemed to her that Tanasia was very caring about her slave. She remembered the dark-haired woman's words that if she touched her people again, she would not be able to simply escape terrible punishment. Taking a table knife in her hands, Liana said that they had no right to touch the Marquise herself. But a personal servant, although important, was not that important. She knew perfectly well that even for his death, they would not bear official responsibility, they would only pay a fine, and she suggested expressing their emotions on him. The next day, Tanasia was supposed to simply watch the other participants compete, but she couldn't because they pestered her with questions. She tried to deflect endless clarifications of formulas and questions about her experience, but no one wanted to listen kindly. Tired of such attention, the dark-haired girl listened to the stranger's proposals and stated that she did not want to talk about all this for now. Without even giving the man a chance to finish, she grabbed the hem of her dress with one hand and ran forward, declaring that it was time for her to go. Running away, the blue-eyed girl thought with annoyance and fatigue about how tired she was of the constant attention from all sides. Now, at every opportunity, she was surrounded by a crowd of strangers who offered her dubious deals to sell weapons. She realized that her father's worries were not in vain, and if she were a little younger, she would have thoughtlessly signed a contract with someone. Suddenly, when Tanasia was about to stop, another man called out to her from the other side, asking a question about the conversation. The dark-haired girl rushed forward as if her life depended on it, not paying any attention to the fact that she was being called and called from behind. She literally had to run away all day from the annoying attacks of stupid and arrogant men who were counting on her naivety. Towards the end of the day, Breloff already felt like she was starting to go crazy while hiding from the careless businessmen in the bushes and behind columns. Fleeing from the whole crowd, as if from a herd of deer that could crush her, Tanasia in horror asked God to finally save her. Someone's tenacious fingers grabbed her wrist so quickly and deftly that the Marquise barely had time to make a single sound before stopping. Only her blue eyes widened in surprise when she was pulled to the side and hidden in a secluded place, pulled out from under annoying hands. The men who walked past this place in the other direction wondered out loud in surprise where she could have gone, since she had just been here. While they were wondering where the Marquise had suddenly disappeared to, Tanasia stood in a secluded corner face to face next to Dakan, breathing heavily from her escape. Putting his finger to his lips, the fair-haired man showed that it would be much better to remain silent, and in addition to his words, he hissed barely audibly. The girl peered out from her hiding place for a moment, overhearing the men discussing how they could split up and look for her. Blue-eyed thanked the Emperor's bastard, catching her breath, and quietly noted that she was saved from this horror only thanks to him. Dakan said that Tanasia should not thank him at all, addressing the girl simply by her first name, without her title or last name. Noticing the surprise reflected on her face, the fair-haired man reminded her that at their last meeting, she herself had allowed him to call her that. The young man said that he was glad that he could help, but he did not need gratitude, because he himself wanted to inquire about the weapon. Screaming in irritation, the blue-eyed girl tried to break free, but Dakan easily held her back and asked her to listen, because it was not about distribution. Tanasia stopped when the guy repeated again that he had no intention of distributing or selling the weapon she had invented. When she asked why, the bastard said that it was logical, because in his opinion, this weapon was not yet fully completed. Having listed some of the features, the fair-haired man clarified whether he understood correctly that some points needed to be adjusted before distribution. Blue-eyed was clearly not thrilled with this conversation and was simply waiting for the moment when she could leave and finally be left in silence. Taking her hand, the young man waited for her consent and said that it could not be denied that this pistol was simply incomparable, and there were many people who wanted to buy it. Pulling his hand away, she asked with displeasure if he wanted to deal with the distribution of weapons that she was going to create in the future. Dakan said that he knew that the Marquise did not need financial support from the outside and had enough funds, but there is never enough of them. The dark-haired girl listened with displeasure to the fact that despite this, all the merchants of Ichthion were ready to invest in her for faster growth. Mentally, Tanasia agreed that the more global the developments in the field of magical engineering, the greater the costs, and the funds would not be superfluous. With her arms folded across her chest, the girl asked why he wanted to invest in her, asking if he really expected her to make him a lot of money. When the young man replied that this was an internal interest, the Marquise clarified that if she really did not need sponsors or profits from sales. The Emperor's bastard replied that it sounded like she had her own reasons for it, perhaps some philosophical ideas or something concrete. His red eyes widened in surprise when the guy heard that it was not about her personal reasons, but, on the contrary, about his motives. Staring at him intently, the dark-haired woman asked what reasons the leader of Ichthion had for investing in magical weapons. She needed to know exactly what the goals of the young man who stood there silently were. Otherwise, she certainly would not have agreed to sell him her weapon. The fair-haired man mumbled and said that rumors of numerous missing people in the Kalua Empire had even reached the state of Arwen, and she should know about them. Tanasia fell silent, because until that moment she could hardly have imagined that everything would be connected in exactly this way, and she fell silent. She immediately remembered how in this life she had first heard from the maids of the Breloff family about the continuation of numerous disappearances of people. Blue-eyed tensed up when she realized that people from this side were also interested in rumors that were connected with turning people into magical weapons. The young man muttered that the Lagant Empire was very attentive to rumors and asked if such a reason would be suitable for her peace of mind. Thinking that all this was only to her advantage, the Marquise assured him that she understood perfectly well what the Emperor's bastard meant by these words. The dark-haired girl said that she would consider his offer, but before that she would have to discuss all the details with her father, and he would have to wait. Deacon froze, his red eyes wide open in surprise, because he didn't expect that this inventor would change her anger to mercy so quickly. Putting his hands on his hips, the blonde-haired man nodded his head and happily declared that, of course, he would wait as long as it took to resolve the issues. Their conversation was interrupted again by Asken, who walked forward with a determined step, declaring that he had finally found the lady, and she smiled. Leaning over, the guy said that he had seen this man during their previous meeting, and then asked if he was her personal servant, receiving her consent. Looking up, the blonde man stated that the first time it could have been written off as an accident, but the second time definitely didn't look like it. The dark-haired girl didn't have time to clarify what he was talking about, because behind the gloomy Askan, a joyful Varnan appeared, calling her. The girl hesitantly asked why the teacher was looking for her, and the grey-haired man replied that they needed to go to the marquee together. Blue-eyed nodded, answering that she still needed to talk to her father and the teacher, and he suggested that they hurry. Looking at the tension between the two young men, Tanasia said that they definitely needed to make it before the rest of the demonstration started. Addressing the girl by name again, the fair-haired man looked at the marquise and then declared that it was time for him to go about his business. When the Emperor's bastard left them alone, Brailov turned to her servant and asked what they had just talked about. The dark-haired man replied that it was nothing, and then reminded the lady about the visit to his father, while he himself had to leave, because he still had things to do. Staring after him tensely and listening to his excuses about horses, the girl thought that she had definitely heard what they were saying, and she would ask later. Askan recalled the man's words about the saying that you shouldn't look at a tree you can't climb, referring to the marquise. The young man himself knew better than anyone that the relationship between an aristocrat and a slave as lovers was doomed and had no hope for the future. Even if he is suddenly lucky and these deep feelings turn out to be mutual, society will never accept them and, moreover, will never approve of them. The dark-haired man felt the constant difference in status in despair, like breathing, and could hardly find a way to reduce it. He turned on the water and leaned over the sink to try to cool down a little and drive thoughts of his mistress next to another from his head. As the drops flowed down his face and hair, Asken thought that, with time, his heart would be filled with even more feelings. His thoughts stopped spinning in his head when he saw 3 shadows standing behind him, blocking the light from the chandeliers. Leanna said that his name seemed to be Asken, and the young man turned off the water and turned around, asking if they had any business with him. The redhead said with a grin that he was a slave who should raise his tail like a dog and run when called, but he dared to be so impudent. The dark-haired man didn't have time to react when one of the guys attacked him from behind, holding a club tightly in his hands and already swinging it. Meanwhile, in the office, Tanasia was discussing with her teacher and father the fact that the Ichthian merchants wanted to become sponsors. In response to the master's question, the blue-eyed woman said that the Largent Empire seemed to be very interested in such magical weapons. Rubbing his chin, Varnan replied that, come to think of it, he had recently received such an offer. He had been asked to move to the country for research. Listening attentively to his interlocutors, Oland took his cup away from his face and declared that this was most likely all about the Kalua Empire. Raising her excited blue eyes to him with tension, the dark-haired girl thought that it was quite expected for her that her father knew everything. Varnan said that it wouldn't hurt them, because the more investment the better, and the merchants of Ichthian really deserve it. After the Marquise's doubts, the teacher called out to him and explained that it was natural for merchants to establish relationships from the beginning. He added that everyone present saw with their own eyes how great the potential of Tanasia is in creating this kind of weapon. The man rubbed his chin with his hand and said that if this was more than just a hobby for his daughter, eventually the distribution would be handled by traders. Varnan nodded, listening to the fact that it would be a good idea to designate a specific person with whom she would cooperate so that she would not be disturbed. When the dark-haired girl asked her father directly if this was a good idea, he said that the merchants of Ichthian would be able to provide reliable support. The lady's blue eyes widened in surprise when, after these words, he added with a thoughtful expression on his face that it still wasn't the best idea. The man said that there was a risk that after the creation of the perfect weapon, its creation technology would simply leak to the Largent Empire. He said there would always be a danger of rivalry between the countries, but they could look closely at the traders and make a profitable contract. The dark-haired woman gently asked if he had any desire to include in the contract a clause that a leak of technology was simply impossible. Looking proudly at his eldest heiress, Mr. Brailov smiled brightly, shook his head, and said that she understood everything perfectly. He beamed when the girl asked if she could then draw up contracts with the merchants of Arvin and Ichthion and then consult with her father about them. Blue-eyed asked again what it meant when her father asked if she would manage her own funds after all the details. The man said that she was definitely allowed to do this, because he always believed that she could handle it. especially after such an invention at a young age. Afterwards, walking down the corridor, Tanasia thought about how priceless it was to receive such support from her father and also to win his trust. The dark-haired girl was already planning that if she wanted to not lose her father's trust, she would have to take on even more responsibility. She was almost running, thinking about how much she wanted to share this news with Noxia, Jerin, and of course Askan. The Marquise immediately remembered his words about him having to sort out things in the stables and assumed that he had not yet returned. Blue-Eyed was distracted from her thoughts and turned around when she heard someone call out, and the girl said that they met again. Lady Salinger, a lovely lady, bowed to her, holding her dress, and smiled sweetly when her mistress greeted her and they began to talk about the walk. Tanasia agreed, a little surprised, when asked if she had a personal servant with black hair and golden eyes. The girl said that she was just curious about what mistake he had made and asked him not to scold him too much, because she felt sorry for the young man. The blue-eyed girl froze and felt how everything inside her turned over and grew cold, asking with incomprehension who scolded whom and for what. Lady Salinger said with excitement that she had heard from other girls that it was this servant who had been beaten and dragged away. The girl's eyes swam with fear and rage at the same time when she heard from her interlocutor that he even had heavy bleeding. When the pink-haired lady said that others had noticed it because of his frightening state, the Marquise exhaled and ordered him to stop. Suddenly taking a few steps, the dark-haired girl grabbed her by the shoulders and, almost trembling, asked her to tell her more about everything. She was all ablaze with horror and worry for the young man, desperately asking where her personal servant had been seen in such a state and who had taken him away. At the same time, Askan suffered beatings from his mistress's opponent and her people, who had no intention of pitying him and stopping. His shirt was already torn and his entire body was covered in bloody marks. His skin had taken on a purple-crimson hue from the blows of the bat. One of the guys said that this bastard was very resilient because if someone was beaten like that, he would have already passed out, and the other suggested that he was used to it. After clearing his throat and wiping the blood from his chin with his fist, the dark-haired man said that now they could let him go. One of the girls laughed, asking if they heard that, and her friend giggled and said that the slave dared to open his mouth. Leanna walked away from everyone else and took a few steps forward, stopping right in front of the servant and asked if she had spoken before. Lifting his face by the chin, the red-haired woman said that she loved to watch bitter tears of pain roll down the handsome faces of the servants. Krisha said that she planned to let him go only if he cried and begged her about it, asking if the young man understood what needed to be done. The dark-haired man's yellow eyes shone with resistance, and he demonstratively closed his lips, not intending to beg anything from the strange mistress. Summoning a stream of wind into her palms, the redhead laughed and said that in that case, he would just have to endure until the end. Looking at the already beaten and exhausted guy, Leanna declared that since he was so brave and strong, now she would cut him herself. A scary smile spread across her face as the redhead asked if they could bear the pain of the cuts that easily. Krisha's girlfriends recoiled in fear when the door that led to the dark basement swung open and the Marquise appeared in the doorway. They asked Lady Leanna to stop the irreparable, but she had already swung, concentrating on her wind powers. Askan froze when he heard the whistle from the blow, but his eyes widened in surprise when he felt no pain, but noticed the girl in front of him. The redhead took a few steps back, clenching her fists in fear when it was not a servant who suffered at her hands, but a mistress of higher status than her. Tanasia felt like all the air had been knocked out of her lungs, and she leaned against his chest, her wounded back aching and bleeding from the deep cuts. Everyone around froze, and one of the ladies, fearfully stuttering, asked if she was dead, and Askan whispered to the lady, holding her in his arms with fear. He seemed to stop feeling his own pain when he felt hot blood on his hands that did not belong to him. The dark-haired man immediately remembered that terrible moment when a baby, a victim of cruel experiments, died in his arms. The young man's yellow eyes widened in horror as he allowed the thought to occur that he could lose his beloved in the same way, without whom he could no longer live. The ladies screamed in horror, covering their faces with their hands, when Askan could not hold back and showed them his magical energy, which was no longer succumbing. They began to scream in horror and ask each other what it was when a blue fire began to flash around the two young men. Despite all her pain, the girl knew that he couldn't lose control, and so she whispered it to them with weak lips that wouldn't obey. She knew very well that if the young man lost control, not only the enemies, but also all the people participating in the festival would be in danger. Gradually coming to her senses, the blue-eyed girl tried to figure out how to switch Askan's attention to something else as quickly as possible. Placing her black-gloved palms on his cheeks, the girl thought that he didn't need to see those who were attacking him. With incredible effort, the dark-haired girl tore herself away from his chest and rested her forehead against his, breathing heavily and trying not to lose consciousness. The young man called her in a whisper, and she nodded, pressing herself closer to his head and confirming that it was she was here and she was alive. When Askan said that she was wounded, the Marquise whispered that the most important thing was that he was okay, and that everything would really be okay with her. The dark-haired girl gently stroked his cheeks, not paying attention to herself, and then quietly whispered and asked if he had calmed down a little now. When he, not paying attention to his wounds, the yellow-eyed man picked her up in his arms, asking her not to move and saying that he would now take her to the doctor. Tanasha whispered that he himself was wounded, but the young man asked her not to worry, and the girl said that before leaving she needed to say something. Turning to the nobles, the Marquise declared that if they told anyone about this, she would accuse them of attacking her using magic. Liana tried to talk her way out of it, screaming loudly in panic that she had nothing to do with it, since she had not attacked her on purpose. Blue Eyes suggested going and trying to tell it, asking which of them would be believed if they saw the wounds on her back. The redhead looked down and thought in horror that her actions could result in serious punishment. The girl asked him if it hurt him a lot, because it all happened because of her, and the young man asked him not to apologize because she suffered because of him. Askan shook his head with a sigh and stated that for him, after everything he had experienced, such beatings were almost a routine matter. The dark-haired woman said that she would understand if he could not forgive her, and the servant leaned over, asking why she suddenly decided to speak like that. Stroking his cheek, the blue-eyed girl whispered that he was talking as if it was nothing, even when he was badly hurt and clearly suffered serious harm. The girl whispered in despair that she thought his indifference to such an attitude was naturally the fault of her past actions. Gently touching his lower lip with her fingers, Tanasia whispered that she was so guilty before him and would hardly be able to fix it ever. A little later, Noxia asked her father how her sister was, and he replied that her wounds were not life-threatening, but it would be better to visit her tomorrow. The blonde asked if her sister had told him how she had hurt herself, and the gentleman said that according to her, it was simply a fall down the stairs. He himself immediately said that the wounds clearly looked like cuts from something sharp, and it looked as if her back had been scratched by the claws of some wild animal. Noxia listened to her father's worried and thoughtful words, feeling acute concerns for her sister's well-being. The father asked if his daughter could ask this question again during the next visit, because she could be honest with her younger sister. At the same time, Askan was wrapping his own wounds with bandages, thinking about all the recent and long-standing events that worried him. He remembered with bewilderment what Tanasia was like when she tortured him and offered to test how many hours of torture he could endure this time. Now everything had changed dramatically, and it even seemed to the dark-haired man that all the pain she had caused him had already evaporated. The Marquise became caring and declared that she would not allow anyone to hurt him unceremoniously, and from now on he was under her protection as her man. The young man, with a tremor in his whole body and excitement, recalled every time she praised him, called him, and thanked him for some kind of help. He was ready to faint from surprise when the Marquise stepped forward and simply covered him with her body from the blow. Looking out the window, Askan remembered the girl's words about how much she was guilty before him and thought that he needed to escape from the Kalua Empire as soon as possible. He needed to get away from the current Tanasia before he wanted to stay with her to such an extent that he forgot all about caution. Looking at the starry sky, strewn with stars, the dark-haired man thought that it madly reminded him of her eyes and hair, and therefore, it really was time to leave. The next day, Noxia walked down the corridor towards her sister's quarters, who was still resting after receiving treatment in her own quarters. The blonde was beginning to guess a little about the reason for her sister's possible injuries, but it would be better if she herself told about everything. The girl froze when she saw Crown Prince roll in front of her, holding a huge bouquet in his hands and walking towards her. The Marquise thought with surprise and irritation about whose mood would now be spoiled after such an unexpected visit. The young men did not even greet each other and simultaneously approached the chambers of the elder Brelov to visit her after receiving her wounds. Noxia ignored him and ordered Jeren, who was standing at the door, to convey to her sister the information that she had arrived. The prince asked if she had seen him arrive first, and the blonde said that the difference was only a few steps. The Marquise asked for understanding because as a family member she had the right to worry and was concerned about her sister, but the young man refused. They began to argue with each other about who would visit the wounded Tanaja first, and none of them was at all going to give in to the other for their own reasons. Hesitantly interrupting their conversation, Jareen felt very awkward as she peeked out from behind the door and distracted them from their argument. Both looked with surprise and some displeasure at the maid, who informed them that the lady had allowed them to enter together. The girl who heard their argument outside the door, bandaged, asked the Crown Prince for forgiveness because she could not bow. The Marchioness said she was glad he had come to see her, even despite the misunderstanding during the chaos, but he asked her to forget about it. The redhead stated that he was not at all affected by this incident, and a disgruntled Noxia folded her arms over her chest and turned away, saying that this was not true. The prince gave the elder Brelov flowers and said that he had brought medicine from the imperial palace and could call a good doctor if needed. The dark-haired girl thanked His Majesty for his concern, but then asked him to speak directly if he had any specific business with her. The young man's green eyes sparkled with surprise because he didn't expect his intentions to be seen by the girl before he said it himself. The young man said that he was sorry to bring up such a topic in this situation, but he had heard about the weapon she had created and would ask her to wait with its sale. Tanasia said that he shouldn't worry because that wouldn't happen, and she would never do anything that would harm the Empire. Exhaling relaxedly, the red-haired man said that her last answer even made him feel relieved, although he had been worried before. The prince said that the Imperial Palace also planned to sponsor and support her research, and then stood up, for it was time for him to go. Looking at Lady Noxia and calling out to the lady, Roel expressed his hope that she would now be comfortably reunited with her family. He suddenly opted for a very childish gesture and barely noticeably stuck his tongue out at her before quickly walking towards the door. The blonde even blushed with indignation because she never expected that the Crown Prince would be able to do such a thing. When the red-haired man slammed the door behind him, the girl exclaimed, asking if her sister had seen what a vindictive young man he was. Tanasia asked if she hated him, and Noxia screamed that she did, because he had reproached them for some childish games, but he behaved like a child. Rubbing her nose with her hand, the dark-haired girl whispered that they would look amazing together, and immediately replied that she didn't say anything. The blonde turned her attention from the omnipresent prince to her older sister, whose entire body was hidden from everyone by bandages. She remembered her father's request to ask again about the reasons for the injury, since she had clearly lied to him and not told the truth. The dark-haired girl froze in surprise when her sister said that she had one question and then asked if Lady Krisha had done all this to her. Noxia assumed that it was she who had hurt her, since her relationship with Liana had been in a terrible state lately. The girl added that she had heard that the wounds from her powers were similar to the scratches of a wild animal, and said that she herself had received such when she was younger. Blue-Eyed listened with excitement to all of her younger sister's assumptions, which were absolutely logical and expected. Sighing, Tanasia asked to keep this a secret from her father and explained that she could not tell him about it for some reason. She immediately added that she wanted to tell Noxia about this right away, and she looked at her in surprise, happy about it. Still holding the heavy bouquet the prince had brought, the dark-haired girl said she had a request for her younger sister. A little later, the Marquise was already standing in front of her teacher and Jeren, answering that she was already fine and that she was sorry that she made everyone worry. The man said that she needed to recover quickly and then added that they would need to meet at the mansion upon arrival. The girl noticed her personal servant, who looked like a thundercloud, and called him by name, attracting his attention. She anxiously asked him to have a good rest when they returned to the mansion, but the young man objected that he was fine and all right. The boy nodded when the Marquise said that even if he was fine, she could still see his wounds and couldn't help but worry. Tanasia said that she would ride in the carriage with Noxia so as not to leave her alone, and therefore he could ride in this carriage. A little later, the girl was already putting a vase with the donated flowers on the nightstand, and because of her injuries, she had to return a little earlier. Immediately feeling her shoulder ache, the dark-haired girl gasped and thought that now it would be better for her to avoid unnecessary movements and to rest more. After that, she came to a realization, and life became much more difficult because she realized how much pain she caused to the people around her. But then, seeing that Askan was silent about his pain even in such a state, her heart ached even more than the wound on her back. In the past, he was tortured in the labs, then by her previous version, and recently beaten twice by Leon. He suffered without ceasing. Now she could only try her best to forget her own sins and make things right, because she had one family and only one Askan. As she sorted through the flowers, she wondered whether she should give him a gift, give him a vacation, or even go on a trip together. She heard a knock on the door and wondered who could come at such a time, only to see the guy she had been thinking about endlessly on the threshold. The dark-haired girl saw in his hands a bag in which she personally put jewelry to help him hide as long as possible. Looking him up and down, the blue-eyed girl felt everything inside her go cold and whispered to herself if he was really leaving now. Contrary to her expectations, Askan closed the door behind him and took a few steps forward towards her, maintaining his usual silence. The Marchioness called out his name in surprise and tried to understand what was happening while he reached out his fingers to her hand and stroked her wrist. Holding one of her palms with his hand, the young man put the strap of the bag in her hand, with his other hand, still remaining silent, but his actions spoke louder than any words. The young man whispered that he came to return it to her, and the dark-haired girl asked in surprise why he suddenly decided to do this. When Askan replied that he didn't need it anymore, Tanasia asked if that was really true, because if he was going to run away, then all of this was really necessary. The girl froze and looked at him, batting her long eyelashes, when the yellow-eyed man declared that he was not going to run away. He clenched his fists and confidently declared that he wanted to stay with the lady because she had protected him many times and had protected him again recently. With his head down, the guy asked her to continue to protect him, and in return he promised to always be by her side and also give her protection where he could. The dark-haired girl looked at him in amazement, hardly able to believe everything that was happening because she certainly did not expect such words, requests, and confessions. Meanwhile, Liana discovered that she was right and that the Marquise had a reason for caring so much about her personal servant and protecting him. She thought that after such a beating, an ordinary person would have already become a knee, but the dark-haired youth was relatively okay. The redhead realized that in order to defeat this Marquise and her family, she needed to find out what Tanasia was trying with all her might to hide. At the same time, the dark-haired girl asked Askan not to strain himself, but he reassured her that he simply wanted to restore order here. The young man ignored her words, and the Marquise rolled her eyes, not looking up from her book and muttering that he could do whatever he wanted. The dark-haired man was clearly displeased when he said that it was the first time he saw these flowers, and heard from the lady that it was a gift from the Crown Prince. Leafing through the book, the girl explained that he came to visit her the day after he was injured and brought this as a gift while Askan continued to dust. The blue-eyed girl flinched in fear and turned around when she heard a loud bang and the sound of glass that had just hit the floor. She looked down and realized that the bouquet Roel had given her was lying on the floor, the large vase broken and the flowers scattered. When the young man apologized and said that he just wanted to wipe the vase, the girl hastened to declare that everything was fine and asked if he was okay. The dark-haired man leaned over and said that the flowers were hit by shards of a vase and he would immediately prepare others, but she said that it was okay. He hastened to say that the lady liked beautiful flowers, and therefore he would correct his mistake and immediately prepare other flowers. Tanasia thought about how recently Askan had only followed orders, but now he was trying to do everything as best as possible, even without them. Even when she was busy, the young man could stand next to her for about 4 hours and almost glue himself to her like a real bath leaf. Now her room was decorated with flowers that Askan brought or bought for her every day, never tiring of changing the bouquets, even if they were fresh. And so, after some time, her personal laboratory was finally ready, and she would no longer have to huddle in the closet of Teacher Varnon. The man exclaimed in delight that the outside of the building was well done, but the inside was an even more amazing place, and Metella agreed with him. They vied with each other in praising the building materials and design, adjusted their glasses, and never tired of expressing their admiration for the craftsman. The young man whispered to the lady that she should go into the bunker for now, allowing the others to focus on other things, and she agreed. Turning to Askan, the dark-haired girl asked him to wait with the others and said that she would be back very soon. Now, nervous every time, the blue-eyed girl hoped that leaving him here would not lead to the activation of uncontrolled abilities. A little later, the girl was already thanking Tyler and Robin for the fact that she now had a wonderful laboratory, and they responded with smiles. After them, Tanasia said goodbye to her teacher and tutor, Metella, who also got into the carriage and headed back. As soon as they left the laboratory courtyard, Askan turned and addressed his mistress, and the dark-haired one turned to him, ready to listen. He asked her menacingly where the lady had just gone with the architect. and she nervously replied that she had just been about to say so. The girl suddenly grabbed his wrist with tenacious fingers, and the young man looked at this action in surprise, gasping. The blue-eyed girl asked him to follow her, and the young man, barely managing to move his legs, followed the marquise, still surprised. Soon she brought him to the banquet and replied that this place was built of biltianium, and this building material is resistant even to fire. Askan said that this place did not look like a normal laboratory. Tanasia replied that it was a bunker, and Mr. Tyler invited her to look around it. The dark-haired girl said that this could be considered preparation for an unpredictable future, and she would tell him about the secret passages. He asked in surprise if it was for him, and she confirmed that he would use this place often and that he should know and remember everything. When she added that it would be a good idea for him to practice his abilities here, Askan looked at his mistress in surprise. The dark-haired man whispered that she had even met about this, and she said that if he was caught training somewhere else, it would be dangerous. Brightly blushing, the yellow-eyed man said that he understood everything and said that he would try his best to learn to control his abilities. Folding his arms and looking down, his entire face flushed, the dark-haired man promised that he would definitely learn to protect her and himself. Blue-eyed thought with trepidation that since the moment she suffered at the hands of Leanna, Askan very often talks about how he will protect her. She closed her eyes and said tenderly that he didn't need to protect her all the time, and sometimes he could just hide behind her back. Stepping closer, the young man asked if he understood correctly that this place was for her and for him, and received the answer that, for some time, definitely yes. Yellow Eyes asked if the lady remembered her promise, because she said that she would reward him if he successfully learned to control his power. The young man leaned closer to her and reminded the lady that she had then promised to also provide him with everything he wanted. Tanasia blushed and thought that she felt like something was wrong now, while Askan looked at her face so closely that goosebumps ran down her body.